Chapter 31:18. At this moment, Fan Hao was in an abnormally miserable state. His legs were broken, and there were many wounds on his body. Fresh blood dyed his body red. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. "Who did this to you?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. He was indeed angry. The first person he met on the Origin returning star was Fan Hao. Fan Hao was very honest and had brought him along to search for spirit herbs. He even treated him as a true friend. Lin Xian did not look down on him because he was weak. He was also a true friend. But now, he had only left for a short while, and Fan Hao was beaten to such a state. He absolutely could not tolerate it. At the same time, he saw Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others kneeling on the ground. Their legs were broken, and their flesh was badly mangled. It was obvious that these people were not the ones who did it. These people were also injured. Even Qing Qing and the others were imprisoned by the array. It seemed that Fan Hao was implicated. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, Madame Hua, who was in front of him, giggled. So it was this young master. I didn't expect the young master to be so generous. He really wanted to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. I hope the young master can forgive me for my poor judgment. She did not think that Lin Xian had the strength. But now, Lin Xian was here and the goods were checked. She knew that no one dared to make such a joke. The other party definitely wanted these 50 stalks of king herbs. This was definitely not an ordinary youth. He definitely had a great background. The Bloody Blade Monarch was also stunned. He asked, "Who is this person?" Speaking of which, this young master had some connections with the people kneeling on the ground. They seemed to have come together. The moment these words came out, all the experts in the hall were surprised. Many of their expressions became very interesting. Opposite him, the metal sword monarch's eyes shone with a golden light that enveloped Lin Xian. "Little nephew Jean, when the incident happened, was this young master present?" The Bloody Blade Monarch asked in a low voice. The purple-clothed youth looked at Lin Xian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He did not have the ability to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. The other party looked younger than him and actually had such wealth. It was really unexpected. However, he shook his head. "I don't know this person." Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade Monarch heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It seemed like there was no enmity between the two sides. The Bloody Blade Monarch said with a smile, "This young master, 50 king herbs, the price was negotiable. Moreover, he could give the young master a great discount. He could even let the young master take this person away." With that, he pointed at Fan Hao. "However, it's impossible for the others to leave after scolding the guests who offended me." When these words were spoken, the hearts of Wan Gong and the others sank to the bottom of the ocean. They looked at Fan Hao with envy. Hai Yu, in particular, couldn't believe it. She had always looked down on this young man, but he actually had such an identity. He could buy 50 stalks of king herbs. He could even make the Bloody Blade King give him face. This was something that Wan Gong could not do at all. Thinking of this, Hai Yu was extremely regretful. Wan Gong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Why? How could this kid be so powerful? He was the genius of the Heavenly Dipper sect, the young master of the Wan clan. They would not be able to contend against the Bloody Blade Monarch. Their legs would be broken and they would be slaughtered. But what about the other party? He could actually make the Bloody Blade Monarch treat him like this. He was going crazy with jealousy. However, he knew that he could not be jealous. He hurriedly looked at Lin Xian, hoping that he would save him. Hai Yu, who was at the side, was even more excited. "Young master, please save me. I'm willing to pay any price." Lin Xian ignored Hai Yu, Wan Gong, and the others. He looked directly at Fan Hao. With a wave of his hand, a green light flew out and enveloped Fan Hao. Instantly, Fan Hao's broken legs and the cracks on his body quickly recovered. This scene shocked the experts in the main hall once again. What a magical ability! It could actually heal a person's injuries. Was this a wood-type martial artist? These people were shocked. Fan Hao felt like he was in a dream. The injuries just now had an extremely strong murderous aura that he could not erase. He could only endure it with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would heal him with a light wave of his hand. Could it be that the brother Lin he knew was an expert? However, he was only an early-stage 9-star martial artist. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. "Thank you, brother Lin, for saving me." Fang Hao cupped his fists gratefully. Lin Xian smiled. "You and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite." Speaking of this, his face turned gloomy. A cold, murderous aura bloomed in his eyes. Not just anyone can touch the friends of Lin Xian. Who was the one who injured you just now? It was. Fang Hao wanted to say something but stopped. He was not an arrogant person. Moreover, he knew that although Lin Xian was strong, he was not strong enough to face the Bloody Blade Monarch. Seeing that Fang Hao did not speak, Lin Xian looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and said loudly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who injured my friend and kill him. I can spare your lives." "What?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was like a bolt from the blue struck dumb. The Bloody Blade Monarch was stunned. Then, he looked up and laughed. The others laughed as well. His voice shook the 9 heavens. Black holes appeared in the sky, and the blood sea surged. Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others were stunned. Hai Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. Did this kid want to die? How dare he say such words to the Bloody Blade Monarch? What a reckless brat! Who did he think he was? Did he think he could fight against the Bloody Blade Monarch by buying 50 king herbs? This kid might not be able to buy the king herbs today. He might even lose his life here. As expected, the Bloody Blade Monarch stopped talking. The blood sea on his body turned into 9 dragons and circled behind him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, what did you just say? You want to kill all of us? Who do you think you are?" The black-armored man sneered. "I know you are rich. You must have an extraordinary identity to be able to buy 50 king herbs. Moreover, that move just now should be from a wood elemental martial artist. May I know which clan you are from? However, even your clan leader wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of the Bloody Blade Monarch. Hurry up and kneel, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The black-armored man was the captain of the 10,000 Herb Hall's guards. Previously, he was the one who broke the legs of Fang Hao and the others. At this moment, the black-armored man looked down at Lin Xian from above. Everyone was extremely nervous. Fang Hao exclaimed and wanted to dissuade Lin Xian. However, the next moment, he was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the black-armored man, snorted, and raised his hand. A large golden hand descended from the sky. With a bang, the black-armored man was slapped to the ground. Half of the black-armored man's body was instantly turned into a bloody mist. "Ah!" A wretched scream rang out. It was like a ghost screaming as blood spurted out. Chapter 31-19. The dignified captain of the law enforcement team, a late-stage 9-star powerhouse, was seriously injured by a young man's slap. It was unbelievable. The powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others' minds went blank. Everything that had happened since Lin Xian's arrival was simply too shocking. Every one of them was like a dream. Now, they were even more scared silly. "Ah! Damn kid, I'm going to kill you!" The black-armored man screamed crazily, and his broken body quickly healed. He got up from the ground and wanted to attack again. However, in the next moment, he was crushed by a golden foot again, and his body was torn into pieces. He was firmly trampled on the ground. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly as he stepped on the black-armored man with one foot, "This is your last chance. Whoever did it, stand out and let me kill you. The others can live. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, no one dared to doubt his words. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Xian stared at the purple-clothed young man. Suddenly, the purple-clothed young man trembled in fear, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared. Kid, why are you looking at me? It was me who did it. Kill me if you can. See if my father doesn't slap you to death. His father was an extremely terrifying, invincible king. Even the Bloody Blade King had to be careful, let alone this young man in front of him. As long as his father made a move, he could kill him with a sword. You did it? Very well! Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and grabbed at the purple-clothed young man. You're courting death! Seeing this, all the kings in the hall were furious. In an instant, 3 of them rushed over. 2 of them protected the purple-clothed young man, and 1 of them attacked Lin Xian. Whoosh! Bang! Ah! The purple-clothed young man screamed as he was slapped away. Half of his face was smashed, and his body turned into a bloody mist. The attacker had only managed to attack Lin Xian's illusion. This scene caused an uproar in the hall. The kings all stood up, their killing intent exploding. Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the others were stupefied. Who was this person? His methods were too powerful. He actually dared to openly oppose the 10,000 herb hall. Madame Hua was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. The middle-aged deacon was even more stunned. Wasn't he here to buy spirit herbs? Why did they start fighting? He shivered and hid at the side. The Bloody Blade Monarch's eyes shone with a cold light as blood-colored runes spread out from his body. Good kid, how many years has it been since someone dared to attack me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Close the door and get into formation. Don't let anyone out. Following the Bloody Blade Monarch's order, the entire hall lit up with countless runes. They were densely packed and emitted a terrifying aura. Boss, should we kill these people? Many kings looked at Wan Gong and the others. The Bloody Blade Monarch said, Get them out first and watch them carefully. After I kill this kid, I'll deal with these people. Wan Gong and the others had extraordinary statuses, so they could make good use of them. Who knows, they might even be able to extort a huge sum of money from these clans. Therefore, he didn't kill Wan Gong and the others for now. Even Fang Hao was enveloped by the array and sent out of the hall. Only the experts from the Myriad Herb Hall and Lin Xian were left in the hall. Lin Xian didn't care as he left a strand of sword energy in Fang Hao's body. With this sword energy, Fang Hao wouldn't be in danger. As for the lives of the others, he didn't care. Father, kill him! You must kill him! Take revenge for me! After the purple-clothed youth's body reformed, he went to the fat middle-aged man's side and screamed like a madman. The middle-aged man, who was the Metal Sword Monarch, sat up straight. He didn't attack but looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch said, Brother Jean, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter and capture this kid personally. Go! Capture him for me. Following the Bloody Blade Monarch's order, more than a dozen experts quickly attacked and surrounded Lin Xian once more. Die for me. An old man opened his mouth and spat out a heavenly river. The blue heavenly river was like lightning and contained immense power. 1. The other woman took out an ancient mirror. Countless light runes flew out from the ancient mirror and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! A blue-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand and countless runes interweaved to form a large net that descended from the sky. Rays of light rose as these people attacked with all their strength. More than a dozen invincible kings working together was truly terrifying and could destroy everything. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch and the Metal Sword Monarch might not be able to resist and could only dodge, let alone this kid in front of them. You don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to bully me. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled as he looked at the divine abilities rushing at him from all directions. These people were all invincible kings. In the eyes of others, they were extremely powerful. But in his eyes, they were nothing. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in all directions. Boom! The overflowing silver river surged in all directions and was directly shattered. The flickering net was also torn to pieces. The ancient mirror was also shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. In just an instant, the offensive divine abilities of more than a dozen invincible kings were all broken. How was this possible? The dozen or so invincible kings were stunned, and their bodies began to tremble. At this moment, the Metal Sword Monarch and the Bloody Blade Monarch also stood up. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. However, what shocked them was yet to come. Lin Xian bent his index finger slightly, and then flicked out a sword wave that flew in all directions with him as the center. Puff! 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 The invincible kings were enveloped by the sword wave and their bodies were instantly shattered. Corpses fell from the sky as a bloody mist filled the air. It was a scene of hell on earth. Madame Hua was stunned, the purple-clothed youth was stunned, the Metal Sword Monarch was stunned, and the Bloody Blade Monarch was also stunned. Especially the Bloody Blade Monarch and the Metal Sword Monarch, their scalps went numb. Those were more than a dozen invincible kings. How terrifying was it when they attacked together? Even they did not dare to resist and could only rely on their speed to dodge. However, the other party had broken all their divine abilities with a light wave of his hand. And with a light wave of his hand, he had killed these invincible kings. Why did it look like a legend? I said before, don't attack me and don't provoke me. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. His voice was not loud, but when it landed in the ears of these people, it was like a clap of thunder that made their bodies tremble. Kid, who exactly are you? The Bloody Blade Monarch gritted his teeth and asked. Me? My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which family are you from? Which sect are you from? The Metal Sword Monarch also kept roaring. He was really frightened. Such a young man with such means, could he be one of those terrifying existences? But that was impossible. Why would such a genius be here? Why would he be related to Fang Hao and the others? Chapter 31:20. Lin Xian did not reply to their nonsense. Instead, he stared at the purple-clothed youth. Now you can die obediently. The purple-clothed youth was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly hid behind the Metal Sword King. Father, save me! The purple-clothed youth's voice was trembling. The Metal Sword King snorted. Since you don't want to talk about your origin, don't blame me for being impolite. Although the other party was powerful and had strange methods, he would not stop. This purple-clothed youth was his son. How could he allow someone to attack him in front of him? It had always been him killing others, and this time was no exception. Kid, die for me! The Metal Sword King roared. 36 golden sword lights appeared behind him. The runes on them revolved and exploded with killing intent. As the Metal Sword King waved his arm, the 36 sword lights trembled violently. Each of them was like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a cold light. These sword lights slashed down together, filling the entire sky. Too powerful! The Metal Sword King's first move was a killing move. He was an expert at the peak of the 9-star level. This attack was even more terrifying than the combined attack of a dozen unparalleled kings. Seeing this scene, the Bloody Blade King laughed. The Metal Sword King's strength was above his expectations. This way, the kid would definitely not be able to block it. The shocking attack enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding sword lights with disdain. You want to compete with me in sword techniques? Let me show you what a real sword technique is. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed at the sky. Instantly, he grabbed one of the golden sword lights. Then, he waved his arm. Buzz! The originally dazzling golden sword light suddenly erupted with unparalleled light, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The biting cold aura caused the surrounding array to tremble. How was this possible? The Metal Sword King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This move of his, the 36 golden lights, was extremely terrifying and incomparable. He had already used it to the extreme. However, one of the sword lights was able to increase its power in the hands of the other party. Moreover, it was far beyond his. The difference between him and the other party was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. This made him despair. With a slash, the remaining 35 sword lights were cut in half. The sky was split into two halves. The surrounding formations kept rumbling and shattering. Puff! Metal Sword King was sent flying by the sword. His body was split open, and blood splattered everywhere. It was an abnormally terrifying sight. Impossible! Damn it, I don't believe it! The purple-clothed youth screamed as if he had gone mad. His father had actually been defeated, and had even been split apart. He was about to faint from fright. Bloody Blade King's pupils contracted. Metal Sword King, let's attack together! With a clang, he drew out a long saber. The aura on his body pierced through the clouds. Good! The Metal Sword King's body reassembled, and his fat body quickly became thin, turning into a robust man. At the same time, the aura on his body rapidly erupted, burning his blood essence. The middle-aged man's fat body was used to nourish his blood essence. At critical moments, he would burn it to strengthen himself. Now that he was burning his blood essence, his aura had improved tremendously. Absolute kill! Dazzling heaven and earth! The Metal Sword King bellowed. His body emitted tens of thousands of sword chi, which filled the entire space. Every ray of sword chi was much sharper than the one before. These sword chis kept vibrating and quickly gathered to form a golden sword. It was grabbed by the Metal Sword King. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, piercing through the void. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lin Xian. If this sword pierced through, even an unparalleled king would be destroyed in body and soul. Ha ha, kid, die! Behind him, the purple-clothed youth shouted excitedly. Too weak. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He stretched out two fingers and placed them in front of his forehead. Clang! He actually managed to catch the sword light with both hands. How was this possible? Even Metal Sword King was trembling. This was his strongest attack. He had already burned his blood essence. Even if the Bloody Blade King had been hit, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, the other party had actually used two fingers to easily block it. Who was this person? Was he not a young man, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years? Thinking of this, he was extremely terrified. But soon he smiled. Because on the other side, the Bloody Blade King had made his move. The Bloody Blade King had unknowingly appeared behind Lin Xian. The blood-colored saber in his hand slashed down. This saber was surrounded by 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Each of them was like a huge mountain, emitting a vast aura. This saber slash was definitely not weaker than the Metal Sword King's ultimate move. The Bloody Blade King was indeed an ambitious person. His first move was a fatal blow, not giving his opponent any chance to live. Let's see how you die this time. The Bloody Blade King was too excited. His sudden attack was definitely not something his opponent could block. Lin Xian did not block at all. He allowed the saber to slash down. Boom! This saber slashed down on Lin Xian's body, producing a sonorous sound. The Bloody Blade King was overjoyed at first. This saber slash would definitely be able to split his opponent in half. But soon, he was stunned. Then, he became shocked. His eyes were filled with fear. Even the Metal Sword King looked as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed crazily. This was because they had realized that the Bloody Blade King's blood-colored saber had slashed down on Lin Xian's shoulder. Sparks had filled the sky, and a thunderous sound had been heard. However, Lin Xian was not injured. Not even a drop of blood had flowed. Sneak attack me? Do you think you can succeed? Lin Xian did not even turn his head. His body only shook slightly. With a clang, the blood-colored saber was broken in half. Bang! 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 The Bloody Blade King kept retreating. He was trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? Who the hell are you? He was really stunned. His saber was absolutely terrifying, yet his opponent was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was that? He had never heard of it before. The Metal Sword King's body was also trembling. What kind of existence were they trying to assassinate? This was definitely a terrifying genius that they could not comprehend. Whoosh! He wanted to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Lin Xian gently waved his finger. Immediately, the golden light sword formed by tens of thousands of sword auras began to shatter. The Metal Sword King discovered that cracks had also appeared on one of his arms, and they were spreading to his entire body. With a loud bang, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The Metal Sword King screamed crazily. He wanted to escape, but he was destroyed by Lin Xian with a finger. Even his soul could not escape. No! The purple-clothed youth screamed crazily and fainted from fear. The Bloody Blade King knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed non-stop. Young master, don't kill me! I was blind and offended you. Please spare my life! He knocked his head on the ground, and it was like a clap of thunder. Don't kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you! Lin Xian turned around and looked down at the other party. He was like a high and mighty deity that controlled everything. The Bloody Blade King raised his head. When he saw those emotionless eyes, his soul trembled. The next moment, he slashed out with his saber and split the purple-clothed youth in half. This kid dared to provoke you, my young master's friend. I have long found him an eyesore. Now I will kill him. Please spare my life. Chapter 31-21. Of course not. The Bloody Blade Monarch knelt on the ground, looking even more respectful. He smiled fawningly and said, The 50 stalks of king medicines that young master wants, I would give them to young master for free. If anyone else had been there and heard this, they would have been scared silly. 50 king herbs. That was a huge sum of wealth, yet the Bloody Blade Monarch was giving it away. However, Lin Xian was still unmoved. 50 king herbs? He was indeed tempted, but it wasn't enough. Originally, he had wanted to uproot the 10,000 herb hall after injuring my companion. Did he think he could uproot the entire 10,000 herb hall with just 50 king herbs? To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about this. These were about 5,000 years old, so they could only be called small king herbs. A real king medicine was worth 8,000 yuan, or even 10,000 years of age. The 10,000 herb hall probably didn't even have such an existence. The value of one king herb far exceeded these 50 king herbs. The Bloody Blade Monarch almost despaired when he heard Lin Xian's words. Even 50 king herbs couldn't quell the other party's anger? Was he really going to die here today? On the other hand, Madame Hua screamed and came back to her senses. She hurriedly crawled over. Young master, I know that you are collecting a lot of spirit herbs. The 10,000 herb hall can definitely help you collect them. We will do it for free. Yes, the 10,000 herb hall is willing to help you collect all kinds of spirit herbs for free. The Bloody Blade Monarch seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at them with a half-smile on his face. Really? Were they really willing to do this? I'm afraid they couldn't make the decision, right? The 10,000 herb hall was able to stand tall in Giant Armor City because of you, the Bloody Blade Monarch. That was indeed the case. The Bloody Blade Monarch was powerful enough to dominate Giant Armor City. However, the cloud-returning planet was so big that Lin Xian didn't think there weren't any exceptional experts here. To be honest, there are indeed some mysterious existences behind the 10,000 herb hall. Have you heard of the Green Hills Qi family? The 10,000 herb hall was the property of the Qi family's fourth master. At this critical moment, the Bloody Blade Monarch finally revealed the power behind him. The Green Hills Qi family? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived on Return Cloud Planet, so he naturally did not know about the Qi family. The Bloody Blade Monarch seemed to see the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes. He was equally shocked. How could anyone not know about the Qi family? The other party should be from one of the top clans as well. Naturally, he would know about the Green Hill Qi clan. However, he didn't dare to ask. He could only explain that the school of weaponry was very famous in the northern continent, and it wasn't any weaker than the great sects of the Holy Lands. Was it a great sect-level family? No wonder he was able to support the 10,000 herb hall. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. Are you threatening me by bringing up the Qi family? Lin Xian said indifferently. He was no longer afraid of the Qi clan. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the major sects of the Holy Lands. But things were different now. This was the Cloud Return planet, and he had nothing to worry about. With his strength, only the foundations and fossils of the great sects of the Holy Lands could threaten him. He really didn't care about the other people like the elders and the sect master. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. Once those living fossils made a move, he could just leave returning Cloud Planet. Hence, Lin Xian wouldn't show any mercy here. I naturally don't dare to threaten you. I just don't want to cause trouble for you. The Bloody Blade King tried to get on Lin Fan's good side. Whatever young master needs, just tell me and I will definitely get it done. Madame Hua nodded furiously. They knew that Lin Xian had killed the Metal Sword Monarch with a raise of his hand. Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. All right, I'll spare your lives. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw out a jade slip. Collect as many spirit herbs as there are in it. Yes. Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade Monarch hurriedly sent their souls into it. But in the next moment, they fainted. There were so many spirit herbs. There were more than 1,000 types. Moreover, they had never even heard of many of them. Who was this person? Why was he collecting so many spirit herbs? Could he be an alchemist? Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, he said coldly, collect as many as you can. I'll come and get them when the time comes. Also, don't try to play tricks or use other methods to deal with me. I'm not an existence you can understand. If you provoke me, I'll destroy the Qi family. Lin Xian wasn't wrong. With the current Qi family, only the living fossils and the dormant foundation were his opponents. However, the other elders weren't his opponents. If they provoked him, he would kill all the disciples and elders. Leaving only the living fossils behind was almost the same as destroying the Qi family. Furthermore, Lin Xian wasn't worried about these spirit herbs spreading. Just by looking at these spirit herbs, no one would be able to guess what he was going to refine. He wouldn't tell anyone the real recipe. Hearing this, the Bloody Blade Monarch was stunned. Then, he reacted. With a suction force, a storage ring on the ground flew into his hand. He then respectfully raised it above his head. Young master, please. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He took the storage ring and put it away. Inside were the 55,000-year-old spirit herbs he had chosen. As for the rest, he would let these people collect them. When the time came, he would take them. He turned and walked into the distance. Behind him, the Bloody Blade Monarch and Madame Hua hurriedly stood up and respectfully followed behind Lin Xian. Outside, Wan Gang, Hai Yu, and the others had ugly expressions. Fan Hao was anxiously waiting. Brother Lin, nothing must happen to you. Fan Hao prayed in his heart. Hai Yu and Wan Gang snorted. Nothing must happen to him? He's definitely dead. After offending the Bloody Blade Monarch, it would be difficult for him to walk out alive. I thought he was a genius young master who could take us away. I didn't expect him to be a reckless fool. Hai Yu also shook her head. The others' faces were ashen. It seemed that they were really dead this time. Buzz! The door of the hall opened and a figure walked out. It's over. He's here to kill us! Many of the prodigies closed their eyes. Hai Yu and the others were pale with fright. However, in the next moment, they heard Wan Gang roar. What? It's you! How is this possible? How can you not be dead? He was so shocked that it was as if he had seen a ghost. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. When the others heard this, they opened their eyes. What happened? What could make Wan Gang so shocked? They looked in that direction and were all dumbstruck. This was probably the greatest shock they had ever experienced in their lives. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. He was spotless and had his hands behind his back. He wasn't injured at all. He's not dead? And he's not injured at all. How is this possible? Could it be that the Bloody Blade Monarch didn't attack him? But how is this possible? Lin Xian had offended the bloody blade monarch in public. It was already good enough that he wasn't killed for 100 years. But how did he come out alive? Chapter 31:22. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. That was because after Lin Xian came out, two more figures walked out. It was Madame Hua and the bloody blade monarch. However, at this moment, the two of them no longer had their previous arrogance and dignity. They followed behind Lin Xian respectfully as if they were his servants. This scene made everyone feel like they were dreaming. The black armored army in charge of guarding the area were also stunned. Someone even shouted coldly, "Damn brat, why did you come out? Go and die!" That person's attack was only halfway through when it was shattered by a blood-colored blade light. It was the bloody blade monarch. He shouted coldly, "You're courting death! How dare you attack young Master Lin? Kneel!" Hearing this, the surrounding black armored army all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their boss, the bloody blade monarch, was furious. The bloody blade monarch smiled apologetically at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you and disturbed you. Yes. I'll get someone to prepare the best banquet to entertain young Master Lin." Madame Hua also smiled apologetically. If she wasn't afraid of Lin Xian, she would have stuck her entire body to him. In front, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the others all had their mouths wide open. Were they dreaming? Were they under an illusion? The great bloody blade monarch was actually speaking in such a servile manner? What did this Lin Xian do? Who was he? Even Qingqing and the woman in black were stunned. Fan Hao was even more stunned. He felt like he was dreaming. The bloody blade monarch continued, "What are you waiting for? Quickly remove the array for these people." Previously, he had heard Madame Hua say that Lin Xian had come with these people. They should be companions. Hence, he naturally had to release these people now. Hearing this, Hai Yu, Wan Gong, and the others were overjoyed. Were they saved? That was great! Young Master Shin, Yu Min, and the others felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Lin Xian naturally didn't say anything about this. These people were still useful to him. Lin Xian turned to look at the bloody blade king. The bloody blade monarch hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young master. I will do my best to prepare and will not disappoint you." "That's good." Lin Xian nodded and looked at Fang Hao. "Let's go." As he spoke, he walked forward. Fang Hao quickly followed beside him. Seeing this, the others also sped up and left the 10,000 Herbs Hall as if they were fleeing. After leaving the 10,000 Herb Hall, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Among them, Fang Hao was very excited. "Brother Lin, you're fine. That's great. Thank you for your help." He knew that the reason Lin Xian had clashed with the people of 10,000 Herb Hall was all because of him. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive. Qing and the woman in black also walked over to pay their respects, thanking young Master Lin for helping. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Around them, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, Wan Gong, and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. To be honest, they were incomparably surprised. Before this, they had never taken Lin Xian seriously. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to have such great power to make the bloody blade monarch bow. It could be said that they were saved because of this person in front of them. However, it was really difficult for them to thank Lin Xian and the others. They were used to being high and mighty. When had they ever been so grateful to someone of the same age? Therefore, everyone looked at Wan Gong. Because Wan Gong was their leader. Wan Gong took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Thank you very much this time. May I know which sect young Master Lin is from? I, Wan Gong, will definitely visit and thank you someday." "Visit and thank you?" Lin Xian smiled and said. "Don't worry, all of you have a chance to repay me." What did he mean? Wan Gong frowned slightly. "That's right, kid, don't go too far." Young Master Shin snorted coldly. The others were also unhappy. They had already thanked him. What more did he want? What did he mean? You were all going to die. but I saved you from the bloody blade monarch. Now your lives are mine. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wan Gang's face turned cold. What did you say? Our lives are yours? What a joke! Did you think that the bloody blade monarch would dare to attack us just because we were captured? That's right. Hai Yu also screamed. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so long ago. Why did he have to trap us? I'm afraid that he wants to benefit from us. He just wants to make our family bleed. He doesn't dare to kill us. The others also responded. Now that they thought about it, that was indeed the case. It seems that you guys are really reckless. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Then, countless phantoms appeared, densely packed together. The next moment, miserable screams rang out. Wan Gang, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the surrounding people all screamed. Other than Fan Hao, the woman in black, and Qing Qing, everyone else knelt on the ground again. Their legs were broken and turned into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Damn it, you dare to break my legs? I'll kill you! Our family will not let you off! Screams rang out one after another. Wan Gang felt his scalp go numb. The nightmare had appeared again. Previously, at the 10,000 Herb Hall, their legs had been broken by the black-armored captain. Who would have thought that they would suffer the same fate again? Moreover, what shocked Wan Gang even more was that the other party's strength was so strong. He had completely surpassed them. Who was this person? At the side, Qing Qing and the woman in a black dress also opened their little mouths wide and had extremely shocked expressions. Fan Hao was also stunned. Then, he laughed bitterly. It turned out that Lin Xian was so strong. The two kings that the Blood River sect had chased down that day were probably killed by him. In front, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at the wailing scene in front of him and said coldly, "If you dare to scream again, I'll kill you all!" Immediately, everyone in front of him did not dare to make a sound. Even Wan Gang clenched his teeth without uttering a single sound. This was because he did not doubt that the other party would dare to do so. Moreover, they were in Great Armor City, which was too close to the 10,000 Herb Hall. If the other party called the Bloody Blade Lord out, he would kill them. At that time, they would not be able to resist at all. "What do you want?" Wan Gang gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian laughed. "Smart. What's the use of keeping you alive? You've been mocking me since the beginning. Do you really think I don't know? I saved you, but you're not grateful? You still want to push me down on my head? There's no such thing in this world." As he said that, he waved his hand. A jade slip appeared in the air, and countless information poured into the minds of these people. Remember, each of you must collect at least 50 of the spiritual herbs inside, and they must not be less than 5,000 years old. You have 3 months to prepare. When the time comes, I'll personally come to collect them. At this point, Lin Xian put away the jade slip. At the same time, a ball of 9 suns divine fire danced on his finger, then turned into countless flames and entered the glabella of Wan Gang and the others. Chapter 31-23. What? How dare you threaten us? Hai Yu screamed. Young Master Shin roared. Damn brat, I'll fight you to the death. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, countless flames appeared on young Master Shin's body and enveloped him. Young Master Shin screamed. Damn it, get lost! With a cold shout, a blue gourd rushed out from the top of his head. Countless Milky Way flew out and formed a monstrous sea. It enveloped him and tried to extinguish the flames. However, he realized that he could not do it. No matter how many magical powers he used, the flames continued to burn. With a plop, young Master Shin knelt on the ground. I was wrong. Forgive me. I'll definitely help you prepare the spiritual herbs. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames merged into his body and disappeared. Young Master Shin fell to the ground. His body was charred black. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air. The armor on his body, the defensive jade pendant, and the necklace were all shattered. This, everyone was stunned. Those who were kneeling on the ground started to tremble. Demon! This young man was simply a demon. What kind of means was this? It was simply a miracle. Originally, they wanted to join forces with Wan Gong to kill him. But now, they did not dare to do so. Just a look from him could set them on fire. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Damn it! It's the flames he planted in our bodies. Wan Gong clenched his fists. It seemed that he could only agree to the other party's request. After leaving, he would look for his family and sect to find a solution. Therefore, these people all said obediently, "Don't worry, young Master Lin. We'll do our best to find the spiritual herbs for you." Lin Xian nodded and said again, "Also, Fan Hao is my brother. I don't want him to be in any danger in the future. If Fan Hao is hurt, I won't forgive you. Of course, I won't do it. But the Bloody Blade King will do it for me." Hearing this, everyone trembled again. It seemed that the last trace of revenge was gone. "All right, get lost." Lin Xian waved his hand and blew Wan Gong and the others into the sky. Then, he turned to look at Fan Hao. "Let's go and have a drink." Fan Hao froze for a moment, then followed Lin Xian excitedly. Qing Qing and the woman in black were also stunned. However, they soon heard Lin Xian's voice. "Both of you, don't just stand there. Come over together." The two of them were also overjoyed and followed after him. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shen, and the others were blown away. Then, they quickly recovered their legs and left Giant Armor City as if they were fleeing from something. They had to return to their respective clans and sects to discuss how to deal with the situation. They had all seen the information that Lin Xian had given them. Moreover, he had requested for them to be at least 5,000 years old. This was a sky-high price. Although they were all big clans, to come up with such a spirit medicine, at the very least, they would have to use a large amount of their clan's financial resources. They weren't the patriarchs of their families, they were just members of the younger generation. They didn't even know if their families would do this for them. Furthermore, no one would be willing to hand over these king medicines to the other party for free. Especially people like Wan Gong and Hai Yu, they were even more unwilling. Therefore, they had to quickly find a solution. It would be best if they could get rid of the flames in their bodies. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to threaten them anymore. On the other side, in the 1,000-herb hall. In the magnificent hall, corpses and blood were still there. However, at this moment, a few more figures were standing there. Two of them were the Bloody Blade Monarch and Madame Hua. The other figures were the experts who had just arrived at the 1,000-herb hall to look for their elders. When they saw the countless kings' corpses in the hall, their scalps went numb. What kind of battle had happened just now? Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that although a battle between kings was protected by a formation, it would still be earth-shattering. Especially when so many kings attacked together. They would probably tear down the entire 1,000-herb hall. However, they didn't even sense a trace of energy. Therefore, there was only one possibility: instant kill. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. In front, Madame Hua looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and asked carefully, "My lord, what should we do? Should we report this to the Qi clan? Let the Qi clan send experts to kill that kid?" "Nonsense!" The Bloody Blade Monarch suddenly exploded, and a sea of blood surged from his body. Madame Hua was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, trembling. The Bloody Blade Monarch was like a demonic god as he said coldly, "You all saw what happened today. A young man instantly killed more than a dozen kings and defeated the Metal Sword Monarch in one move. Do you think such a person is simple? How could such a person be an ordinary person? Although we are backed by the Qi family, to put it bluntly, we are just dogs of the Qi family. If we really offend an earth-shattering figure, will the Qi clan risk their lives for us?" Madame Hua almost fainted when she heard this. The other elders also fell silent. That was indeed the case. Their 1,000-herb hall was a tyrant in Giant Armor City. They were even infamous in other cities. However, in the eyes of the Qi clan, they were too insignificant. For an existence like the Qi clan, it would be easy for them to kill them. Not to mention the Qi clan, even Lin Xian, who had just left, could kill them easily. It would probably be as easy as blowing off dust. My lord, don't worry. I understand. I won't dare say such things again. Madame Hua begged for mercy. The bloody blade monarch snorted coldly. Get up. Things happen too suddenly. I don't blame you for having such thoughts. As he spoke, he fell silent. He, the bloody blade monarch, was only a rogue cultivator in the past. However, he was able to stand above so many geniuses. What did he rely on? It wasn't his talent or hard work. It was his ability to see through people. With this ability, he relied on countless people and finally managed to climb up the Qi clan's branch. That was how he obtained his current status. Now, the feeling that Lin Xian gave him was too dangerous. He had lived for a few hundred years and naturally knew that this young man was too terrifying and had unparalleled potential. He was definitely a true dragon that couldn't be provoked. He had to treat him carefully. Otherwise, he would probably die without a burial ground. Pass down the order. Send someone to protect Fan Hao in secret. They couldn't let anything happen to him. He could see that Fan Hao was Lin Xian's friend. Previously, it was because Fan Hao was injured that Lin Xian went against the entire Thousand Herb Hall. He couldn't detect the whereabouts of someone like Lin Xian. Furthermore, he didn't dare to do so. Therefore, the only way he could curry favor with Lin Xian was to protect Fan Hao, and even give him many benefits. The elders beside him frowned. They didn't know where this kid came from. We have heard of most of the geniuses on the cloud-returning planet. However, this person before us seems very unfamiliar. We don't know. The bloody blade monarch shook his head. Perhaps our qualifications are too low, and we can't understand the top level. Chapter 31-24. That was indeed the case. Everyone sighed. Although they were powerful, the cloud-returning planet was too big. Their myriad herb hall was nothing. Not to mention the 10,000 herb hall, even though the Qi family behind them was a colossus, they weren't the best. There were still other families that were stronger than the Qi family. Furthermore, there was another possibility. The bloody blade monarch spoke again. The other elders were puzzled. What possibility? He might not be from the cloud-returning planet. What? As soon as he said that, the elders trembled and almost knelt on the ground in fright. Madame Hua almost fainted from fright. If he wasn't from the cloud-returning planet, could he be from another planet? I'm just guessing. However, many unfamiliar faces have come to the cloud-returning planet recently. You have to know that the ancient starry sky path has already opened. The cloud-returning planet is a very important stop. It's not strange for geniuses from other planets to come here. If he really is a genius who has stepped onto the ancient starry sky path, you should know how to treat him. The elders were covered in cold sweat. Of course they knew. A genius who had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path was walking the path of a great emperor. All of them were top-notch geniuses. If they provoked such a person, they wouldn't even know how they died. After knowing how terrifying Lin Xian was, the bloody blade monarch and the others were even more in awe. Therefore, they hurried to take action. First, they sent people to secretly protect Fan Hao. Secondly, they had to do their best to collect the spirit herbs that Lin Xian had left behind. Of course, the bloody blade monarch still had to make a trip to the Qi family to report what had happened. On the other side, the four of them were seated in an exquisite and antique private room. There were 2 men and 2 women. They were Lin Xian's group. The woman in the black dress and Qingqing were sizing up Lin Xian with curious eyes. Through their conversations along the way, Lin Xian had learned that the woman in the black dress was called Neilin Yanran. Neilin Yanran seemed to be very interested in Lin Xian. She kept beating around the bush, but in the end she still couldn't figure out where Lin Xian had come from. Young Master Lin, what are your plans? Neilin Yanran asked softly. Qingqing and Fan Hao were also watching nervously. Lin Xian drummed his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Next, I will continue to collect spiritual herbs. I need a lot of spiritual herbs, about 1,000 types. Moreover, the years needed were also relatively old, so they had to do their best to collect them. Of course, there was one more thing, but it was up to fate. That is, I'm looking for a furnace. Furnace? Could it be that young Master Lin is an alchemist? Qing Qing cried out. Nalin Yenran's eyes also lit up. Fan Hao was even more shocked. Alchemist was an occupation that was closely related to martial arts. It had always been sought after by many martial artists. Those alchemy grandmasters were treated as honored guests by the major families. After all, medicinal pills were seriously too important to martial artists. Regardless of whether it was recovery, treatment, breakthroughs, or survival, it could be used at any time. That's right, I am indeed an alchemist. Lin Xian nodded. In his opinion, this might be a very good identity. Moreover, it would help him to collect the spirit herbs he needed faster. No wonder. Nalin Yenran and the others were shocked. No wonder Lin Xian wanted to collect so many spiritual herbs. It turned out that he was an alchemist. Oh right, young Master Lin, if you want a furnace, maybe I know a place. Nalin Yenran suddenly said. Oh, what place? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He did need a furnace. Previously, he had the 1,000-beast cauldron, but it was not enough now. Most of the pills he refined were for invincible kings. In the future, he would even refine pills for half-saints and sages. Therefore, he had to find a new furnace. The Void Divine Furnace was indeed good, but with Lin Xian's current strength, he could not control it. A few months later, there would be a grand event. At that event, some treasures would be introduced. Among them, there was a furnace that was said to be very impressive. Are you talking about the Tianfang Pavilion? I know about it too. At that time, it would probably attract countless alchemists, experts, and geniuses. It was a grand event, Qing Qing said from the side. Fang Hao nodded. Obviously, they all knew about it. The Tianfang Pavilion? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he would have to make a trip there when the time came. Everyone chatted until late at night. The next day, Lin Xian bade farewell to the three of them. After all, both sides had their own things to do. Lin Xian also wanted to take a look around the cloud-returning planet. Brother Lin, goodbye. Fan Hao looked at Lin Xian, his heart filled with emotions. On the other hand, Nalin Yenran waved her small hand. Young Master Lin, see you at the Tianfang Pavilion. Lin Xian waved his hand, turned into a flash of sword light, and disappeared into the sky. Then, he summoned the little white monkey. This guy's treasure hunting ability was unparalleled. The little white monkey controlled the treasure bowl and pointed in a direction. Lin Xian increased his speed. A few days later he stopped. Below was an endless dark swamp. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes and could sense the many auras coming from below. Among them, there were many auras that made him feel refreshed. It seemed that this was really a treasure trove. His figure flashed, and he brought the little white monkey into the forest below. In the dark swamp below, there were countless figures moving. These people were all invincible kings. There were dozens of them. The leader was a cold-looking woman in white. She was very eye-catching in the dark swamp. Second miss, we've been walking for many days, but we still haven't found it. Is the news fake? An old man beside her frowned and asked. The woman in white called Second Miss said coldly, continue searching. Even if it takes 8 to 10 years, you must find it. Hearing this, the invincible kings behind her sped up. There was even a majestic array in the sky that spread out in all directions as they moved. There was an ancient mirror above the woman in white's head. It shone in all directions and emitted thousands of auras. It was obvious that they were looking for something. The woman in white was called Shi Siyu. She was the little princess of the Qi family, and had a high status. This time, she came to the dark swamp to find a spirit medicine called the sky silkworm fruit. This was because an old ancestor of the Qi family was seriously injured, and it was getting worse. If he couldn't be cured, he would probably die in less than 10 years. This was an outcome that the Qi family didn't want to see. However, the Qi family had searched for countless methods over the years, but they couldn't cure the old ancestor. Recently, Chisiyu saw in an ancient book that there might be hope for the sky silkworm fruit. Therefore, she asked around and finally found a trace of information. In the depths of the dark swamp, there was a sky silkworm fruit. Therefore, Chisiyu brought a large number of invincible kings to search for it. However, they had been searching for a month and hadn't found it. The dark swamp was too vast. If they searched aimlessly, they probably wouldn't be able to finish searching in a few years. Fortunately, Chisiyu was the little princess of the Qi family, and had many treasures in her hands. Therefore, she was confident that she could greatly reduce the search time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 31:25. What's going on? The invincible kings stopped and were bewildered. Chisiyu was overjoyed. There was a reaction. It seemed that the sky silkworm fruit was nearby. Increase the range! She shouted and formed a seal with her palms. The ancient mirror above her head suddenly erupted with light, and beams of light shot out in all directions. The others looked on with joy. Was there finally going to be a result? It's on the left. Follow me! The group of people quickly attacked, tore through the void, and flew into the distance. In front of them, a white light lit up. It was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark swamp, so Chisiyu saw it in an instant. There it was! Judging from its shape, it really seemed to be the sky silkworm fruit. Many invincible kings behind also saw it. Although it was only a glance, they would not be mistaken. It was a white fruit that looked like a silkworm lying there. In an instant, it disappeared into the darkness. Great, I finally found it. Chisiyu was very happy. Her figure flickered and rushed forward. However, in the next moment, her expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side. A strange roar came from the darkness ahead. Then, the void broke open, and more than 10 black shadows rushed out. Whoosh! Accompanying them was a demonic aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, sand and rocks flew, and lightning interweaved around. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. Not good, it's a demonic beast. The invincible kings behind them also changed their expressions. Hurry up and attack! An old man roared and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. Boundless sword she swept out like the Milky Way and slashed forward. The other invincible kings also attacked with all kinds of divine abilities. The void was torn open, and the darkness rolled. The dozen or so black shadows also appeared in front of everyone. There were more than a dozen bats, and each of them was a 9-star demonic beast king. A gentle flap of their wings was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Not good, it's the soul-devouring bats. Everyone be careful! Chisiyu shouted in a low voice. She also pulled out a silver long sword and swept it in all directions. The other invincible kings also moved quickly. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out. On the other side, a red figure descended into the dark swamp. It was Lin Xian. The little white monkey standing on his shoulder was very excited. The treasure bowl above its head shone with a mysterious light. From time to time, it would snatch spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs from the air. One's own line, the little white monkey was very happy. Lin Xian activated his Tianji God eyes and scanned his surroundings. As his soul dispersed, his brows suddenly twitched. There was a chaotic energy ahead. It seemed like there was a battle going on. A dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him as he quickly flew forward. Up ahead, the divine abilities that filled the sky disappeared, and a bloody mist drifted about. More than 10 soul-devouring bats were smashed to pieces, and their corpses fell into the swamp and were swallowed up. Chisiyu heaved a sigh of relief. She had brought more than 30 invincible kings with her this time, and all of them were powerful. A dozen soul-devouring bats were nothing in their eyes. Boom! After dealing with these soul-devouring bats, Chisiyu and the rest continued forward. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Immediately after, a violent force once again came from the darkness ahead. It made one's soul tremble and want to kneel down. Not good. Chisiyu stopped, and the 30 invincible kings behind her also looked serious. There were also demonic beasts. They knew that there were powerful demonic beasts guarding around the treasures. They thought that there were only a dozen soul-devouring bats before. Now, it seemed that it was not that simple. In the darkness, there was an even more terrifying existence. Boom! Boom! A deep sound rang out, and the roar was like 100,000 thunder descending. An enormous figure walked out from the crowd. Not good, it was the demonic lightning ape. That was an extinct mutated species of heaven and earth. Why would it appear here? The old man's pupils constricted. Chisiyu also became nervous. The demonic lightning ape was an extremely terrifying demonic beast king. Its physique was strong, and it could use the violent power of thunder. It had already gone extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought that there would be one hidden in this dark swamp? Don't worry, second miss, we have more people this time. Even if it's a mutated species of heaven and earth, so what? A middle-aged man snorted coldly. He had a long spear in his hand that was as ferocious as a dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a cold snort, the long spear swept out, turning into an eternal light that flew out. The spear pierced through the 9 heavens, and countless runes danced in the air, piercing towards the demonic lightning ape's head. Boom! A hint of disdain appeared in the demonic lightning ape's huge eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a gust of demonic wind. Whoosh! A powerful storm tore the heavens and earth apart, and it actually shattered the spear light into pieces. Not good, quickly defend. The expressions of the invincible kings and Chisiyu changed. They all activated their king domains to cover their bodies. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering collision sounds rang out. They felt as if 100,000 mountains had smashed onto their bodies, causing their bodies to tremble. These people kept retreating, and the blood in their bodies churned. Damn it, how could this beast be so strong? One of the invincible kings had an ugly expression. The others were even more frightened. Just a gust of demonic wind had caused them to suffer minor injuries. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would not be a match for the other party. As expected of an extinct mutated species of heaven and earth, it was indeed strong. Chisiyu gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, turned her head, and said in a delicate voice, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this. Don't worry, second miss, we have already prepared. That's right, with that array, we can definitely kill this beast." Voices rang out one after another. Chisiyu nodded. She was not too worried because they had a set of array in their hands. With more than 30 invincible kings working together to use this array, the power of the array would definitely be beyond imagination. No matter how strong the thunder demonic ape was, it would not be able to withstand it. Buzz! Buzz! More than 30 invincible kings quickly formed the array. Array runes appeared under their feet and spread out in the dark swamp. A terrifying and ferocious aura completely enveloped the thunder demonic ape. Roar! The thunder demonic ape also roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The endless swamp cracked open, and the space kept shattering. He felt threatened, so he took the initiative to attack. Boom! A huge black claw fell from the sky, bringing with it a sky full of thunder. It smashed down like a thunder hammer. Suddenly, the array runes kept flickering. More than 30 invincible kings roared and instantly counterattacked. In the sky, 2 balls of energy collided rapidly, and then exploded. The vast darkness was completely boiling. In the distance, Lin Xian was flying. Suddenly, he felt a violent energy fluctuation in front of him, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. What a violent aura! It was much stronger than before. He wondered who it was. He stomped his feet and increased his speed again. Not long after, he saw an intense battle in front of him. Although the energy was violent, he could see it clearly with his heavenly secret god eyes. A black ape as tall as a mountain was constantly attacking, and each attack was accompanied by monstrous thunder. Chapter 31:26. Of course, he knew about these exotic beasts. Wooji on his shoulder, the little white monkey curled its lips in disdain, as if it didn't take the demonic thunder ape seriously at all. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, then looked into the distance again. There were more than 30 figures around the demonic thunder ape, and they were all connected by a formation. Terrifying sword chi, tsunamis, and flames soared into the sky, bombarding the demonic thunder ape. It was a very powerful formation with more than 30 invincible kings working together. It seemed like they were a powerful force. Were these people hunting the demonic thunder ape? However, it made sense. After all, it was a rare exotic beast. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. No, I can feel another aura. The little white monkey also flew up and floated in the air. It looked around and scratched its ears and cheeks. Buzz! Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and they could pierce through the 9 heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he saw a white fruit in the endless darkness. It was like a silkworm lying there. What's that? His heart beat wildly. Sky silkworm fruit. There was a sky silkworm fruit here. He was too excited because the sky silkworm fruit was an extremely important spiritual herb for refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Previously, he couldn't find it in the 1000 Herb Hall. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to get news of the Sky Silkworm Kingdom. He didn't expect to find one here. Moreover, judging from the aura and appearance of the Sky Silkworm fruit, it should be quite old, at least 5,000 years old. He had to get his hands on it. Lin Xian's eyes were burning, and the little white monkey beside him was also making noises. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Little guy, I can't let you eat this. I'll find another spiritual fruit for you." Huff! The little white monkey let out a breath, looking very unhappy. However, it soon nodded and stretched out a little paw, as if it was bargaining with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, I'll brew some supreme-grade spiritual wine for you." This little fellow was a drunkard. The little white monkey's expression was that of a deal. He began to activate the treasure basin, but soon, he looked at Lin Xian and shook his head slightly. Was it too far away? All right, then let's get closer. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he rapidly approached. Roar! In front of them, the fierce battle was still going on. The thunder demonic ape was too powerful. Although more than 30 invincible kings had formed a formation, they were still unable to do anything to it. In fact, he was even showing signs of being suppressed. This made Qi Siyu very shocked. What kind of demonic beast was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? Fortunately, she had made sufficient preparations this time. Otherwise, she would have lost her life here if she had rushed forward rashly. Suddenly, the thunder demonic ape spat out 100,000 lightning bolts. Its huge head looked into the distance as its body trembled slightly. What's going on? He felt a suppression coming from his bloodline. But how was that possible? Was there anything that could suppress him? He was an extraordinarily powerful mutated species of heaven and earth. Was it an illusion? The thunder demonic ape snorted coldly and turned around again. He stared at the despicable humans around him and began to attack. Qi Siyu also shouted. The invincible kings around her counterattacked crazily. Today, they had to kill this beast here. None of them noticed that a figure was floating rapidly and merging into the void, heading toward the darkness ahead. Is it done? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded and activated the treasure basin again. The treasure basin emitted a mysterious power, and rays of golden light appeared on the little white monkey's body. Suddenly, there was an additional item in the treasure basin. It was the sky silkworm fruit. Got it! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to leave. However, the thunder demonic ape that was fighting in front of them suddenly roared, and the aura on its body suddenly erupted. Streaks of blood-red runes covered his black gold body. In the next moment, it completely blasted open the formation. More than 30 invincible kings were sent flying while vomiting blood. Chisiyu also suffered a violent impact. She had the ancient mirror floating above her head, and thousands of rays of light shone down to save her life. Even so, the blood in her body was boiling, and her jade-like face was pale. Not good, this beast is going berserk. The invincible king's bodies began to tremble. It was too terrifying. They couldn't defeat the other party even after joining forces. Moreover, now that the other party had gone berserk, their lives were probably in danger. What surprised them was that after the thunder demonic ape went berserk, it didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it suddenly turned around and stared at the endless darkness ahead. Roar! He opened his mouth, and endless energy and thunder gathered, forming a lightning ball that he threw forward. Boom! This lightning ball carried a blood-red light. As soon as it appeared, more than 30 invincible kings and Chisiyu all trembled. It was too terrifying. If the other party used this attack, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Who was the other party attacking? They didn't know. In an instant, the lightning ball tore through the void, crashed forward, and then suddenly exploded. Not good, retreat! Chisiyu and the invincible kings fled crazily. They quickly activated their armor and king domains to defend. Pooh! Whoosh! They were sent flying. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of white. Endless thunder surged as if it was about to destroy the world. It lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. The dark demonic ape was still incomparably furious. Its eyes stared straight ahead. The invincible kings in the surroundings were even more seriously injured. Many of them even had half of their bodies shattered. Fortunately, they didn't die. At this moment, they quickly swallowed pills to recover their bodies. They floated in the void and watched from afar. What was that beast attacking? Chisiyu's expression was even more unsightly. Wasn't that where the sky silkworm fruit was? Could it be that the beast wanted to destroy the sky silkworm fruit? Or was there something wrong with the sky silkworm fruit? When she thought of this, her heart jumped to her throat. These people were extremely nervous. The thunder demonic ape roared uneasily. Its eyes were like rainbows, piercing through the void and staring straight ahead. In front of them, darkness rolled and thunder roared. It was a scene of destruction. However, in the end, the energy slowly dissipated. Then, the darkness was like a tide, slapping to both sides, and a figure appeared. That damned beast is so sharp. It actually discovered me. A young man in red appeared in the void, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. There's someone! There's someone in front! Chisiyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The kings in the surroundings were also going crazy. When did someone go over? Why didn't they know? Could it be that the person stole the sky silkworm fruit, and that's why the thunder demonic ape is so angry? The old man said what he thought. Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, anger appeared on their faces, and their eyes burned with anger. Damn it, we were fighting to the death with the thunder demonic ape, but someone stole the fruit in secret? That made them very unhappy. Chapter 31:27. The demonic thunder ape roared. It could feel that the sky silkworm fruit had disappeared. Needless to say, it was done by the red-clothed young man in front of it. With a furious roar, its huge claws grabbed forward with thunder in the sky. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder rang out as if a thunder mountain had descended from the sky. Reckless beast, I wanted to let you live. Since that's the case, you can reincarnate. The red-clothed young man snorted coldly as his eyes emitted a golden light. The next moment, he raised his finger and pointed forward. As he pointed, a ball of flame appeared on his fingertip. Then, it shone brightly like a blazing sun. A sword chi flew out from the middle and soared into the sky. Boom! The thunderbolts in the sky were torn apart. Nothing could stop the sword chi wherever it passed. Roar! The demonic thunder ape roared uneasily and wanted to escape. However, the sword was too fast. In an instant, its head was chopped off. Puff! Demonic blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. The huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The head spun in the air, and the eyes on it were filled with fear. What? The demonic thunder ape was killed. Behind them, Chisiyu and the 30-odd kings were all dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled. Who was this person? Was he a saint? They could not help but kneel down and worship him. One had to know that the 30-odd kings had formed a powerful formation, but they could not do anything to the demonic thunder ape. They were even suppressed. Moreover, when the demonic thunder ape went berserk, it directly injured them. But now, the young man in front of them had killed such a terrifying demonic beast with a single finger. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. The anger from before also disappeared. Did the other party get the sky silkworm fruit by cheating? What a joke! The other party probably did not care about the demonic thunder ape. Otherwise, he would have killed the demonic thunder ape and all of them. No one would have been able to escape. Oh, oh, oh! The snow-white monkey let out a cheerful cry. Its black eyes stared at the corpse of the demonic thunder ape in front of it. Lin Xian was shocked. Little guy, you're interested in this? Whitey let out a cry and rushed forward. The one who attacked just now was Lin Xian, but he didn't expect the snow-white monkey to have such a reaction. The next moment, even he was stunned. The snow-white monkey landed on the body of the demonic thunder ape, and the corpse began to tremble. Countless blood-colored runes appeared and surged into the snow-white monkey's body. The mountain-like body also slowly shrank, before finally disappearing into thin air. It was actually being absorbed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that the little white monkey was indeed mysterious. He had previously speculated that the little white monkey should be a mutated species of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was extremely likely that it was a member of the royal family of the ancient royal family. However, he had seen many far ancient royal clan members before, but he had never seen one that was so similar to the little white monkey. Woodgie Whitey floated back shakily. Its little belly was bulging, as if it had eaten too much. Lin Xian was amused. He took it and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute! Right at this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Immediately, more than 30 invincible kings behind him trembled. The old man even shouted, "Second miss, please don't be rash." He thought that Chisiyu still wanted to snatch the spirit fruit. They knew that Chisiyu was here to look for the sky silkworm fruit. Now that the sky silkworm fruit had been snatched away, the second miss of the Chi family would definitely not let it go. However, these invincible kings were bitter. If it was an ordinary person, they would have gone up long ago. Even if it was someone at the perfected stage of the invincible realm, they would not be afraid. However, the young man in front of them was too strange. He killed a top monster king with one finger, and the monkey beside him was even more mysterious. They must not provoke such a person. Otherwise, all of them would be killed. Chisiyu ignored the old man's warning and said again, "Young master, please wait." At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Sigh. Seeing this scene, the old man shook his head and sighed. He also followed him. More than 30 invincible kings followed quickly. They could not let the second miss be in danger. Chisiyu came to the front and asked quickly, "Young master, did you get the sky silkworm fruit?" He did not do it. Lin Xian nodded slightly without hiding anything. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The sky silkworm fruit has no owner. Although you guys came here first, with your strength, you can't defeat the thunder demon ape, let alone snatch the sky silkworm fruit. So, I didn't snatch the sky silkworm fruit from your hands?" Lin Xian had no grudges with these people, which was why he explained. If it were other experts, they would have killed them long ago. "I know that," Chisiyu said. "Young master, the sky silkworm fruit is very important to me, so I'm willing to pay any price to buy it." "Young master, name a price. Cultivation techniques, mystical abilities, resources, as long as you name it, I'll definitely satisfy you." Don't doubt me, I'm a disciple of the Qi family. With the Qi family's wealth, I won't let you down. Oh, the Qi family? Lin Xian was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the force behind the Thousand Herb Hall was the Qi family. He didn't expect to meet the Qi family as soon as he left the Thousand Herb Hall. However, Lin Xian still shook his head slightly. No need, the sky silkworm fruit is also very important to me. So, no matter the price, I won't give it away. He was right. The sky silkworm fruit was a very important spiritual herb for refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. How could Lin Xian give it away? Hearing this, the surrounding invincible kings were stunned and then became nervous. It seemed that neither side would give in. Would the second miss throw a tantrum at this time? Would she attack directly? If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to defeat the young man in front of them. Therefore, these people were extremely nervous. Qi Siyu was also stunned, and then her eyes dimmed. She didn't expect the other party to directly refuse without any room for negotiation. This made her heart fall into the abyss. Since there was no exchange and she couldn't defeat the other party, then this time, they wouldn't be able to get the sky silkworm fruit. When she thought of the Qi family's patriarch's injury, Qi Siyu felt extremely desperate. You seem to be determined to get the sky silkworm fruit? What's the reason? Lin Xian suddenly said. He didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but he suddenly remembered that the Qi family was an existence even more terrifying than the Thousand Herb Hall. If the Qi family owed him a favor and helped him collect spiritual herbs, then the speed of collection would be greatly increased. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Qi Siyu took a deep breath and quickly explained the matter. Chapter 31-28. We don't know either. It's been 300 years. We've invited countless experts and pill kings to treat him, but they're all helpless. I recently read about the sky silkworm fruit in an ancient book. It might be helpful for the patriarch's injuries, so I brought people to look for it. You're saying that your patriarch went to the fallen abyss 300 years ago. Then, he was injured and never recovered, right? Lin Xian asked again. Qi Siyu nodded. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He already had a guess in his heart. The fallen abyss was filled with demonic qi. He must have been injured or poisoned by some demonic creature. In the pill saint's notes, there happened to be a pill that could treat demonic qi or demonic poison. I wonder what benefits I'll get if I can cure your patriarch? Lin Xian asked indifferently. What? Qi Siyu was stunned, then ecstasy appeared on her face. The more than 30 invincible kings were also stunned. They didn't expect things to take such a turn. Can you really cure our patriarch? Qi Siyu's voice was trembling. Lin Xian said indifferently. Don't be too happy. According to your description, I only have a 50% chance. 50%. That was already a lot. As long as you can cure our patriarch, no matter what you want, my Qi family will definitely satisfy you. Is that so? What I want is very precious. Your Qi family might not be able to give it to me. Don't worry, young master. As long as you can cure our patriarch, our Qi family will give you our lives. Qi Siyu clenched her fists. She had even decided to sacrifice herself. Even if the other party wanted her, she would agree. However, Lin Xian didn't have such thoughts. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the injured patriarch was very important to the Qi family. Since that was the case, it would be easy. He needed more than 1,300 spiritual herbs to refine the Saint Breakthrough Pill. He already had 300 of them. He handed the rest to the Thousand Herb Hall, Wangang, Haiyu, and the other families to collect. However, he knew that the Thousand Herb Hall, Wangang, Haiyu, and the other families could only collect a portion at most. Among them, the sky silkworm fruit was extremely precious and rare. Those forces couldn't collect it at all. Perhaps only the Qi family could do it. All right, take me there then. I need to take a look at the Qi family's old ancestor's illness before I can make a conclusion. Young master, please. Qi Siyu was very happy and quickly led the way. The 30 or so invincible kings also let out sighs of relief. Great, there was no need to fight. After all, they knew that the young man before them was a lot more terrifying than the lightning demonic ape. The group of people left the dark swamp and flew towards the distance. A few days later, they arrived at a spirit mountain. The old ancestor had specially chosen a place to heal himself. The scenery here wasn't bad, Chi Siyu explained. Lin Xian looked around and nodded slightly. He could tell that this was not the Qi family's headquarters. But it didn't matter to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Chi Siyu didn't mind. Along the way, she had already figured out Lin Xian's temper. The mysterious young man before him didn't like to talk much. Therefore, Chi Siyu hurriedly took out a small flag and waved it lightly. Immediately, the clouds below rolled and formed a path. Young master, please. Chi Siyu led the way again, Lin Xian and the others followed behind. There were also many figures moving below. The second miss had returned. Exclamations could be heard. The second miss must have brought back the sky silkworm fruit. Our old ancestor can be saved. The Qi family warriors below were very excited. Sister, did you bring the sky silkworm fruit? A few young men also ran over with shining eyes. Chi Siyu shook her head slightly. I didn't bring the sky silkworm fruit, but I found a way to cure the old ancestor. Chi Siyu turned around and said respectfully, Young master, it's already late today. Why don't you rest here for the night? I'll bring you to see the old ancestor the next day. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Next, Chi Siyu personally led Lin Xian to stay in the Spirit Mountain. At night, in another hall of the Spirit Mountain, Chi Siyu and many Qi family warriors gathered together. Although this was only the place where the old ancestor rested, there were many guards and experts here, far more than the 1,000-herb hall. One could imagine how terrifying the Qi family was. Sister, you didn't bring the sky silkworm fruit? The sky silkworm fruit is in that kid's hands? You said he can save the old ancestor? As Chi Siyu recounted what had happened, exclamations could be heard. They found it hard to believe. What right did a young man have to say such big words? One had to know that in the past 300 years, the Qi family had found many experts, but none of them could save the old ancestor. Every single one of those experts was a powerhouse who could suppress a region, or a world-renowned alchemy king. However, they were helpless. What right did a very young kid have? Even the older experts' eyes flickered. At this moment, a young man stood up and said, Sister, I think that kid is just spouting nonsense. He wants to take advantage of the Qi family. Why don't we just attack and kill him? Take the sky silkworm fruit from him. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the Qi family elders shone with a piercing cold light. However, Chi Siyu suddenly stood up and shook her head frantically. No! In addition to her, more than 30 invincible kings also stood up and hurriedly said, No, we can't attack. That kid is very powerful. They immediately recounted how Lin Xian had killed the demonic thunder ape with one finger. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Even the few young men who had suggested to attack were so scared that they shrunk their necks. Some of them even had their legs trembling. According to Chi Siyu, more than 30 invincible kings formed a powerful killing formation, but they could not do anything to the demonic thunder ape. Instead, they were killed in one move. The gap between them was simply too great. Could it be that this kid was some earth-shattering big shot? Many people were puzzled. Right at that moment, several people of the older generation looked to Chi Siyu. Second miss, what do you plan to do? Chi Siyu took a deep breath and said, Don't provoke young Master Lin. All of you, serve me well. Whoever dares to provoke him, don't blame me for being rude. Although Chi Siyu was only the second miss, her status was much more honorable. As soon as she said that, the martial artists in the hall did not dare to act presumptuously anymore. The next day, Chi Siyu waited outside Lin Xian's door early in the morning. She did not rush him. Instead, she waited quietly like this. Behind her, there were still some other martial artists following. Some were young, and some were elders. These people were very shocked. They had never seen the second miss wait so respectfully for someone. Chapter 31-29. Especially those young warriors. Although they had heard that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had not seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they did not believe it. At this moment, they looked a little dissatisfied. However, with Chisiyu here, they did not dare to be presumptuous. They knew very well how powerful their second sister was. The group of people waited just like that. After about 2 hours, the door in front of them slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out in his red robe. "Mr. Lin, you're awake?" A smile appeared on Chisiyu's face instantly. The older generation and the younger martialists behind her couldn't stop looking at Lin Xian. Those older generation figures were very surprised that they could not see through Lin Xian's strength. This shocked them. As for those young warriors, they curled their lips and looked disdainful. What's the big deal? They did not feel any terrifying aura from him. Lin Xian did not care about these people's gazes at all. How could these people understand his realm? He looked at Chisiyu and said indifferently, "All right, take me to see your ancestor." "Mr. Lin, this way please." Chisiyu led the way in front. After walking for a while, Chisiyu stopped. There was a lake in front of them. Beside it was a small bamboo house. There were spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and spiritual bamboo planted in it. It was a peaceful and quiet scene. It was completely different from the golden and dazzling outside. "The ancestor is inside," Chisiyu said. Then she asked the people behind her to wait. Only she and Lin Xian walked in. In front of the lake, there was an old man with white hair. He was holding a fishing rod in his hand and seemed to be fishing. He looked like an ordinary old man from a farmer's house. He did not look like the ancestor of a big family at all. When Lin Xian saw him, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Like him, the old man did not emit any terrifying aura. This old man was at least a half-saint. He could sense an astonishing power from the other party. That power was even more powerful than the power of Tao. However, it was different from the power of a saint that he felt. Therefore, he guessed that he should be a half-saint. A half-saint was already a terrifying existence. After all, a saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. There weren't many of them. Moreover, most of them chose to cultivate in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. It could be said that there were very few walking saints. Most of them were used as a foundation to suppress others. Just like the dark turmoil that Lin Xian had experienced previously, countless saints had attacked, and even super saints had descended. Such a scene could be said to be hard to come by in millions of years. A half-saint was already a terrifying existence. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the old man in front turned his head. "See you are here." However, when he saw an unfamiliar young man standing beside Chisiyu, he was slightly taken aback. "Is this the young Master Lin you were talking about?" He naturally knew that Chisiyu had found a young man to treat his illness. However, he hadn't expected this young man to be so young. In his opinion, the other party should be at least a few 100 years old, but he didn't expect that to be the case. The other party was truly very young, so young that he found it hard to believe. Did such a person really have the ability to cure him? He was very suspicious. However, in the next moment, the old man's pupils abruptly shrank, revealing a trace of shock. "Old man, if I am not wrong, you should have been injured by the Yin demon." After hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly, and his robes fluttered without any wind. A terrifying aura surged out, as if a peerless beast had awakened. The other party could tell at a glance. How could he not be shocked? One should know that even Chisiyu didn't know about this matter. As expected, Chisiyu's face was blank. However, when she saw the expression of her family's patriarch, she knew that she had found the right person. "Young Master Lin, please. I hope you can forgive me for not being a good host." The Chi family's patriarch waved his hand, and instantly, a table made of 3,000-year-old Suzuki wood flew out from his storage ring. On top of it were 2 teacups and a pot of tea. The teacups and pot were made of a special type of divine crystal. They were crystal clear and carried a strong power. "This is 7,000-year-old spiritual tea. Young Master Lin, have a taste. As he spoke, the Qi family's patriarch personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Lin Xian. Qi Siyu stood respectfully at the side. Lin Xian sat down casually, took a sip, and nodded slightly. Not bad, it was indeed a good tea. There were many types of spiritual tea, especially the precious ones. A 7,000-year-old spiritual tea was very rare. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. This is nothing compared to those top spiritual teas. It can't even compare to the legendary Enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He knew that this was an extremely precious spiritual tea. Ordinary people couldn't taste it at all. Not to mention them, even saints couldn't taste it at all. Because it was said that only emperors could enjoy it. It was said that there was an enlightenment tea in the true spirit world. However, it was in a forbidden zone that even saints didn't dare to enter. Perhaps only a true great emperor would be able to enter the forbidden zone and obtain the Tao comprehending tea. After drinking a cup of spiritual tea, the Qi family's patriarch asked in a low voice, Young Master Lin, how did you know that I was injured by the Yin demon? This was something that even Siyu didn't know about. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I heard from Siyu that you were injured because you fell into the abyss. The demonic qi inside was extremely terrifying, and with the old man's skills, it was definitely not an ordinary place. Although you looked normal on the surface, there was a black demonic rune flickering in your body. After thinking about it, I guessed that you were injured by the Yin demon. This thing was extremely terrifying. It was formed after tens of thousands of years. Even a half-saint or saint might not be able to remove it. That was why the Qi family's patriarch had been tortured for the past 300 years, to the point of despair. To be honest, if you can't cure me, I'm afraid I can only live for another 10 years. That was true. Lin Xian could feel that the blood in the old man's body had dried up. He could only live for another 10 years or so. However, he only smiled confidently. No worries. If it was other things, I wouldn't be so confident. But this is the Yin demon. I'm 100% confident that I can cure you. Hearing this, the Qi family's patriarch's hand trembled, spilling the spiritual tea. Qi Siyu's mouth was wide open in disbelief. The Qi family's patriarch was a half-saint who had lived for more than 2,000 years. What hadn't he seen before? But now, his hand was trembling. One could imagine how shocked he was. Chapter 31:30. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, it's true. As long as you refine a pill, your Yin demon will disappear. A pill? What pill? Could it be that you're an alchemist? The Qi family patriarch was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I'm an alchemist. However, this medicinal pill is incomparably precious. Thus, the Qi clan will have to prepare the ingredients for the concoction. No problem. Although the Qi family isn't the most powerful family, it's still a big family. We can still take out the spiritual herbs. The Qi family patriarch was very confident. Lin Xian took out a jade slip and used his soul to engrave the information of the spiritual herbs on it. The Qi family patriarch took it, and his face changed. What's wrong, patriarch? Qi Siyu, who was standing by the side, was also very puzzled. She also used her soul to enter the jade slip. In the next moment, she exclaimed because she realized that the spiritual herbs in the jade slip were too precious. Especially the most important one, the red sun ebony. It was a kind of tree that was rumored to be the tree where the golden crow stayed. The golden crow was a mythical beast in the legends, along with the qilin and the phoenix. It was too difficult to find such a thing. Other than the red sun ebony, the other spiritual herbs were also very precious. No wonder Lin Xian said to let the Qi family prepare it themselves. Because even Lin Xian couldn't take out such a thing, the Qi family could only rely on themselves. Why is it difficult? Lin Xian asked. The Qi family patriarch took a deep breath and clenched his fist. No, the Qi family can still find it. One had to know that with his half-sage cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 1,000 or 2,000 years. If he couldn't cure his illness, he could only live for another 10 years. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, not to mention the red sun ebony, even if it was a legendary spiritual herb, he would do whatever it took to find it. Lin Xian nodded and continued. Other than the red sun ebony, it's best to prepare 3 sets of the other spiritual herbs. Because this is the first time I'm refining it. The chief family patriarch understood this point. No matter how powerful an alchemist was, there was still a chance of failure. Therefore, most alchemists would prepare a few more sets of spiritual herbs. Lin Xian did the same. He had also collected 3 portions of the breakthrough sage elixir. Although it was 3 sets, if other alchemists were to know about it, they would be shocked. Because the higher the grade of the pill saint alchemist, the success rate was 1%, or even 1,000th of the saint pill. In other words, one might not even 1,000 pills. The fact that Lin Xian had collected 3 sets meant that he was confident that he could increase the success rate to 1/3. Is the heaven defying the heavens? The pill that Lin Xian was going to refine was called the Red Sun Golden Crow pill. It was a type of pill recorded in the pill saint's notes. According to the records in the notebook, there was someone who was injured by this kind of Yin demon. Moreover, that person was a saint, which was even more terrifying than a half-saint. In the end, he consumed the Crimson Sun Golden Crow pill and successfully healed his injuries, eliminating the Yin demon. Therefore, Lin Xian was very confident. Even the injuries of saints were healed, let alone those of half-saints. After that, Lin Xian left. Although the Qi family was large, it would take a long time for them to collect all these pills. Lin Xian could not wait any longer. He wanted to go to other places to collect the spiritual herbs for the Saint Breakthrough pill. Before leaving, Qi Siyu gave him a voice-transmitting jade pendant. He could contact her at any time. She asked, "Where have you been recently, young Master Lin? You won't go far in the next few months. By the way, I heard there will be a grand event in Tianfang Pavilion in a few months." "Tianfang Pavilion?" Qi Siyu said with a smile after hearing that. "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Lin Xian was stunned. Did he need an invitation? Indeed. Tianfang Pavilion was a grand event organized by a top family. Therefore, without an invitation, ordinary martial artists could not enter. So there was such a thing. Lin Xian was surprised. He had only heard about it from the woman in the black dress. He did not expect there to be a requirement to enter. Qi Siyu smiled. "Don't worry, the Qi family is behind Tianfang Pavilion. You can just say my name and enter." "Is that so?" "That's much more convenient." Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that the Qi family was very powerful on this mainland. After that, Lin Xian left. Qi Siyu also hurried back to the Qi family. She wanted to use all her power to collect the spiritual herbs needed for alchemy. The matter of the 1,000-herb hall and the Qi family caused a small stir in the entire cloud-returning planet. However, a few days later, an even bigger tsunami swept through the entire cloud-returning planet. The Nether King of the Sirius Star came to the cloud-returning planet and challenged the top geniuses of the various sects and families. He swept in all directions. Even the top geniuses of the cloud-returning planet were no match for him. They could not even block a single move. In an instant, everyone was in a panic. The elders and sect leaders of the large sects and families were also shocked. They were here, they were finally here. The top geniuses of the ancient Road of Stars had finally arrived. They knew that there were already some geniuses of the ancient Road of Stars who had come before the Nether King. However, these people were secretly challenging, cultivating, or visiting. Very few people were so powerful that they could directly go against the entire stellar realm. Humph! The Nether King, right? What's there to be arrogant about? I'll fight. Soon, someone walked out. He was also a genius who had the right to step onto the ancient Road of Stars, but he had not gone yet. I didn't expect to meet someone like you before I leave. I'll kill you and then step onto the ancient Road of Stars. At this moment, a genius of the cloud-returning planet spoke. Instantly, the warriors of the cloud-returning planet went crazy with excitement. Gao Pun, it was actually him. Wasn't he already prepared to leave the cloud-returning planet and step onto the ancient road of stars? It seemed that he had not left yet. Perhaps his battle with the Nether King would be his last battle on the cloud-returning planet. Ha! That Nether King was definitely dead. Gao Peng was an extremely terrifying existence. That was for sure. There were many geniuses on the cloud-returning planet. How could the Nether King provoke us? Just wait, that Nether King was definitely dead. In an instant, the people of the cloud-returning planet were extremely excited. Indeed, they really needed a genius to step forward. Because after the Nether King arrived, he had swept in all directions, causing the young geniuses of the cloud-returning planet to tremble. They were almost in despair. Fortunately, Gao Peng was here. 3 days later, the battle at Tianqiang Peak. This news swept through the entire cloud-returning planet like a hurricane. In an instant, countless experts rushed to Tianqiang Peak excitedly. Tianqiang Peak was an extremely tall mountain peak that pierced into the clouds. It led to the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the surroundings of Tianqiang Peak were packed with people. They were like dark clouds. Chapter 31. This was a very young man. He was tall and straight, had a handsome face, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like the stars in the 9 heavens, flickering with incomparable light. He was clad in pitch-black armor, and held a black battle spear in his hand. There were blood-colored patterns on the spear, forming a mysterious pattern. With a light wave, it cut through the void. It was as if this spear had killed countless experts. He was the Nether King. He was the young genius who had been in the limelight recently. He came from outside the realm and had arrived in a domineering manner. It was rumored that the geniuses of the sacred grounds and top families could not even block a single move from him. Everyone knew that this was a true dragon, a genius who came from the ancient path of stars. Fortunately, they were not worried now because Gao Peng was about to make a move. Gao Peng was also very famous on cloud-returning planet. It could even be said that the mention of his name could make people tremble in fear. On Heaven's Vault Peak, the Nether King looked around and frowned slightly. Is he not here yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? His voice reverberated in all directions. Instantly, the hearts of the surrounding cultivators pounded wildly. What a terrifying aura! Just this voice alone made their aura churn as if they were about to explode. Damn it, don't be arrogant! How could Gao Peng not dare to come? That's right, just wait. Gao Peng is here, and you will definitely lose. Noisy! The Nether King's cold wind blew, and immediately the few people who spoke kept retreating and vomiting blood. It was too terrifying. Just a glance from the other party had seriously injured them. For a moment, the surroundings were terrifyingly silent. No one dared to be in the limelight. Among the crowd, a red-robed youth stood in the void, looking forward with flickering eyes. Was this the Nether King? He was very strong. The aura he was displaying now was not weaker than Huangfu Beitian. However, he did not know if the other party had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. If he did not, then he was not his match at all. If he had comprehended it, he would not be afraid. For example, Jun Wuya, Han Fei, and Yu Linlong had all comprehended this power in the extraordinary warrior residence, but they were still not his match. Even the North Demon had lost to him. In addition, he had comprehended the sage's former residence and the Cliff of Enlightenment some time ago, so his strength had become much stronger than before. I wonder if this Nether King can pique my interest? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Boom! Boom! A thunderous voice came from afar. A figure with boundless chi waves tore through the void and rushed over. Here it comes! Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes to watch. A silhouette flew over from afar and arrived near Tianqiang Feng in an instant. His aura was extremely powerful, suppressing the surroundings. It wasn't Gao Peng. However, after seeing the figure, many people exclaimed. They realized that the person who came was not Gao Peng. The Fire Crow King, it was actually him. Everyone exclaimed again. He and Gao Peng were good friends. Although the Fire Crow King's strength was inferior to Gao Peng's, it wasn't too far off either. Gao Peng didn't come, but the Fire Crow King did. Are you Gao Peng? In front of him, the Nether King's eyes emitted a cold light. In the void, the man covered in flame runes snorted coldly. I'm not Brother Gao Peng, I'm the Fire Crow King. Brother Gao Peng is on his way here. I'll play with you first. After saying that, he let out a long howl, and a pair of flame wings appeared on his back, covering the sky and earth. The powerful chi waves made everyone retreat frantically. The entire sky was enveloped by an endless sea of fire. Isn't it Gao Peng? The Nether King frowned, but when he felt the other party's aura, he smiled. Good, the aura is not bad. It's worth my time. Come! The war spear in his hand turned into a pitch-black light that shattered the void. Let me see what ability you have to be arrogant on Cloud-returning planet. The Fire Crow King roared angrily, and his aura rose again. Too terrifying. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreated tens of thousands of miles away. They felt that it wasn't enough, so they retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. This distance was a little far, but it wasn't a problem for these King Realm experts. They could see everything clearly. Even the weaker ones could only observe through the array. In short, everyone was paying attention. The Fire Crow King let out a long howl, and the two pairs of wings on his back turned into flaming heavenly blades that slashed over. Humph, a mere ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? The Nether King sneered. He didn't make a move at all. In front of him, endless black energy spread out, forming a black barrier with a terrifying aura surging on it. Clang! The two flaming wings that were thousands of miles long slashed on the black barrier, emitting a thunderous sound. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks and storms swept in all directions. However, what shocked everyone was that the black barrier didn't shatter at all. There wasn't even a crack. What? The Fire Crow King was stunned, his expression filled with disbelief. How could the other party be so powerful? On the other side, the Nether King revealed a cold smile. Is this your strength? You're really trash. Speaking up to here, his finger moved slightly. Instantly, endless runes spread out on the black barrier, turning into a black longsword that slashed forward. Pooh! Ah! Blood splattered, and the two pairs of flaming wings were cut off. Endless feathers and blood scattered in all directions. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. Many people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. The Fire Crow King was injured. In just one move, the Fire Crow King's wings were cut off. This made them feel that it was inconceivable. Many people were even filled with despair. They knew that the Fire Crow King was also a prodigy who was qualified to step onto the ancient path of the starry sky. However, in front of the other party, he was as weak as an ant. Buzz! The black demonic sword once again entered the black barrier, disappearing along with the barrier. From the beginning to the end, the Nether King stood on Tianxiong Peak without moving, like a peerless demon king. What Fire Crow King? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. If Gao Feng was also this powerful, then there was no need for him to come. This kind of trash isn't worthy of fighting with me. The Nether King snorted coldly. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, everyone trembled. Those people of the older generation also had sighs on their faces. This Nether King was too terrifying. He was definitely a prodigy of the current generation. Such a terrifying Fire Crow King was actually heavily injured in one move. Why do I feel that Gao Peng is also dangerous? Impossible, Gao Peng is much stronger than the Fire Crow King. Yes, that's right. I heard that Gao Peng recently had a breakthrough. He will definitely be able to defeat the Nether King. Everyone cheered themselves on. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes flickering. This was a little interesting. He was becoming more and more interested in this Nether King. However, now wasn't the time for him to make a move. Chapter 31-32. After a while, many kings suddenly exclaimed, "Someone was coming! What a terrifying aura!" Many people raised their heads to look. The next moment, they began to tremble. Countless people were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Some powerhouses also raised their heads in horror. Gao Peng was here! Heavens, his aura was even more terrifying than before. Some people who had seen Gao Peng before were terrified. Was he here? On Tianqiong Peak, the Nether King also raised his head, drawing two black rays of light that pierced through the void. A tall figure descended from the sky. Gao Peng was here! Countless people screamed. They felt that they saw hope. "Brother Gao Peng, you're here?" Beside him, a slightly weak voice said. Gao Peng turned his head and saw that the Fire Crow King was covered in blood. The wings on his back had dimmed, and he immediately frowned. "You're injured?" He turned his head, and the killing intent on his body spread out like the wind. Boom! The void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles instantly shattered. "Retreat! Retreat again! Retreat 1,000,000 miles away!" Countless people screamed in horror. They retreated 1,000,000 miles away as if they had gone mad. There was nothing they could do. The void where they were originally standing had shattered, forming countless black holes. "You're the Nether King?" In front, Gao Peng frowned. Gao Peng was a tall and handsome man. His body was like a dragon, full of strength. What a terrifying physique! Many people exclaimed. Yes, Gao Peng was the top genius of the Tiangang sect. His Tiangang body was absolutely terrifying. No one in the Invincible King realm could compare to his physique. Lin Xian heard the discussion around him, and frowned. Tiangang sect? If he remembered correctly, the arrogant Wan Gong from before seemed to be a disciple of the Tiangang sect. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked forward and nodded slightly. Indeed, he saw that although Gao Peng's body was very different from Wan Gang's, their auras were extremely similar. Thinking about it, they should have cultivated the same body refining technique. It should be the heavenly tough body that these people were talking about. Heavenly tough body? That was interesting. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. In front, the Nether King also spoke. You're Gao Peng? Yes, I am. Gao Peng's voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. You injured countless paragons of my cloud return planet. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that no one in the younger generation of my cloud returning planet can control you? Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. He stomped his foot, and instantly, the space beneath him shattered. His powerful physique made everyone scream. When the Fire Crow King saw this scene, it spread its wings and flew into the distance. He knew that Gao Peng was angry. Gao Peng's anger was absolutely terrifying. That Nether King will regret it. 1. 2 beams of black light shot out from the Nether King's eyes. They were like 2 sharp swords slicing through the void. Even the Invincible Kings who were 1,000,000 miles away were trembling in fear. It was too terrifying. Just a glance was enough to penetrate them. However, Gao Peng didn't dodge at all. He laughed loudly and mysterious runes appeared on his body. He was like a supreme overlord standing in the void. With a clang, the 2 beams of black light collided with his body, causing a thunderous vibration. The surrounding void quickly shattered, but Gao Peng's body was unharmed. In fact, it became even more resplendent. It's useless. My Big Dipper body is unparalleled. Your attack definitely won't be able to break it. Gao Peng was very confident. Interesting. The Nether King also revealed a trace of surprise. Big Dipper body? You are too ignorant. There are many famous physiques on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. For example, the Sacred Physique, the Tao Physique, the Battle Physique, and the Spirit Physique. I have never heard of a Big Dipper body? If you were a Sacred Physique, I might be a little afraid. But you are just a Big Dipper body. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You really don't know death. You are courting death. Gao Peng roared angrily. With a roar, he charged forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was shattered. Nothing could stop his footsteps. He naturally knew how powerful the sacred physique that the other party spoke of was. That was a physique that was extremely famous in all the worlds in the universe. However, that physique was innate. He didn't have that kind of bloodline physique. But he was incomparably confident in himself. His Big Dipper body was cultivated step by step. During this process, he had experienced endless life and death situations. He had used the blood of countless monster kings to temper his body since he was young. Now, he was confident that his physique was definitely not inferior to a sacred physique. Combat physique. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The Nether King's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward and similarly charged forward. With a bang, the two collided. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless rays of light shrouded the entire sky, emitting a rumbling sound. Boom! 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 Both of them didn't use any magical powers or weapons. Just like that, their fists and palms collided, resisting with pure physical strength. Millions of miles away, the kings and older generation figures watched with trepidation. Many people began to tremble. Heavens, these two are too terrifying. Their pure physical strength can kill a group of invincible kings. Yes, an old man smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't even block a punch from them. He was also a famous invincible king, but he realized that in front of these two young men, he couldn't resist at all. The other young geniuses were even more shocked. The two of them were really like peerless savage beasts. How could their physiques be so strong? Humph, just wait and see. The Nether King will definitely suffer. That's right, Gao Peng's eldest senior brother is so powerful. How could that guy resist? Those who spoke were the geniuses of the Big Dipper sect. They had arrogant faces. In the crowd of spectators, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't think so. This Nether King was not ordinary. Now that he was also fighting Gao Peng with his physique, it meant that the Nether King's physique was very strong. It wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper body at all. As expected, other experts also noticed this. Look, the Nether King is actually fighting Gao Peng with his physique. That's impossible. The people of the Big Dipper sect screamed. They couldn't believe it. However, the truth was happening in front of them. For a moment, the geniuses of the Big Dipper sect were stunned. Gao Peng was also very surprised. How was this possible? Endless waves were set off in his heart. Indeed, the two of them had already exchanged blows, and it was a contest of pure physical strength. If it was another invincible king, Gao Peng was confident that he could kill him with a punch. But now, the other party was actually not at a disadvantage. Even now, his arm was faintly numb. How could the other party's physique be so strong? Why, are you surprised? The Nether King sneered. Do you think your Big Dipper body is very strong? In front of me, it's just SOSO. Chapter 31-33. My treasure body isn't something your heavenly steel body can compare to. Speaking of this, the Nether King's eyes burst out with a cold light. In the next moment, endless runes erupted on his fist. Bang! The power of this punch was extremely terrifying, and it directly blasted Gao Peng back. Gao Peng retreated tens of thousands of miles, and the blood in his body was boiling. Not good. Gao Peng was blasted back. What? This is impossible. Damn it, with Gao Peng's physique and strength, he was actually suppressed. Those people in the distance were all stunned. The Fire Crow King was the same. He knew how powerful Gao Peng was. However, he didn't expect Gao Peng to be at a disadvantage in terms of physique and strength. I've seen your physique, and it's only SOSO. Do you have any other supernatural powers? If not, then you can die. The Nether King's voice was cold. Humph, don't be arrogant. Just now, it was just a probing attack, and I didn't use my full strength. Gao Peng suppressed the blood in his body, and the battle intent in his eyes became deeper and deeper. With a loud shout, the endless runes on his body quickly erupted, causing him to shine like a god of war. Boom, boom, boom! The surrounding space trembled again, and countless people knelt on the ground with a bang. Gao Peng's physique became stronger again. Many people screamed. Haha, I knew it, senior brother Gao Peng didn't use his full strength just now, and this is the true power of the heavenly steel body. You're very strong, and your physique is also beyond my expectations. But now, I'll let you see the true heavenly steel body. At this moment, Gao Peng was like a sharp sword unsheathed, incomparably powerful. Buzz! The void shattered, and Gao Peng used his extreme speed to charge forward. In an instant, he was in front of the Nether King. This speed frightened everyone, and they couldn't catch it at all. Die for me! The terrifying fist carried runes that filled the sky as it blasted towards the Nether King's head. The speed wasn't bad, and the strength was enough, but it was still not enough. The Nether King didn't dodge at all, and his eyes were filled with disdain. In the next moment, the mysterious black barrier appeared in front of him again. Boom! This fist blasted on the black barrier, and a shocking tremor sounded. The black barrier rolled like waves, but it didn't break. What? It blocked it. Gao Peng was Kong Meng. What was this thing? He was actually able to block his attack. One had to know that he wasn't holding back at all. However, in the next moment, his hair stood on end, and he quickly dodged. Just as he left the place where he had been standing, he was pierced by a sharp black sword. There was blood dripping from the black liuha. It was as if it had rushed out from the abyss of hell. After the attack missed, the black demonic sword changed direction in the air and attacked Gao Peng again. Throughout the entire process, the Nether King did not move at all. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Gao Peng was furious. Heaven and earth shattering fist. His eyes shone with a cold light as he unleashed a peerless fist technique and attacked. With a boom, the black demonic sword was sent flying. At the same time, he arrived in front of the black barrier again and shattered it with 3 punches. This is great. Gao Peng was overjoyed that he had finally broken through his opponent's barrier. Next, he would break his opponent's body. Thinking of this, Gao Peng let out a long roar, and the light on his body became even brighter. His fist was like an ancient mountain as it blasted forward. Humph! The Nether King scoffed coldly. Interesting, but it was still not enough. The black halberd in his hand vibrated gently. Boundless killing intent swept in all directions, and all the living beings within 1,000,000 miles of the sky trembled. It turned into a black light in the air and slashed forward. With a boom, it collided with Gao Peng's body. Boom, boom, boom! A dazzling light burst out, and the world was covered in white. Nothing could be seen. Poof! Boom, boom, boom! How was the battle situation? Everyone waited anxiously. Suddenly, they saw a figure flying out and crashing into the light that filled the sky. Blood dyed the sky red. It was Gao Peng. Gao Peng was actually injured. Many people exclaimed, and the people of the Tianyang sect fainted from fright. How was this possible? The top genius of the Tianyang sect was actually injured. That was Gao Peng. His physique was strong, and his strength was terrifying. He was famous among the younger generation of the entire cloud-returning planet. In fact, countless older generation figures felt that they were inferior to him. But now, such a genius had been so easily injured by the other party? The Fire Crow King's pupils constricted, and he was so scared that his body turned cold. Previously, the Nether King had injured him without making a move. Now that he saw the other party use a weapon, he was scared out of his wits. If he faced this attack, he would probably be split in half in an instant, right? How was this possible? Gao Peng looked at the crack on his hand that spread all the way to his arm. He frowned, and his eyes were filled with shock. His Tianyang body had actually been broken. What exactly was the black weapon in the other party's hand? The others also noticed this, and instantly, countless people began to discuss. That weapon was too terrifying. It was definitely a half-saint artifact, and not an ordinary one. This guy cheated, and he didn't use his own strength. Countless people screamed. However, the top experts shook their heads. Cheating? That might not be the case. The weapon itself was a part of one's strength. If possible, Gao Peng could use any weapon. This did not restrict him. In front, the Nether King withdrew the black halberd in his hand, and his eyes were filled with disdain. You can't even block one of my attacks. You're too useless. I actually waited several days for a piece of trash like you. How despicable. To be honest, he originally had some confidence in Gao Peng because the entire cloud-returning planet was filled with legends about him. But now, he was full of disappointment. The other party couldn't even block one of his attacks. What right did such a person have to make him use his true strength? Despicable! Don't look down on me! Gao Peng snorted coldly. The light runes on his body circulated and healed the wound. In the next moment, he stood up again. I originally had some trump cards that I wanted to use when I ascended the ancient path of the stars, but I didn't expect to meet you now. Since that's the case, fine. I'll let you know my true strength. Speaking of this, Gao Peng's eyes were filled with excitement. This power was also something that he had recently mastered. With this power, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. He believed that once this power was used, not many people would be his match. Unless they had truly stepped into that realm. Otherwise, he could laugh at the 9 heavens among the invincible kings. Gao Peng hadn't used his full strength. Hearing this, those people were also stunned. That shouldn't be. Gao Peng's heavenly tough body had already been used to the extreme? Could it be that this guy had some fortuitous encounter recently and obtained a new trump card? Everyone was shocked. Those from the Tiangang sect were even more nervous. Senior brother Gao Peng, you must not lose. Chapter 31-34. He no longer had any illusions about the other party, so even if he heard that the other party had a trump card, he didn't care at all. Humph, you will pay the price for your ignorance and carelessness. Gao Peng shouted coldly. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. A terrifying aura appeared on his body. Those runes rotated quickly and then changed. Between heaven and earth, there was a mysterious aura spreading. What kind of power was this? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, as if they were being torn apart. Gao Peng, who was in front, was still the same, not moving. However, they seemed to find that Gao Peng was like a god, high and mighty, looking down at them. What was going on? The young prodigies were all stunned. They had never felt this way before. Those older generation figures were also breathing rapidly, and many of their faces were flushed red. Suddenly, someone screamed. Could it be that kind of power? Gao Peng had actually comprehended that kind of power. As soon as these words came out, the young warriors were at a loss, while those older generation figures were all injected with chicken blood. Was it really that kind of power? Ha ha! Gao Peng would definitely win. They didn't expect Gao Peng to be so amazing. At this age, he had comprehended that kind of power. He was definitely a heaven-defying monster. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the power. A smile appeared on his face. He was no stranger to this power. Because this was a power that was close to Tao. Originally, he also thought that this battle was over. He didn't expect Gao Peng to have comprehended this kind of power. However, looking at the other party's power that was close to Tao, it wasn't very stable. He should have just obtained it not long ago. The young geniuses around him asked one after another. When they learned that this was a power that was close to Tao, they were all stunned. The next moment, they screamed. The power that was close to Tao, this was the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Gao Peng had already reached that step? Countless people were shocked and envious. This was the first step to becoming a sage, and many older generation experts were stuck at this step, unable to break through. They didn't expect Gao Peng to do it at such a young age. Great, senior brother Gao Peng is definitely an invincible existence. Yes, that Lord Ming is dead for sure. Haha, once the power that was close to Tao is released, even if that person has a peerless weapon in his hand, he can't block it. That's right, Gao Peng had indeed comprehended a power that was close to the way, and what he had comprehended was the way of strength. At this moment, his body became stronger again. It had already surpassed the invincible king level, reaching an inconceivable height. With a light wave of his arm, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. He once again unleashed his peerless fist technique and charged over. The corners of the Nether King's mouth curled up into a cold smile. A power that was close to the Tao. The black spear in his hand descended from the sky like a river of the underworld. It was precisely such a blow that had injured Gao Peng. Thus, when they saw him again, everyone became nervous. However, they had confidence in Gao Peng. Sure enough, with a dang sound, a world-shaking sound rang out. The black war spear was beaten back. Gao Peng's body shone brightly. Not injured? This is great. The power that was close to the Tao caused Gao Peng's strength to undergo an earth-shaking change. He could definitely defeat the Nether King. At this moment, the cloud-gathering planet's warriors were filled with confidence. It was useless. In front of this power, all methods and abilities had to bow their heads. Gao Peng was extremely confident. He waved his fist again, ruthlessly slamming it into the Nether King's body. With a boom, the Nether King was beaten into pieces, turning into countless black fog that spread out in all directions. Success! The corners of Gao Peng's mouth curled up into a smile. The people watching the battle from afar were stunned at first, then let out earth-shattering cheers. Won! Gao Peng won! Ha 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 ha, what Nether King? Wasn't he still shattered by eldest senior brother Gao Peng with one punch? No matter how arrogant this kid is, so what if he ascended the ancient path of the stars? Didn't he still die on my cloud-gathering planet? At this moment, the cloud-gathering planet's warriors were excited and crazy. They were really too excited. Although the Nether King had only been here for a few days, he had swept away the vast majority of the prodigies, suppressing them until they could not raise their heads. Now that the other party was killed by Gao Peng on the spot, how could they not be happy? Did he win? The Fire Crow King watched the battle from afar. Feeling this power, his body trembled. Too terrifying. He knew how terrifying the Nether King was. A light blow could seriously injure him. However, in front of the power that was close to the Tao, he could not resist at all. Brother Gao Peng really makes people envious. Indeed, the power that was close to the Tao was what countless people yearned for. Everyone thought that Gao Peng had won, except for one person, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This Nether King should not be killed so easily. His eyes flashed. Suddenly, he was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. I knew it. This Nether King indeed has a trump card. Gao Peng should lose. He shook his head slightly. When these words came out, the surrounding people looked at him as if looking at a fool. Then, a look of disdain appeared. What did this kid say? Gao Peng will lose. What a joke! Didn't he see that the Nether King was smashed into pieces by one punch? Lin Xian ignored these people. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking forward. In the distant void, Gao Peng shattered the Nether King with one punch and turned to leave. He knew that he had won this battle. Moreover, his reputation and status on Cloud-Gathering Planet would rise again, reaching an unprecedented height. Want to leave just like that? A faint voice suddenly sounded. What? Gao Peng stopped in his tracks. His body stiffened, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Damn it, who is it? Get out here! He roared, and the power in his body erupted, surging in all directions. The surrounding black fog rolled, but it became bigger and bigger, covering the entire sky. What's going on? The others were also stunned. Wasn't Nether King killed? But how did this voice come out? Everyone looked at the sky. The demonic clouds were getting bigger and bigger, and their hearts trembled. Finally, someone screamed. He didn't die. Nether King wasn't killed. That was indeed the case. Even if they didn't dare to believe it, they couldn't deny this fact. Nether King was indeed not dead. He turned into boundless demonic clouds and instantly enveloped Gao Peng. He didn't die? Gao Peng frowned. He didn't expect that after using a power that was close to the Tao and shattering the other party's body, he actually didn't kill him. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. So what if he didn't die? The other party definitely couldn't block this power of his. I didn't expect you to be so powerful to be able to block my punch. But it's useless. Do you think that these demonic clouds of yours can trap me? Let me tell you, in front of a power that is close to the Tao, everything seems insignificant. At this point, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. With a stomp of his foot, the endless void shattered. Now, his physique was extremely strong. Every move he made was filled with a power that was close to the Tao. This stomp could destroy any invincible king. Chapter 31-35. He realized that the surrounding demonic clouds didn't shatter. Instead, they became more and more terrifying. They were incomparably dark, as if they were going to swallow him up. Damn it, get lost! Gao Peng roared. His murderous aura was oppressive. He waved his fist and displayed a great power. Big Dipper Immortal Fist. This great power combined with a power that was close to the Tao was enough to destroy everything. However, cold sweat flowed down Gao Peng's face. He was too shocked. The surrounding demonic aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became thicker. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A power that's close to the Tao? Do you think you're the only one who has it? I'll let you see my power! Netherworld. With a cold shout, the surrounding demonic aura turned into demons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They all rushed over and enveloped Gao Peng. This wasn't a simple power. It was a power that was close to the Tao. Moreover, this power was obviously much more terrifying than Gao Peng's Tao of Strength. Obviously, the Nether King had mastered this power long ago. Damn it, impossible! How can you be so powerful? Gao Peng was beaten until he retreated. His body cracked and blood flowed wildly. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. After he comprehended the power that was close to the Tao, he was overjoyed and thought that he could defeat everyone. This power was too strong. It was so strong that he was confident that he could even fight with a half-sage. But now, he was seriously injured and couldn't even resist. The other party had also mastered the power that was close to the Tao, and it was even more terrifying than his. Is this a genius from the extraterritorial starry sky? Gao Peng's confidence was shattered into pieces. He originally thought that with his Tao of Strength, he could defeat everyone in the extraterritorial starry sky. But now it seemed that he was too naive. Boom! He was directly sent flying. Outside, everyone was shocked when they saw the entire sky covered by endless demonic clouds. What's going on? Is Gao Peng in danger? Those people from the Big Dipper sect said confidently. Are you kidding? Our senior brother Gao Peng has comprehended the power that's close to the Tao. How powerful was this power? How could it be dangerous? No matter how strong the Nether King is, he's no match for our senior brother. Just wait and see. Our senior brother can defeat him once, he can defeat him a second time. In the end, he might even be able to kill him. Indeed, that was a power that was close to the Tao. Not many in the younger generation were able to comprehend it. Not to mention the young people, even among the older generation, there were not many who had comprehended it. Anything that could be comprehended could eventually become a half-saint. People like that were extremely rare. Therefore, they regained their confidence and believed that Gao Peng would definitely be able to win this battle. Boom! In the sky, there was a rumbling sound. The demonic clouds trembled, and a figure flew out. The results were out. Was it the Nether King? Everyone looked over hopefully. In the next moment, they were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. The faces of the young geniuses of the Big Dipper sect turned ashen. Many of them fainted from fright. They realized that the one who flew out was not the Nether King, but Gao Peng. At this moment, Gao Peng was in an extremely sorry state. His body was shattered, and only a small portion of his bones were still connected. His blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the surroundings. Gao Peng had lost. Countless people cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe it. Impossible! Damn it! Didn't he comprehend a power that was close to the Tao? How could he lose? Everyone went crazy. Only one person was calm. That was Lin Xian. He could tell from the beginning that Gao Peng would lose without a doubt. The power that the Nether King had grasped was close to the Tao. It was very terrifying and far exceeded Gao Peng's. Therefore, Gao Peng's loss in this battle was not unjustified. However, the others didn't know that. Therefore, at this moment, they screamed crazily as if the end of the world had arrived. In the sky, endless demonic clouds condensed and turned into a figure. It was the Nether King. He held a black battle saber in his hand and looked down disdainfully. He snorted coldly. A bunch of ants. What, Gao Peng? That's all there is to it. Don't you have anyone who can fight on your cloud-returning planet? I traveled thousands of miles to descend from the outer realm. I didn't expect you to disappoint me. The Nether King shook his head slightly and ignored Gao Peng and the despairing people around him. He raised his head to look at the sky, showing the lonely look of an expert. His cold voice sounded again. I know that there should be other experts from the outer realm here. They can also attack me. I'll fight them at any time. But trash, don't appear. His voice spread millions of miles away. Instantly, countless people trembled. Too domineering. The Nether King was simply like a demon god, suppressing them until they couldn't raise their heads. Damn it, what are you being arrogant for? Where are the experts of my cloud-returning planet? Hurry up and come out and fight with him. Those young prodigies roared crazily. They couldn't accept defeat at all. However, those older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. How to fight? Even Gao Peng, who had comprehended power close to the Tao, was defeated. If others went up, wouldn't they be courting death? Although Gao Peng was powerful, he wasn't the best. My cloud-returning planet is so vast, there are many experts and geniuses. However, it was a pity that those top prodigies were either in seclusion or had already left cloud-returning planet and stepped into the outer realm. Or had not arrived. Otherwise, one of them could finish this guy off. It was useless to say so much. The problem was that no one could suppress the other party now. For a time, countless people below discussed, but no one dared to make a move. The Nether King waited for a long time and was impatient. In his opinion, no one was worthy of him making a move. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. Originally, he was just passing by to watch the show. I didn't expect to be able to meet an expert like you. Since we've met, then let's fight. A faint voice sounded. This voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Soon they were stunned. Who was it? He still dared to make a move at this time? Could it be that it was one of the top few people of their cloud-returning planet? That was great. Those people were all stronger than Gao Peng. If they made a move, they would definitely be able to win. Countless gazes were burning with excitement as they searched for the person who spoke. The next moment, they saw it. However, they were stunned. Who was this person? They didn't know him. He looked unfamiliar. Not one of the top few prodigies? Could it be another rising prodigy? Everyone discussed. They were extremely puzzled. In front, a youth in red walked out. His face was handsome, and the aura on his body was not terrifying. It even made people unable to sense it. Who the hell was this person? They felt that his aura was not even as powerful as the Fire Crow King's. Could such a person be a match? Many young prodigies muttered. Some of the older generation figures also frowned. Many of these people who came to watch the battle were from the top family clans and factions. When they asked, they discovered that it was not the genius disciples of these family clans or large sects that they knew. Then, who the hell was this person? Who are you? In the sky, the Nether King looked down, a cold light appearing in his eyes. Chapter 31-36. Lin Xian? Never heard of him. Yu Ming shook his head slightly. Want to exchange blows with me, at least have to be more powerful than that Gao Peng. You! He looked at Lin Xian, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes. Indeed, he did not feel any terrifying threat from Lin Xian's body. In his view, this might be some hot-headed young martial artist, that was all. There were many such people. He disdained to pay attention to them. But Lin Xian raised a hint of a smile. His eyes twinkled with a golden light. Can't even see my strength, you're not much either? When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. This brat was too arrogant, right? He actually dared to look down on the Nether King? Heavens, what kind of strength did he have? These people were all dazed. Big brother, if you have strength, why don't you show it? At least show a bit of terrifying killing intent. Look at when the Fire Crow King and Gao Peng came, which one of them did not shake heaven and earth, shattered the void, trample the firmament? But this youth in front of them, they really could not see anything special about him. In the sky, when the Nether King heard this, his face first fell, then he raised his head and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Looks like my methods on this cloud-returning planet are still too gentle. I haven't killed anyone until now. To the extent that any ant dares to challenge me? Now I'll tell you, prodigies are not to be humiliated. Brat, go to hell for me. Two beams of piercing cold light erupted from his eyes, turning into black lightning, piercing through the void, charging towards Lin Xian. He was really angry. Looks like if he did not show some cruel methods, these ants would not know his prowess at all. It's over. That brat is going to be killed. Humph, prodigies are not to be humiliated. He provoked the Nether King like this, he definitely has to die. Only an existence like Gao Peng had the qualifications to fight with the Nether King. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian, because they could not see through Lin Xian's depths at all. Facing the two bolts of black lightning, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. He did not dodge at all, nor did he take any defensive measures. He just watched quietly like this. That brat wouldn't be scared silly, right? Originally thought that he was some hidden expert, did not expect that he was actually an idiot. This kind of attack, hurry up and dodge. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The last glimmer of hope in their hearts had been extinguished. Lin Xian's performance did not look like that of a master at all. Humph! The Nether King snorted coldly. He didn't want to watch anymore. He turned around and soared into the sky, preparing to leave. However, in the next moment, he heard countless screams, causing him to stop in his tracks. When he turned his head, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Not dead? He looked down at the red-robed young man in surprise. The surrounding people were really crazy. They saw with their own eyes that the two black lightning bolts ruthlessly collided with Lin Xian's body and exploded with an incomparably terrifying destructive energy. The void was shattered, but Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, completely unharmed. Heavens, what did I just see? He had actually withstood this attack. Furthermore, he was completely unharmed. Wasn't this kid's physique a little too strong? Body refinement expert. This was definitely a body refinement expert. We all misjudged him. This kid was very strong. Screams and screams were heard. The Fire Crow King and Gao Peng were also stunned. To be honest, when Lin Xian stood out, Gao Peng shook his head. Even he had been defeated. Who else could be the Nether King's match? Unless it was the few people who were above him. However, he was incomparably familiar with those people. He didn't know Lin Xian at all. In other words, he couldn't possibly be an expert. Wasn't such a person courting death by coming out? When he saw Lin Xian face the black lightning bolt without dodging, Gao Peng was even more certain of this thought in his heart. However, when he saw the result, Gao Peng was stunned. He was stupefied. He couldn't believe that the other party was completely unharmed. Gao Peng was a body refinement expert. When faced with a normal attack from the Nether King, he naturally dared to use his physique to withstand it. However, this didn't mean that others would dare to do so. For example, the Fire Crow King beside him didn't dare to. He had to use offensive divine abilities to shatter or dodge. However, the young man in front of him had actually used his physique to block this attack. This meant that the other party's physique was definitely not weaker than Gao Peng's. When did such a body refinement expert appear in Cloud Returning Planet? Gao Peng and the rest were shocked. The others were also guessing. Could it be someone from the Big Dipper sect? Or someone from the Dragon Tiger sect? No, it shouldn't be someone from the Big Dipper sect. Didn't you see that they were also at a loss? It couldn't be someone from the Dragon Tiger sect either. Those people were also here. They also didn't know them. Who was this kid? Everyone went crazy. In the sky, the Nether King looked at this scene and was similarly surprised. I didn't expect that. I actually misjudged you. You're also a body refinement expert. However, it's a pity. Kid, you've already angered me just now. Therefore, no matter what, I'll kill you. At this point, he stretched out his left hand and pointed forward with his index finger. Between heaven and earth, violent fluctuations. Endless black gas transformed into a black finger with monstrous demonic patterns on it, descending from the sky. Strong winds howled and thunder flashed. This finger seemed to have crossed over from the demonic world. It was extremely terrifying. As for the aftermath of that energy, it pressed down on the surrounding people who were watching the battle from afar, causing them to tremble and kneel on the ground. So valiant! The Fire Crow King's body trembled. Gao Peng also frowned and stared at Lin Xian. What was the other party going to do? Take it head-on, counterattack, or dodge? Facing this shocking attack, Lin Xian still stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Boom, boom, boom! This time, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Endless demonic chi exploded, turning into a storm and spreading in all directions. That kid took it head-on again. Everyone was trembling in fear. This time, it was much stronger than the previous two gazes. Brother Gao Peng, do you think he can take it? The Fire Crow King at the side asked carefully. Gao Peng's expression was incomparably solemn. I don't know. However, if he can really take it, then this kid's physique is definitely not below mine. In front, endless demonic chi rolled. Then, a figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. His body was still spotless, and he didn't suffer any injuries. What? The eyes of the spectators in the distance almost popped out of their sockets. Gao Peng also sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the other party's physique was really strong. It wasn't weaker than his Big Dipper body. You only have this bit of strength. Lin Xian still stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the Nether King in the sky. Show me your true abilities. Otherwise, you can't hurt me. Damn kid! Yu Ming's expression completely darkened. This finger couldn't kill the other party? The other party's physique was still above his imagination. So what? The Nether King was completely enraged. He stretched out his left hand and slammed it down. Nether King's hand. This was a kind of great magical power. Even if it didn't display the power close to the Tao, it was still very terrifying. When the palm struck out, Gao Peng's hair stood on end. He felt a huge threat. If he didn't use the power close to the Tao, he shouldn't be able to block this move. He guessed that Lin Xian shouldn't be able to block it either. That kid should have dodged. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian still didn't dodge. Chapter 31-37. In his opinion, even if Lin Xian's physique was strong, he should be about the same as him. It was impossible for him to surpass him. Even he had to dodge when facing such an attack, let alone the other party. However, under everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Xian still forcibly blocked this palm. He was unharmed. This time, not to mention the martial artists of Cloud Return Planet, even the Nether King was stunned. His palm was not weak. Although it was not his full strength, it was a kind of great magical power. He was confident that he could shatter the heavenly body. However, not only did the other party block it, but he was also unharmed. This was too shocking. Blocking and coming out unscathed were two different concepts. This meant that the other party's physique was far above their imagination. His strength was stronger than before, but it was still not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. His body emitted crackling sounds. I've taken 3 of your moves. Have a taste of my attack. Buzz. He clenched his right hand into a fist. On his fist, golden patterns quickly spread, turning into a golden crow that blasted towards the sky. Boom! Above, the sky for millions of miles was instantly blasted apart. Boundless flames spread. A golden fist instantly blasted onto the Nether King's body. Boom! Boom! The Nether King was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles. A smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The armor on his body was shattered. This punch had injured him. The Nether King was injured. Heavens, how was this possible? The people watching the battle from afar went crazy. The Fire Crow King was so frightened that his face was pale. Gao Peng also stood up. At this moment, his entire body was still covered in blood. His injuries had not fully recovered. However, he already could not care less. Shock, he was really too shocked. He did not expect that Lin Xian's punch was actually so terrifying. One punch injured the Nether King. Who exactly was this kid? How could his strength be so strong? Gao Peng cultivated the heavenly body. At this moment, he could naturally feel that the heavenly body was actually trembling. This was something that had never happened before. What exactly was the other party's physique? It actually caused the heavenly body to have such a reaction. Damn kid, you dared to hurt me! The Nether King was furious. His figure flashed and instantly charged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely a strong enemy. But so what? Previously, he had been careless. Now, he was going to go all out. The black spear in his hand was raised high, emitting a cold killing intent. The black battle spear swung down, breaking through the void and slashing viciously toward Lin Xian. This time, even Gao Peng would be split in half. However, Lin Xian still did not dodge. He raised his golden hand and slapped it toward the sky. From the looks of it, he wanted to catch this move with his bare hands. It can't be, right? This guy actually wanted to take this move with his bare hands? How could this be? The black spear was obviously a semi-divine weapon, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Even Gao Peng's heavenly steel body couldn't resist it. This brat was too arrogant. Gao Peng was equally nervous. Would the other party be able to block it? He didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian's punch had given him too much of a shock. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless people's ears were bleeding from the shock, and many people's bodies were cracked. From this, one could imagine how frightening the collision was. However, what made everyone pee their pants was that Lin Xian's palm was still completely unharmed. It shone with a golden light in the sky, like the sun. The black spear was blocked by him, and he was holding it in his hand. This weapon was good. Lin Xian commented as if he wasn't in a life-and-death battle. Damn it, who are you? Who the hell are you? Nether King roared. He was very clear about how terrifying his black spear was. No one could stop it. However, the other party blocked it with only his physical body. This was definitely not something that the heavenly steel body could compare with. Who are you? Holy body or battle body? He screamed crazily. In his opinion, only this kind of powerful body, which was passed down in ancient legends, could block his death spear with his bare hands. Who are you? Who the hell are you? This roaring sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The other spectators were also very puzzled. They also wanted to know who the other party was. At this moment, Lin Xian was the center of attention and was shrouded in countless gazes. He was still calm and said indifferently, "My name is Lin Xian. I've already said it before. However, in the future, you can remember one of my titles. My name is Lin Wudi." His voice resounded in all directions, stunning everyone. Lin Woody! Those 3 words struck everyone's hearts like thunder, making them tremble. What kind of confidence was that? How dare he call himself invincible? One had to know that this title was different from that of an invincible king. An invincible king was actually a 9-star king, which represented the highest level of a king. However, an invincible king was not truly invincible. Even an invincible king at the great perfection stage was no match for a half-sage. Sure enough, Nether King snorted coldly after hearing that. Kid, you're too arrogant. The world is so big, who dares to call himself invincible? You're still far from being invincible. He was furious. The way he saw it, Lin Xian should be an expert. It was just that he didn't want to reveal his real name. As for Lin Woody, he did not believe it at all. This should be a trick of the other parties. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How can trash like you understand my Tao? At this point, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes, and the golden sword on his body soared into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian was truly domineering to the extreme. At this moment, he no longer concealed his abilities. Instead, he revealed his abilities. Lin Woody! That's right. From now on, that would be his title. Lin Xian decided to embark on the path of invincibility. He wanted to conquer the world and be invincible. Damn it! That aura! Everyone in the distance was stunned. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body was too terrifying. As soon as he appeared, these people all trembled. Those who were weaker even knelt on the ground and could not raise their heads at all. Not only that, but the weapons on their bodies also trembled as if they were worshipping an emperor. Even the Fire Crow King and Gao Peng's bodies trembled. This kind of trembling was uncontrollable. Damn it, who is this person? Especially Gao Peng. He had already comprehended the power of Tao and could be said to be standing at the peak. However, at this moment, he was still trembling in front of Lin Xian. When the Nether King felt the sharp sword chi, his expression also changed. Too powerful! Far surpassing Gao Peng, even surpassing him. Damn it, get out of my way! Dance of Death! At this point, the Nether King also mobilized all of his power and crazily waved the death battle spear in his hand. Buzz! Lin Xian released his grip and let go of the death battle spear. His right hand rose into the air, an endless golden light formed a golden sword in his hand. He slashed down from the sky. Slash! On the opposite side, the Nether King also shouted coldly. The death battle spear danced crazily and collided with the golden sword in the air. With a clang, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered again. Endless waves of air spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone was swept away and sent flying. Gao Peng also kept retreating. In the end, he had no choice but to activate the power of Tao to block this attack. Chapter 31-38. After the attack, the Nether King spat out blood and flew backward. His entire right arm was shattered. The death spear was sent flying. He was severely injured. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pointed forward like a god of swords. From the beginning to the end, he was not injured at all. Bring out your power that is close to the Tao. Otherwise, it will not be enough. Indeed, the reason why Lin Xian attacked was to experience the Nether King's power that was close to the Tao. He knew that in the future battles, he would have to fight more and more monstrous geniuses. He might even fight with half-saints and sages. He wanted to understand all kinds of power and laws that were close to the Tao. As you wish. The Nether King's broken arm grew back, and the death spear was in his hand again. His expression became cold. That was because he was very confident in his netherworld Tao. No matter how strong his opponent was, so what? He had a power that was close to the Tao. The netherworld Tao. Endless black gas spread out from the Nether King's body, completely covering the entire sky. Then, the Nether King's entire body was immersed in the darkness. For a moment, everyone saw the endless darkness again. They could not see the battle inside. Gao Peng had to retreat. It was the Nether King's Netherworld Tao that defeated his Tao of strength. The Netherworld Tao suppressed even the soul. It was impossible to see. Lin Xian was wrapped in endless darkness as he muttered to himself. Indeed, it was pitch black. He could not see or hear anything at all. It was equivalent to depriving him of all his senses. If someone else was wrapped in such darkness, they would probably be instantly assassinated. Boom! Boom! Clang! Sure enough, in the next moment, he received tens of thousands of attacks. This happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Xian received hundreds of thousands of attacks. However, his body was still flickering with mysterious runes. At this moment, his 9-yang divine body had reached the half-saint realm. The strength of his physique was definitely beyond imagination. No matter how powerful the Nether King's divine ability was or how terrifying his weapon was, it would probably not be able to break through his physical body. Damn it, he's actually so strong! The Nether King hid in the darkness again. His arm was numb. After hundreds of thousands of attacks, not to mention an invincible king, even a group of invincible kings would be killed. However, nothing happened to the Nether King. What exactly was his physique? This damned brat actually dared to be so arrogant. He discovered that Lin Xian didn't even counterattack in the hundreds of thousands of attacks from before. Instead, he simply allowed himself to be hit. The Nether King was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still had a trump card, and that was the Netherworld Tao. The endless darkness flickered with a dim light, and quickly gathered towards the Death War halberd in his hand. This time, the Death War spear was imbued with a power that was close to the Tao. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Yu Ming let out a soundless chuckle as he appeared behind Lin Xian like a ghost. He quickly raised the Death War spear in his hand and brought it down viciously. There was no sound or light during the entire process, so the other party definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. But in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. In front of him, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head. The golden light in his eyes shone like two divine lamps in the darkness. Damn it, I've been discovered! What kind of eyes were those? Yu Ming was so frightened that his hair stood on end. However, he had already made his move, and he had even imbued it with a power that was close to the Tao. So what if the other party had discovered him? Death War Spear, first slash of the Netherworld. When the War Spear slashed down, endless black gas rolled. Even if Gao Ping had mastered the Tao of Power, he wouldn't be able to survive. In his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian didn't dodge in the face of this shocking killing move. However, at this moment, runes flickered in his golden eyes. Then, a red light flew out. Whoosh! This ball of flame was very small, like a soybean. It landed on the Death War Spear and suddenly exploded, turning into a monstrous fire that swept in all directions. The Tao of Fire, Smoke and Fire. At this moment, Lin Xian also displayed a power that was close to the Tao. Moreover, his power that was close to the Tao was extremely terrifying, especially the power of fire. Therefore, as soon as it appeared, the surrounding endless black gas and demonic clouds rolled violently. Then, they were ignited and burned. A power that was close to the Tao. The Tao of Fire! Damn it, suppress it for me! The Nether King roared. He didn't expect the other party to have a power that was close to the Tao. Moreover, it was the power of fire. He mobilized the Netherworld Tao and quickly suppressed it. But soon, he screamed in horror. I can't suppress it! How can your power be so strong? He was going crazy. One had to know that previously, Gao Peng also had a power that was close to the Tao. However, the Nether King didn't care. Because he could see that Gao Peng had just mastered this power. In the eyes of others, it might be very strong. But in front of him, it was pitifully weak. But now, he was actually trembling. Lin Xian's power of fire was much more terrifying than his Netherworld Tao. He was definitely a super genius. Damn it! The Nether King wanted to escape, but he was enveloped by the monstrous flames. In the next moment, he screamed as his body was ignited. Outside, Everyone was waiting anxiously. They didn't know how the battle was going. But suddenly, Gao Ping screamed, "Look!" In the next moment, countless people stretched their necks and looked into the distance. Above the sky, a fiery red light suddenly lit up in the endless darkness. Then, the demonic aura that filled the sky was covered by flames and burned fiercely. The entire world was illuminated by the flames. Flames, it was flames! Where did the flames come from? It was from that kid! Heavens, he actually burned the demonic aura! It was close to the power of the path. Gao Peng's body trembled. Although he controlled the path of power, he was insignificant in front of the power of fire. The others also screamed. Was this the power that was close to the path? That kid was actually a top-notch expert. They had misjudged him. They didn't expect there to be such a super expert by their side. They didn't know which was stronger, the path of fire or the path of the netherworld. Gao Peng was also extremely nervous and clenched his fists. Soon, he was stunned. He saw a figure flying out of the sky and being ignited by the endless flames. He was screaming in pain. It was the Nether King. The Nether King was defeated. The Nether King was burned. Screams came one after another. The demonic aura that filled the sky was burned, and the endless flames formed a fire dragon that crawled under Lin Xian's feet. Damn it, I admit defeat. Stop! The netherworld Tao fell into the mountain range and shattered dozens of mountains. But he still couldn't put out the flames on his body. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Hearing that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, all the flames in the sky entered his body. The Nether King fell to the ground, panting nonstop. His expression was extremely ugly. Defeated, the Nether King was actually defeated. Gao Peng's body trembled, and the others were even more stunned. They knew how terrifying the Nether King was. He swept in all directions, and even Gao Peng was no match for him. Chapter 31-39. They could see that if Lin Xian hadn't held back, the Nether King would have been killed. Who are you? Which sect are you from? Which planet are you from? The Nether King stood up and roared. He couldn't believe it, so he had to know the other party's identity. Lin Xian stood on the fire dragon with his hands behind his back, looking like a god. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. You just need to know that my name is Lin Wudi. After saying that, the fire dragon under his feet carried him and flew into the distance, disappearing into the sky. Lin Wudi. The Nether King's expression was ugly. The others muttered the name in their hearts, shocked. Although Lin Xian had left, the shock he caused was still there. And it was getting more and more intense. Then, the news swept through the entire cloud-returning planet like a storm. Everyone knew that Gao Peng had been defeated in this battle. The Nether King attacked powerfully, suppressing everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. Then, someone called Lin Wudi attacked and defeated the Nether King in a few moves. In the end, he only left the crowd to watch. Too cool. That Lin Wudi is too cool. I must marry such a man. Many women were infatuated. This is a true peerless expert. As for the other great sects of the Holy Lands and the top families, they were frantically searching for information on Lin Wudi. However, they realized that they knew nothing about him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air and then disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find him at all. Lin Wudi! The Nether King gritted his teeth. He turned and soared into the sky, leaving cloud-returning planet. Although I don't know who you are, one day, we will meet again on the ancient path of stars. The Nether King left completely. And on cloud-returning planet, it continued. Everyone was talking about this battle and the mysterious young man, Lin Wudi. At this time, Lin Xian had already left Heaven's Vault Peak. He set off again. It was about time to give Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others a warning. Defeating the Nether King was just a small interlude. Lin Xian's current priority was to break through to the Half-Saint realm. This was because he could see that the top group of Sky Prides had already grasped a power that was close to the Tao. However, Whoever could break through to the half-saint realm first and master the precept fragment would be able to seize the opportunity and suppress the other geniuses. Lin Xian now had a huge advantage over those people. His physical body was still at the half-saint level. Next, he only needed his cultivation and comprehension of the laws to reach that level. Now that he had the sacred breakthrough pill, he could significantly increase the speed and success rate. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian triggered the flame he had left in young Master Shen's body. He knew that those aristocratic family disciples wouldn't obediently collect them. After all, although he had displayed a bit of his strength back then, it was not as shocking as the battle with the Nether King today. Therefore, with the status and thoughts of those family disciples, they should have turned a deaf ear to it. However, things might not be the same in the future. The Shen family. It was a very famous family in the northern continent. Although it wasn't the best, it was still a big family. After young Master Shen returned to the Shen family, he behaved himself for a few days and then came out again. Of course, he didn't go far. He stayed within the Shen family's sphere of influence. At this moment, he had gathered a group of genius disciples from big families to hunt. They had gained a lot from this battle. In the sky, a team flew quickly. It was young Master Shen and his group. Each of them was sitting on a bloody dragon horse. This was a type of flying beast. Behind each bloody dragon horse hung a huge corpse. These were the demon kings they hunted. Every one of them was terrifying. The group of people attracted a lot of attention. Brother Shen, your strength has increased again. Yes, that slash just now was really powerful. It directly killed the tiger demon's vital point. An ordinary 9-star demon king is no match for Brother Shen. Young Master Shen was very happy. He was overjoyed to hear the compliments of the surrounding sky prides. As for the spirit herbs Lin Xian had asked him to collect, he had long forgotten about them. In his opinion, Lin Xian was strong enough to fight against the Bloody Blade King. But so what? No matter how strong the Bloody Blade King was, it was only in Giant Armor City. Here, the Shen family was still in charge. No matter how strong the Bloody Blade King was, would he dare to behave atrociously in the Shen family's territory? The answer was definitely no. Thus, young Master Shen didn't take Su Chen's words to heart. But in the next moment, his body trembled. His pupils constricted, and he screamed in horror. This was because a tiny flame inside his body was trembling slightly. Then, it spread rapidly. His internal organs were burned to ashes. In the next moment, endless flames appeared on the surface of his body and enveloped him. Ah! Young Master Shen screamed and fell from the bloody dragon horse. He rolled in midair, looking very miserable. Endless smoke filled the air. Damn it, what's going on? Brother Shen! The martial artists around him were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. The Shen family's powerful cultivators also rushed over. Young Master! They attacked as if they had gone crazy. Watch me! An old man opened his mouth and spat out seawater to envelop young Master Shen. But it was useless. Use mine. I have a sea orchid pearl passed down from my ancestors. Just then, a prodigy took out a blue pearl and threw it out. The pearl shattered as soon as it got close to the flame. That prodigy vomited blood and flew backward. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Next, they tried more than a dozen magical powers and dozens of treasures. But it was useless. Young Master Shen was burned to a dry corpse amidst endless screams of horror. The other prodigies were terrified, as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was it? Who dared to attack here? They screamed like crazy. But there was only a chilly wind blowing around. No one answered. The Shen family's powerful cultivators trembled. In just an instant, their young master was burned to a dry corpse. They couldn't react at all. Everyone knew it was over. Something big had happened. Young Master Shen was the descendant of one of the Shen family's patriarchs. He was very popular. Now that young Master Shen was dead, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Go quickly. These people carried the burnt corpse and flew quickly. They even abandoned the demonic beasts that were hunting. They quickly returned to the Shen family. The other genius martial artists were also extremely frightened and quickly fled. Who knew if there were any powerful cultivators around? After the Shin family received the news, they were in an uproar. The Shin family's patriarch directly came out of seclusion. Looking at the burnt corpse, he roared to the sky. Damn it, who was it? The Shin family's battle servants knelt on the ground, trembling. Patriarch, I didn't see clearly. Young master seemed to have burned out of thin air. Chapter 3140. Investigate. Send the family's experts to investigate. You must find out who did it. I must tear him to shreds. The Shin family's patriarch roared at the sky, and the power in his body soared into the sky. At the same time, the news also spread out. Because after all, in addition to the Shin family's martial artists, there were more than a dozen genius disciples of the big clans present. After experiencing this scene, they were terrified, and the news came from their mouths. For a time, the city was in an uproar. Among them, Wan Gong, Haiyu Yumin, and those people who were planted with the flame restriction by Lin Xian all learned about it. They were scared out of their wits and returned to their clans in a hurry. They had no choice. Previously, their thoughts were the same as young Master Shin's. They thought that if they returned to the sphere of influence controlled by their clans, no matter how strong the other party was, he could not do anything to them. But now, it was different. Young Master Shin burned out of thin air and turned into a dried corpse. This scene really provoked them. Who knew if they would be the next? For a time, these people went crazy. They first asked the elders of their clans for help, asking them to break the flame restriction in their bodies. But soon they despaired. Because they found that although the flame restriction was small, it could not be broken at all. A few people despaired. After countless attempts, they finally put away their thoughts and began to collect the spiritual herbs that Lin Xian ordered with all their strength. However, people like Wan Gang and Hai Yu did not give up. They searched for all kinds of ways. Among them, Wan Gang returned to the Tiangang sect and asked his master for help. Hai Yu came to a mountain range alone, wearing a light muslin, and then walked into one of the cave abodes. Although this storm was not small, it was still drowned in the legend of Lin Woody. On the other side, Lin Xian withdrew his palm. This was just a small warning. He thought that those people should obediently collect the spiritual herbs. If he still did not see the spiritual herbs after 3 months, then he would definitely not be merciful. He wondered how many of those people in Thousand Herb Hall had collected. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He decided to go to Giant Armor City again to take a look. Apart from the few precious spirit herbs that were hard to find, he had to speed up his search for the other spirit herbs. After all, he didn't just collect 1, but 3. With a flicker, Lin Xian soared into the sky and disappeared. Ever since Lin Xian had left, the Bloody Blade Monarch and Madame Hua had been doing their best to gather spiritual herbs in the Great Armor City's Myriad Herb Hall. They knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so they didn't dare to resist. And the whole thing was proceeding smoothly and quickly. Lin Xian had left behind a large number of spirit herbs, but other than the most expensive ones, most of them could be found in the 10,000 Herb Hall. As for the precious few, they decided to search for them slowly. However, in the past few days, the 10,000 Herb Hall had clearly not been collecting spiritual herbs. Of course, it wasn't because they had betrayed Lin Xian, but because something else had happened. At this moment, a group of people had gathered in the grand hall of the 10,000 Herb Hall. Sitting at the very top was the Bloody Blade Monarch. Beside him was Madame Hua, and on both sides were the elders of the 10,000 Herb Hall. However, it was obvious that these elders were all injured. The Bloody Blade Monarch's expression was very ugly. He looked at the letter in his hand, and his body trembled slightly. Are you saying that that fellow has really returned? That's right, he has indeed returned. When we were collecting spiritual herbs, we encountered him and were injured by him. Furthermore, he asked us to pass on a message. He will come in 3 days to settle the matter from back then. Damn it, he's too arrogant. There are so many of us. Do we have to be afraid of him? Madame Hua snorted coldly and looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch's expression was very grave. How many people did he bring this time to injure you? The elders below all had ugly expressions. There weren't many people, just him. What? The moment this was said, the other powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Madame Hua's body also trembled, and the Bloody Blade Monarch's pupils shrank. One person? How was that possible? He only knew that these elders of his were all invincible kings. What? One person could defeat all of them? Your Majesty, we discovered that this fellow's strength seems to have reached the complete 9-star realm. What? Complete 9-star realm? Hearing this, the Bloody Blade Monarch stood up with a bang. The complete 9-star realm was the last realm of the 9 new kings. It was one level higher than him. He was only at the peak of the 9-star realm, one step away from the complete 9-star realm. This step was like a moat that was very difficult to cross. Damn it! Although the Bloody Blade Monarch was gritting his teeth, the blood sea behind him was surging, and Madame Hua's face was pale. He quickly said, Your Majesty, why don't we quickly contact the Qi family and let the other sex experts kill him? Even the Bloody Blade Monarch might not be able to defeat a complete 9-star realm expert, let alone others. Perhaps only the Qi family's experts could do it. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch shook his head. No, this is our own matter. If we ask the Qi family for help, they will think that I'm useless. At that time, not only will they not help me, but they might even remove me. After all, the Qi family would not raise trash. The Bloody Blade Monarch knew that they couldn't ask the Qi family for help. It seemed that they had to think of another way. Their faces were filled with worry. Just like that, 2 days passed. There was only 1 day left before the 3 days that they spoke of. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others couldn't find any way to resist. On the 3rd day, the sun rose. No one had slept for 3 days. To them, it wasn't a big deal. However, everyone's face was filled with worry. The entire 10,000 herb hall was not open for business. They were facing a great enemy. The array was activated, ready to strike at any time. However, at that moment, a figure walked in from outside the 10,000 herb hall. Is he here? Sensing that someone had entered, everyone was on their guard. In the 10,000 herb hall's main hall, a figure walked in. His footsteps were like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. Following that was a cold voice. What? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you want to rebel? You want to use arrays to deal with me? This voice was very sharp and carried a murderous aura, causing the surrounding array formation to tremble. Damn it, how can the enemy be so powerful? Many elders trembled. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch's pupils constricted. No, it wasn't him. It seemed to be young Master Lin's voice. Young Master Lin was here! Hurry up and welcome him! What? You're talking about that young Master Lin? They naturally wouldn't forget who young Master Lin was. They had been collecting spirit herbs day and night for the sake of that young man. Previously, they had wanted to find Lin Xian for help, but they couldn't contact Lin Xian at all. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to come at the most crucial moment. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were very excited. They hurried out. At the same time, the Bloody Blade Monarch shouted, Young Master, it's a misunderstanding. We're not targeting you. Chapter 31-41. Lin Xian was in the hall. After his battle with the underworld king on Tianqiong Peak, he had flown towards Giant Armor City. He had finally arrived on this day. When he arrived at the 10,000 herb hall, he felt that it was unusual. Originally, the 10,000 herb hall had been bustling with people. However, it was very quiet now. Not a single person was present, and the array had even been opened. It was obvious that they were targeting someone. Therefore, Lin Xian had thought that they were targeting him. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He frowned slightly when he saw the Bloody Blade Monarch, Madame Hua, and a group of elders walking towards him. Then he asked, How many of the spiritual herbs have you collected? Young master, we have collected a portion of them. After saying that, the Bloody Blade monarch took out a storage ring respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul. He nodded slightly. Barely enough. However, it wasn't very fast. Hearing this, everyone trembled. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. They wouldn't forget Lin Xian's methods. The Bloody Blade monarch broke out in a cold sweat. He said, Young master, it's not that we don't want to hurry up and collect them. However, we have encountered some trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Tell me. Lin Xian put away the storage ring and asked coldly. It's like this. Recently, the 10,000 herb hall has been targeted. Therefore, we don't dare to collect spiritual herbs. Not to mention collecting spiritual herbs, we don't even know if we can survive. According to the Bloody Blade monarch, this had happened 200 years ago. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods to climb higher on the martial Tao. Among them, he had gone against someone. At that time, he had used some methods to defeat that person. He had even broken that person's arm. At first, he had thought that person had died 200 years ago. However, he hadn't expected that person to return today. Moreover, he had killed his way back from the Purgatory planet. That person's cultivation had surpassed his. He had reached the 9-star Great Circle. It was even said that he had become a disciple of an extremely terrifying half-sage. Regardless of whether it was his status or strength, he had surpassed the Bloody Blade monarch. Therefore, that person would naturally seek revenge on the Bloody Blade monarch. 9-star Great Circle? A half-sage? Lin Xian frowned slightly. What was his name? When will he come? His name is Lone Wolf, and the message he sent me was today. Lone Wolf? Today? Lin Xian coldly snorted. It didn't matter if he was a Great Circle expert or a half-sage disciple. Even a half-sage wouldn't be able to stop him. Don't worry. With me around, Lone Wolf and Half-Saint won't be a threat to you. You just need to focus on gathering spirit herbs for me. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the Bloody Blade monarch and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was quite terrifying. He had completely surpassed them. It should not be a problem for him to deal with Lone Wolf. Bloody Blade monarch, it's been 200 years. I didn't expect you to be doing so well. But today, I'm here to take your life. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the surrounding void cracked open like a poisonous snake baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing one to tremble. Here it comes! In the main hall, the elders and powerhouses of the myriad herb hall trembled. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. The Bloody Blade monarch's eyelids also twitched. However, in the next moment, he coldly snorted. Lone Wolf, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Furthermore, you're so reckless as to provoke me. Today, I'll thoroughly turn you into a dead wolf. With Lin Xian by his side, the Bloody Blade monarch was naturally filled with confidence. He waved his hand and the defensive array formation outside opened, creating a vacuum zone. Then, the Bloody Blade monarch respectfully said to Lin Xian, Young master, please take a seat. Lin Xian had his hands behind his back as he walked north. Soon, he sat on a blood-red throne. The Bloody Blade monarch, Madame Hua, and the surrounding elders all carefully accompanied him. Whoosh! Thunder roared ahead as the void cracked open. A gray figure directly charged into the main hall. It was a man in gray robes. His face was cold, and there were 2 scars on his face. His eyes were a strange blue. The blood-red aura on his body was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Bloody Blade monarch's. It was as if he had crawled out of a boundless sea of blood. This person was the Bloody Blade monarch's enemy from 200 years ago, Lone Wolf. When Lone Wolf arrived, he looked around. When he saw that the person sitting in the middle wasn't the Bloody Blade monarch, but a young man, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly stopped paying attention to him. He had come to kill the Bloody Blade monarch, so he naturally knew that the other party had sided with the Qi family. In his opinion, Lin Xian should be a young master of the Qi family. Although his status was precious, what about his strength? He simply didn't think much of him. He had come this time to kill the Bloody Blade Monarch and immediately leave the cloud-returning planet. No matter how powerful the Qi family was, what could they do to him? If Lin Xian dared obstruct him, he would just kill him with one slash. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Lin Xian to the Bloody Blade Monarch. 200 years ago, when you crippled me and even wanted to kill me, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Today, I will put an end to the 200 years of enmity. Lone Wolf's voice carried a trace of madness. He had probably suffered all kinds of torture over the past 200 years. Back then, he had lost an arm and been chased down. He had been seriously injured and had almost died. Fortunately, he had seized the opportunity to completely leave the cloud-returning planet and come to the terrifying Purgatory planet. On the Purgatory planet, he had suffered a lot and eventually become the disciple of an extremely terrifying half-sage. He had cultivated a lot of remarkable abilities. Now, he had reached the great circle of the Nine-Star Realm. He felt that the time was right, so he had returned to the cloud-returning planet to prepare for revenge. You want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The Bloody Blade Monarch snorted and stepped forward. Although he knew that Lone Wolf's cultivation level was higher than his, he naturally wasn't afraid now that Lin Xian was around. Thus, he wanted to test Lone Wolf's skills. With a clang, the Bloody Blade Monarch drew his blade. The surrounding sea of blood surged as he charged at Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf sneered. Peak 9-star? You're no match for me. I'm at the great circle of the 9-star realm now. Blood-colored lightning erupted from his body, and a destructive power directly pierced through the sea of blood. At the same time, his fist carried blood-colored runes and rushed out like a volcano erupting. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged blows, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the 10,000 herb hall was enveloped by an array formation. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes. After 10 moves, the Bloody Blade Monarch was sent flying. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his arm was blown apart. He spat out a lot of blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. The difference between the two of them was one realm. That was a world of difference. Ha 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 ha, is this your strength? Too trash. Don't worry, I'll catch you and torture you to death bit by bit. Chapter 3142. The Bloody Blade Monarch kept retreating. At the same time, he roared and attacked. When the 6 elders heard this, they immediately took action. The 6 of them activated the array in an instant. Boom! 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 The 6 of them were like gods of death. They had killing swords on their bodies, and the array emitted countless rays of light. They carried a thunderous aura that pierced through the void. The 6 elders cooperated and quickly attacked Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf roared. Do you think a mere killing array can do anything to me? Today, I'll let you see the results of my 200 years of cultivation. With an angry roar, Lone Wolf's blood-colored aura spread out, forming a bloody wolf that emitted endless divine light. It raised its head and roared. The moment the blood wolf phantom appeared, it roared and slapped away the golden spear as well as the 6 old men. It's useless. My current strength far surpasses yours. You are just a bunch of ants. You have no ability to resist. Kneel down and I'll give you a quick death. Whoever dares to stop me will suffer the same fate as the Bloody Blade Monarch. They will suffer 100 years of torture and never be reincarnated. Lone Wolf snorted coldly. The bloody wolf behind him roared and shattered the array around them. The 6 elders were too slow. Their bodies exploded, leaving only their heads. They fled in panic and reassembled in the distance. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. The Bloody Blade Monarch's expression was ugly. Under normal circumstances, they would probably be dead. However, it was different now. He looked at Lin Xian. He wasn't the only one. Madame Hua, as well as the surrounding elders and guards, all looked at Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian was their last hope. Lin Xian had been squinting. He didn't care about the previous battle. Instead, he was examining the spiritual herbs in his hand. He even used his soul power to flip through the alchemy sage's notes. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to cultivate. As for Lone Wolf, he didn't care at all. The Underworld King was strong. He had swept across the Cloud Planet and suppressed everyone. However, he had still been defeated by Lone Wolf. Thus, Lone Wolf was no different from an ant in his eyes. To the side, the Bloody Blade King noticed that Lin Xian had one hand on his chin, seemingly deep in thought. They didn't dare to disturb him, and could only be even more respectful. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. When Lone Wolf saw this, he sneered. Blood Knife, I have to say that you really are trash. I didn't expect you to rely on such a brat. I know that you've been relying on the Qi family all these years. He should be one of the young masters of the Qi family, right? However, it's a pity that you want to use the Qi clan to pressure me. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't fear the Qi family at all, because my foundation isn't even on returning Cloud Planet. After I kill you, I'll immediately leave and return to Planet Blood Refinement. Do you think the Qi clan will chase me to the Blood Refinement Star just for you? Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. The Bloody Blade Monarch snorted coldly. What do you know? How can you understand the young master's strength? At this point, his expression became even more respectful. Gu Lang snorted and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you're from the Qi clan, aren't you? Get out of here. This matter has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, if you piss me off, I'll kill you as well. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. However, Gu Lang was soon stunned. In the next moment, his face sank. He noticed that the young man in front of him was still sitting there with his chin in his hand and didn't react at all. Damn it! Is he asleep? He'd actually been ignored. He couldn't tolerate it. In the past 200 years, he'd gone through endless hardships and finally reached perfection of the 9th star. It could be said that he was at the peak of the King realm. Who would dare to look down on him? Now, a young brat actually dared to look down on him? Even if he was from the Qi clan, he still couldn't. How stubborn! Since it's like this, then die. The Bloody Blade Monarch roared as he drew a gray sword and swung it down. As he swung his sword, the Bloody Blade Monarch behind him fused into it, and transformed into a blood-red rune that descended from the sky with an extremely terrifying baleful aura. Shit! At this moment, the elders and experts in the surroundings trembled. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch was drenched in cold sweat. Young master! The Bloody Blade Monarch couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that Lin Xian still hadn't moved. At this moment, the sword had already swung down. It struck Lin Xian's shoulder. Clang! A thunderous sound resounded as a terrifying wave of energy blasted out in all directions. The Bloody Blade Monarch, Madame Hua, and the elders in the surroundings were all sent flying. They smashed into the hall's formation in the distance, and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Shit! They raised their heads and stared ahead. He'd hit. A wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of the Bloody Blade Monarch's mouth. He could already see the young man's body being split in half. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, and he even became terrified. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be? His attack had indeed struck the young man's body, but the young man's body hadn't split open. There wasn't even a crack on it, let alone any blood. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his entire arm had gone numb. It was as if this move hadn't struck a human body, but a mountain. As he watched in horror, the gray sword in his hand emitted cracking sounds before it was covered in cracks. With a clang, it shattered into pieces. Broken! Lone Wolf's face turned green. His treasured sword had actually been shattered. What kind of person was this? What kind of physique was this? At this moment, Lone Wolf was extremely horrified. In the distance, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were dumbfounded as they swallowed their saliva. They knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, but they hadn't expected that Lin Xian would be so powerful. That was a powerful attack from a 9-star Great Circle expert. Even if all of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to block it. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He blocked the attack with his physical strength alone. This was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian frowned slightly as his soul left the black earth. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked ahead at the terrified lone wolf. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light struck the young man's body. With a bang, the young man's heart was pierced, and a bloody hole appeared. Ah! Lone Wolf was struck to the ground as he screamed like a madman. However, at his level, a broken heart wasn't a big deal. He could just heal it. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his heart couldn't heal at all. Even the bloody hole couldn't heal. He felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? The person in front of me is definitely very terrifying. Lone Wolf's life experience told him that the young man in front of him wasn't someone he could provoke. Therefore, his soul instantly left his body and flew into the distance. He was about to fly out of the hall. Chapter 3143. Ah! Lone Wolf's soul twisted and tumbled in the air. Soon, there was no more sound. The entire hall was quiet, and there was only a corpse lying there. The Bloody Blade Monarch, Madame Hua, and the other elders were all stunned. Was Lone Wolf dead? They didn't dare to believe it. That was a consummate level 9-star. Previously, no one had been able to suppress him with how powerful he was. However, Lin Xian merely moved his finger and glanced at him, and he was dead. Young master! The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others stood up and looked at Lin Xian with trembling eyes. Lin Xian stood up from his blood-red throne and said coldly with his hands behind his back. All right, Lone Wolf is dead. No one can threaten you anymore. You just have to collect the spiritual herbs for me. If you're as slow as you are now, don't blame me for not letting you off. He then glanced at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Don't worry, young master. I'll do my best to collect the spiritual herbs. Madame Hua and the other elders also knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. It was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. He could kill a peak 9-star king as easily as killing an ant. If he wanted to kill them, it would only take a blink of an eye. All right, get up. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, Get rid of the corpse. Also, is there a secret room for cultivation? Give me one. I want to cultivate in seclusion here. Yes, I'll prepare it for young master. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others hurriedly prepared. Soon, Lin Xian entered the best secret room. He set up a formation and sat down cross-legged. His current priority was to collect the spiritual herbs for the breakthrough sage pill. However, he had already handed this matter to the Myriad Herb Hall and Wan Gong. Therefore, he only needed to wait and collect them when the time came. There was one more thing, which was the Tianfang Pavilion's grand meeting. However, it seemed like it would take a month or two. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to cultivate again during this time. At the same time, Lin Xian instructed the Bloody Blade Monarch to pay attention to the Tianfang Pavilion. When the Tianfang Pavilion had news, he would inform him. A month later, Lin Xian received the news and opened his eyes. He stood up and walked out of the secret room. After a month of cultivation, his cultivation had become even more stable. Young master, the Tianfang Pavilion is about to open. Bloody Blade Monarch said respectfully from outside. At the same time, he took out another storage ring. These were the spiritual herbs he had collected over the past month. Other than a few precious herbs that he couldn't collect for the time being, the rest of the spiritual herbs were all here. Lin Xian nodded slightly after probing with his soul spirit. There were a total of 200 stalks. Including the 100 stalks he had collected earlier, he now had over 300 stalks. In addition to the 300 stalks in Lin Xian's hands, it could be said that he had already collected half of the materials needed for the breakthrough sage pill. Of course, this was only the first batch. Thus, he ordered that 2 more batches of the same type of spiritual medicine be gathered for him. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you if you follow me. After the matter is settled, I will help you defeat the other 2 spirit herb giants of Great Armor City and let you be the sole ruler. Upon hearing this, the bloody blade monarch's eyes burned with passion. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked young master. The other 2 giants weren't any weaker than the 10,000 herb hall. Furthermore, they had the support of large family clans. It could be said that it would be very difficult to move there. However, things would be different with Lin Xian around. Next, the bloody blade monarch continued to collect herbs. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wondered how Wan Gang and the other large family clans were doing. Previously, there had been a total of 8 disciples from large family clans. Given the strength of these families, they should be able to collect half of the herbs. This way, he would more or less be able to collect 1 stock of spiritual medicine. Of course, there were about 10 stocks of spiritual medicine that were very precious. It wouldn't be easy to collect them in a short period of time. However, he wasn't afraid. He still had a trump card, which was the chief family. As long as he cured the chief family patriarch's injuries, the chief family would definitely repay him. When the time came, he could ask for those few stocks of spiritual medicine as compensation. Given the chief family's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to collect those few stocks of spiritual medicine. To be honest, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Xian to collect them himself. However, he didn't have that much energy. Moreover, he didn't have that much time. Although they might not meet on the ancient star path, everyone was racing against time. Whoever was 1 step ahead might be ahead for a lifetime. Therefore, whenever Lin Xian had the chance, he would do his best to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and comprehend the Pill Saint's notes. As for things like collecting spiritual medicine, he would leave it to his subordinates. However, Lin Xian's forces were all in the true spirit world. He couldn't bring the people of Immortal Palace to the ancient star path. Therefore, he could only use force to subdue them on the spot and use them for his own use. He wondered what good pill cauldrons were in the Heavenly Square Pavilion. Could they pique his interest? He narrowed his eyes and left the 1,000 herb hall. He didn't go to the Heavenly Square Pavilion to play. Nailin Yanran had told him that a very magical pill cauldron would appear there. And he would need a pill cauldron if he wanted to refine pills in the future. Therefore, this time, he was going for that cauldron. At night, the stars twinkled and the moonlight was bright. A large river surged, reflecting the moonlight like swimming fish. On both sides of the river were 2 towering mountains. The spiritual chi on the mountains was abundant. Tiger roars and ape cries could be heard from time to time. Between the 2 mountains was a palace that looked like a heavenly palace. It was brightly lit inside. The light even shone down to the 9 heavens. This was the Heavenly Square Pavilion. At this moment, the Heavenly Square Pavilion could be said to be very lively. On the 2 mountains, strange beasts stopped in the surrounding void, roaring ferociously. There were also war chariots and spirit boats. Every one of them was extraordinary. At this moment, figures walked down from these strange beasts, spirit boats, and war chariots. Most of them were young. They were outstanding and had strong auras. There was even a hint of arrogance between their brows. Needless to say, these were all genius disciples of big families. At this moment, they were naturally here to participate in the Heavenly Square Pavilion's grand meeting. Outside the Heavenly Square Pavilion, there was a woman standing there. This woman was dressed in white. Her beautiful hair hung down to her shoulders. Her skin was like the finest jade. The geniuses of the big families and sacred grounds looked over from time to time. Yanran, why are you still standing outside? Hurry up and go in. A few beautiful women walked over. It turned out that this white-clothed woman was Nailin Yanran. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Her companions around her also noticed. Are you waiting for someone? Nailin Yanran came back to her senses and winked playfully. He should be coming. She wanted to wait a little longer, but she was pulled into the Heavenly Square Pavilion by her companions. More and more people walked into the Heavenly Square Pavilion. These young geniuses met each other, greeted each other, and then began to talk. Chapter 3144. Have you heard? That Nether King is very powerful. I was there at the time. He's within 1,000,000 miles of the void. Anyone who goes in will die. What? Is he really that powerful? Although that battle attracted countless people to watch, Cloud Return Planet was so vast with billions of people. Not everyone went to watch the battle. Most people had only heard of the legends. Now that they heard that someone was there personally, they were naturally interested. In an instant, everyone surrounded him. That's right, I heard that even Gao Peng was defeated. Is that true? Also, it's said that Lin Woody defeated the Nether King. Who is he? Which sect is he from? Do you know what that Lin Woody looks like? The young man who was surrounded scratched his head and said with a smile. Well, actually, I wasn't there at the time. My grandfather was there. But my grandfather told me when he came back. I guarantee that he didn't miss a single detail. TSK. Hearing that, many people curled their lips. My father was still there. What's the use of that? We didn't see it with our own eyes. These people shook their heads in disgust. They were very excited at times, and very nervous at times. In short, the name Lin Woody had spread like wildfire. Of course, there were also people who snorted coldly. What Lin Woody? He was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was invincible after defeating the Nether King? How could it be that simple? The world was so big, and there were so many geniuses. Who dared to call themselves invincible in the universe? Hearing that, many people were very unhappy. Although they knew that Lin Woody was a supreme existence who had defeated the Nether King. Who dared to refute that? However, when they saw the person who spoke, their bodies trembled, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Chen Rufeng, the young master of the Chen family. His identity and strength were very terrifying. It could be said that he was very dazzling among these prodigies. Of course, compared to Gao Peng and the Nether King, he was far inferior. After all, those two were prodigies who had comprehended the Tao. However, prodigies like Gao Peng and the Nether King were too far away from these people. Therefore, in their eyes, this Chen Rufeng was more intimidating. After all, he was alive and well in front of them. And people like Lin Woody only existed in legends. That's right, Lin Woody is just a legend. You dare to be arrogant in front of our young Master Chen? Be careful, we'll beat you down. Chen Rufeng was surrounded by a group of young people. They were like stars surrounding the moon, with Chen Rufeng in the center. Chen Rufeng waved his hand. All right, this is a grand event. Don't fight. As he spoke, he raised his head and arrogantly walked forward. Soon, his eyes lit up. Yanran! When she saw Nailin Yanran standing there, she immediately went up to her. Wow, it's young Master Chen. Seeing Chen Rufeng walking over, the women around Nailin Yanran also smiled like flowers and hurriedly greeted him. They couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Chen Rufeng was the young master of the Chens, a terrifying existence. Although they were also disciples of large families, their families could not compare to Qingjia at all. Chen Rufeng was naturally happy to see these beauties. However, his gaze still landed on Nailin Yanran. Nailin Yanran had an ethereal temperament. This temperament was not present in the women around her. Therefore, Chen Rufeng had his eyes on Nailin Yanran. However, Nailin Yanran was not very interested in Chen Rufeng. She wasn't interested in him in the past, and even less so now. She was always absent-minded because she was thinking about someone. Although she didn't know who that person was, his skills and elegance were far superior to everyone in the hall. He wasn't someone that Chen Rufeng could compare to. Yanran, young Master Chen is here to see you. Why are you so absent-minded? Those women naturally knew what Chen Rufeng was thinking, so they hurriedly pulled Yanran over to chat. Yanran smiled politely as she held a glass of wine made by the subservient nerves. However, in her heart, she was wondering whether he would come or not. At this moment, a lone boat was flying quickly in the surging river outside the Tianfang pavilion. A figure stood on the lone boat with his hands behind his back. Oh, oh, oh. There was a white Xiaoho on his shoulder. It was eating spirit fruits while blinking its black gem-like eyes. I know, we're almost there. The young man in red was Lin Xian. He rubbed Xiaoho's head and looked into the distance. Between the two mountains, there were rays of light. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This must be the Tianfang Pavilion. With a sway of his body, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Soon, he arrived in front of the Tianfang Pavilion. As expected, the Tianfang Pavilion required an invitation. However, Lin Xian was invited in after he mentioned Qi Siyu's name. After entering, Lin Xian was surprised by the number of people. The hall was very vast and decorated splendidly. There were all kinds of spirit wines and spirit fruits. The geniuses walked and chatted. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. Oh, oh. The little white monkey's eyes flickered when it saw the spirit fruits around. It swayed its body and rushed over quickly. Like a flash of white lightning, it took more than 10 fruits in an instant and hugged them in its arms. This scene caused many people to exclaim, "Oh, it's so fast! What's that? It's a little monkey. It's so cute." When they saw the little white monkey land on Lin Xian's shoulder, they all turned their heads. Xiaoho picked up the spirit fruit and took a bite. Immediately, it showed a very disdainful look and threw away all the spirit fruits. It even spat out its saliva. The little monkey was so cute. It couldn't be. These were all top-grade spirit fruits. Why didn't this guy like them? What a waste! Hearing this, Xiaoho was disdainful. Top-grade spirit fruits? What a joke! The trashiest spirit fruits it ate in the Black Earth were better than the best ones here. Although the Tianfang Pavilion was powerful and provided good spirit fruits, it was only in the eyes of these people. How could Lin Xian and the little white monkey be ordinary? Xiaoho was a treasure hunter, and Lin Xian was even more powerful. One of the spirit fruits in their hands was enough to shock these geniuses. Xiaoho's cute performance attracted the attention of many women. They came over one after another, wanting to exchange with Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian didn't care at all. What a joke, Xiaoho was his friend. Who was this person? He was so arrogant. No idea. Could it be that he was a disciple of some major clan? Seeing Lin Xian's cool expression, these people were also discussing spiritedly. They couldn't see Lin Xian's depth, but Lin Xian was very handsome, so it attracted the interest of these women. Lin Xian looked around, picked up a cup of spirit wine from the table, and drank a mouthful. He stood there as if he didn't fit in with the surroundings. It seemed that it would take some time before the noble pill cauldron would be displayed. Before that, let's wait for a while. He didn't have the intention to chat with the crowd. This scene was even stranger in the eyes of the people around. In their opinion, this was a strange person. Chapter 3145. Look, it's Chen Rufeng and Nalin Yanran. Wow, these two are really a match made in heaven. What are you talking about? They don't have that kind of relationship. So what? With young Master Chen's means, he can get any beauty he wants. Nalin Yanran will belong to him sooner or later. Chen Rufeng was the eldest son of the Chen family, and he was very talented. At the age of 100, he had already reached the peak of 9-star. In a few decades, he would probably reach the peak of the Great Perfection Realm. 100-year-old Great Perfection Realm cultivator. That was an extremely terrifying existence. In the future, it was very likely that he would become an existence like Gao Feng. Everyone was discussing. Although they were all of the younger generation, they were different from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a real young man. On the other hand, Chen Rufeng was 100 years old. However, the people around him didn't care. So what if he was 500 years old? To them, he was still a young man. Wow, he's a future top genius. Nalin Yanran's life is worth it to be able to get along with such a person. Many women were very envious. After Lin Xian heard that, his brows twitched. Nalin Yanran? Is she that person? He remembered that when he was with Fang Hao previously, there was a woman in black called Nalan Yenran. However, he didn't know if it was that person or someone with the same name. At the next moment, he also looked in front. The crowd in front of him dispersed, and two figures walked over. One of them was a woman in white. She was ethereal, and had a beautiful face. Behind her followed a group of pursuers, and standing next to her was a tall young man. He was wearing a silver armor that shone brightly like a god of war. Countless people looked up to him. The two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. Chen Ruffin was very happy. Everyone present was a genius and a disciple of a large family, but these people all respected him. Moreover, what made him even happier was the beautiful woman beside him, Nalan Yenran. After tonight, the relationship between the two of them would probably take another step forward. When that time comes, he might be able to take her down in one fell swoop. No woman that he, Chen Ruffin, had ever been able to escape from his grasp. While thinking about it, he frowned. That was because he realized that there was a figure in front of him who did not move aside but blocked their path. This made Chen Ruffin extremely displeased. Who was so bold as to block his path? Naturally, the others also saw this scene and immediately began to discuss. Who is this person? How arrogant! How dare he block Chen Ruffin? You're courting death. Could it be that it was an extremely noble person? I know. I asked him a lot of questions just now, but he didn't answer. He's a weirdo. However, they realized that no one recognized the red-clothed young man in front of them. As far as they were concerned, the red-clothed young man was dead for sure. Chen Ruffin stopped and frowned. He glanced behind him. The followers behind him immediately reacted and walked forward, intending to berate him coldly. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Not only them, but Chen Ruffin and the others were also stunned. Nalan Yenran, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, suddenly exclaimed. Then, she revealed her brightest smile. Young Master Lin, it's you! She lifted her feet and ran over to Lin Xian's side. She was so excited that she almost jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Young Master Lin, is that really you? Am I dreaming? Nalan Yenran was too excited. Previously, she had been waiting for Lin Xian, but she did not see him at all. In her opinion, perhaps he did not come here. However, she did not expect to see Lin Xian again. The surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Oh my God, who is this person? He knows Nalan Yenran. More than that, I've never seen Nalan Yenran with such an expression. No way, Nalan Yenran is about to jump into his arms. How is that possible? Everyone felt their minds go blank. The Nalan Yenran they knew was a goddess who looked warm on the outside, but her heart was 1,000 miles away. It could be said that no one could enter her heart. Even Chen Ruffin could only hover around her without being able to take a step forward. That made everyone realize that it was not easy to win her heart. But now, Nalan Yenran was showing such enthusiasm to an unfamiliar young man. This made everyone feel that their brains were not enough. Especially Chen Ruffin, after the initial shock, his face completely darkened. His eyes emitted a trace of extremely terrifying killing intent. The surrounding air was about to freeze. The others felt the terrifying killing intent and were also startled awake. Immediately, they looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cold smile. This kid dares to fight with young Master Chen for a woman. He's definitely dead. That's right, Chen Ruffin is such a genius and has such a high status. How can this kid compare to him? He'll definitely end up in a miserable state. In the crowd, there were two people who were equally shocked. They quickly walked out. They came to Lin Xian's side. It's really you! Fang Yu was shocked. Fang Hao had an excited expression. Brother Lin, we meet again. Long time no see. Lin Xian smiled and greeted the three of them. Little White, who was on his shoulder, also made a face at the three of them. The four of them chatted in front as if there was no one else around. They completely ignored the people around them. Chen Rufing's face darkened even more. He snorted coldly, and it was like a clap of thunder that exploded around them. Suddenly, Fang Hao, Qingqing, and the others' faces changed. Nalan Yenran was also shocked. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly turned around. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head and glanced at the other party, then ignored him. 9-star great perfection? Not long ago, he killed one with a raise of his hand. Chen Ruffeng snorted coldly, but he did not immediately get angry. Instead, he asked with a smile, Yenran, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce him? After hearing that, Nalan Yenran took a deep breath and then said with a smile, This is my good friend, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, this is Chen Ruffeng, young Master Chen. At the same time, she quickly sent a voice transmission. Chen Ruffeng is the eldest son of the Chen family. His strength and background have completely surpassed Wan Gong. Obviously, Nalan Yenran was reminding Lin Xian. Young Master Lin? Which family is young Master Lin from? Which Lin family? Chen Ruffeng asked coldly. Of course, he had heard of the Lin family, but he did not know when Lin Xian had such a young master who dared to offend him. However, Lin Xian did not answer him at all. He did not even acknowledge him. He looked at Nalan Yenran. Oh right, you said that a top-grade alchemy cauldron appeared here last time. When did it appear? Lin Xian came to Tianfang Pavilion for only one purpose, which was to see the top-grade alchemy cauldron and get it. Chapter 3146. Well, young Master Lin, I'm afraid the matter of the cauldron will have to wait for a while. Nalan Yenran did not expect Lin Xian to ignore Chen Ruffeng. She was shocked. The surrounding people were also stunned. Oh heavens, this kid is going to cause trouble. How dare he ignore young Master Chen? Hee, just wait and see. Ignoring Chen Ruffeng, he will definitely end up miserable. Sure enough, Chen Ruffeng was trembling all over. His eyes emitted an extremely cold light. The surrounding void was about to shatter. Kid, I'm asking you a question. His roar was like a clap of thunder. Many people trembled and almost fainted from the shock. Even Nalan Yenran, Qingqing, Fang Hao, and the rest were affected. However, Lin Xian did not seem to be affected at all. He gently waved his hand and blocked the energy impact for Yenran and the rest. Then, he shook the wine cup in his hand. Whose dog is barking here? Clang! As soon as he said that, many people's wine cups fell to the ground. However, they were all made of good quality nerves, so they would not break. However, the continuous collision sound kept echoing in the main hall. Everyone was stunned. Many people were even about to pee in their pants. Oh heavens, what is this kid saying? How dare he call Chen Ruffeng a dog? He wants to die. It's over. Something big will definitely happen today. Thinking about it, it's really exciting. Many people were immediately interested. For these young masters of the big families, no one dared to provoke them. Now that they met a reckless person, it was very refreshing. Of course, they knew that Lin Xian's ending would be very miserable. After hearing that, Chen Ruffeng was immediately angry. A terrifying aura appeared on his body, shattering the surrounding void. The formation of Tianfang Pavilion began to flicker unsteadily. The expressions of the followers behind Chen Ruffeng changed. They said loudly, Damn it, how dare you insult young Master Chen? Quickly kneel down and slap him. If you don't appease young Master Chen today, don't walk out of Tianfang Pavilion alive! These people roared together like thunder. The surrounding people's expressions changed instantly. Everyone distanced themselves from Lin Xian for fear of being implicated. They watched from afar. Only Lin Xian, Nalan Yenran, Qingqing, and Fang Hao were left. Nalan Yenran's face turned extremely pale. Qingqing and Fang Hao were also stunned. This was especially so for Qingqing. She hurriedly transmitted a message to Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, don't be rash. This Chen Ruffeng is very terrifying. He's not someone Wan Gan and the others can compare to. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch had to be careful when he saw him, because his identity was too unusual. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He poured another cup of wine and gently swirled the glowing wine in his hand. You don't have the right to know my identity. For the sake of Nalan Yenran, I will spare your life today. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Good boy, I've never seen anyone who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Chin Ruffin laughed. He did not make a move immediately because those who could enter this place were mostly people of status, and it was impossible for them not to know his identity. Since Lin Fan dared to be so arrogant, it meant that he had something to rely on. Although Chin Ruffin was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had to figure out Lin Fan's identity before acting according to it. Kid, show me your family. Let me see if you have the right to go against me. Lin Xian ignored him. To him, they were just a few ants jumping in front of him. If he wasn't happy, he could kill them at any time. How dare someone like him ask about my identity? What a joke! No! Lin Xian didn't answer, but the others thought that he was afraid. The girls beside Chin Ruffin also asked in a coquettish voice. Yenran, who is your friend? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. In their opinion, Lin Xian must be the young master of a top family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Nalan Yenran hesitated for a long time, then gritted her teeth and said softly. Young Master Lin is a rogue cultivator. He's very powerful. Clang! The wine cups in everyone's hands fell to the ground again. Their mouths were agape. What? A rogue cultivator. The followers behind Chin Ruffin were also stunned. Then, they hugged their stomachs and bent over laughing. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. He's a rogue cultivator. Damn it! I thought he was a genius from a top sacred ground. I didn't expect him to be a hothead. He probably doesn't even know who we are. That's for sure. If he knows who we are, he wouldn't be so arrogant. He would be scared witless and kneeling on the ground. Oh no, I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. These people stood out and pointed at Lin Xian, laughing arrogantly. Kid, do you know who we are? Kneel down now. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us? The others laughed as well. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Xian's face darkened. Suddenly, a gust of wind condensed into a few light palms and slapped the clowns in front of him away. With a bang, their teeth were broken and their faces deformed. All of them knelt on the ground and felt dizzy. Some of them even fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens! This person actually dares to attack us? He even dares to hit these people. After all, even though they were only followers of Chin Ruffin, their statuses weren't low at all. They were the young masters of large clans. In fact, some of their families were not weaker than the Chin family. However, these people were not direct descendants. They were only disciples of the side family. However, hitting them was equivalent to slapping their families in the face. How could the families behind them let this go? More importantly, although these people were arrogant, they had the right to be arrogant. They were all 9-star kings. The other party had only glanced at them and injured them. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. Nalan Yenran, Qingqing, and the others were also shocked. Lin Xian seemed to have done something insignificant. Noisy! If you dare to shout in front of me again, I'll obliterate you. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martialists behind Chin Ruffin did not dare to be arrogant anymore. They all looked at Chin Ruffin. They knew that Chin Ruffin would definitely not let this matter go. Sure enough, Chin Ruffin's face was extremely gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body. This aura was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding space to shatter rapidly. Kid, you actually dared to attack me in front of me and hit my people? A mere rogue cultivator dares to be arrogant in front of me? Chapter 3147. Are you threatening me now? Lin Xian shot a glance at the other party and said coolly. Galpin knows him, right? Heard of the Nether King, right? The two of them don't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Who do you think you are? The moment these words came out, everyone was directly scared silly. Many people even rolled their eyes. In their view, Lin Xian was seriously too arrogant. Moreover, the more arrogant he was, the more unreasonable it became. Who was Gao Peng? That was Return Cloud Planet's pinnacle batch of Heaven's Pride powerhouses. That was someone who comprehended power close to Tao. That kind of person was absolutely high above. Most likely, all of the geniuses in their entire Great Hall added up could not compare to one of his fingers. And the Nether King was even more terrifying. In a short few days he swept through Return Cloud Planet, suppressing everyone until they could not raise their heads. Even Gao Peng was defeated at the other party's hands. If not for the appearance of a mysterious Lin Wudi, probably no one would be able to suppress the Nether King right now. These two people, it was impossible for Chen Rufeng to know them, but he definitely heard of them before. In front of such an existence, he probably did not even have the possibility of resisting. Except, regarding Lin Xian's words, he did not believe it at all. Such a Heaven's Pride would fear this youth in front of him? What a joke! Brat, didn't expect that you're actually so reckless. Since you're courting death, I can fulfill your wish. Seeing that you're an itinerant cultivator, you shouldn't know my identity, right? Let me tell you, I, Chen Rufeng, am the Chen family's eldest young master. My current realm is the Great Circle of 9 stars. Furthermore, I just turned 100 years old. My strength is even more powerful. In the same rank, few are my match. Even those older generation figures are inferior to me too. Before long, I'll comprehend power close to Tao and reach half-sage realm. And at that time, I'm very likely only around 500 years old. Do you think that you have the qualifications to contend with me? Hearing these words, everyone fell silent. It was indeed so. Chen Rufeng was like Gao Peng back then. After 400 to 500 years, he could absolutely comprehend power close to Tao. That way, he would be the next Gao Peng. In the future, he could also slaughter his way onto the ancient starry sky path. Such a Heaven's Pride, they could not afford to provoke. This itinerant cultivator in front of them was simply reckless. Nalin Yanran, Fan Hao, and Qingqing were also extremely nervous. Although they knew that Lin Xian was so powerful that even the Bloody Blade King was afraid of him, they still didn't know how powerful he was. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch was nothing in front of Chen Rufeng. The two sides were not on the same level. Therefore, they were now worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, had a look of disdain on his face. Only after a few hundred years would one be able to comprehend a power that was close to the Tao. Such a person was too trashy. After all, he had already comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was disappointed. I originally thought you were some sort of genius, but I didn't expect that you would need several hundred years to catch my eye. The difference was too great. If your Qin clan's patriarch was here, he might barely be able to talk to me. Courting death. Brat, you have thoroughly infuriated me. How dare you provoke my Qin family? What kind of status did the patriarch of the Qin clan have? How dare the other party be so arrogant? Chen Rufeng took a step forward and his aura erupted like a volcano. A terrifying light shrouded the entire space. Everyone was trembling in fear. It was over. Chen Rufeng was enraged. It would be difficult to calm a top genius like him down. Perhaps the brat opposite him would be skinned alive. As Chen Rufeng's aura erupted, the array formation of the Tianfang Pavilion was completely activated. Countless figures gathered here. At the same time, an old man descended from the sky. Who was this? How dare he make a move in the Tianfang Pavilion? It was the Pavilion Guardian Elder of the Tianfang Pavilion. Countless people screamed. This was a big shot of the Tianfang Pavilion. The forces behind the Tianfang Pavilion were complicated and terrifying. Even Chen Rufeng did not dare to be too presumptuous. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw the old man. Chen Rufeng also retracted his aura and nodded at the old man. I am Chen Rufeng of the Qin clan. So it's young Master Chen. The Pavilion Guardian Elder smiled. Who dared to provoke young Master Qin? The pavilion guardian elder's attitude caused a huge commotion in the surrounding people's eyes. Qin Rufeng's followers sneered. Did you see that? This was their young Master Qin. Even the pavilion guardian elder had to give him face. The others were shocked. Qin Rufeng's identity was so terrifying? He would definitely be dead. Qingqing, Fang Hao, and Nailin Yanran's expressions changed drastically. Oh no, young Master Lin, why don't we leave? Yeah, there's nothing to attend in the Tianfang Pavilion. Why don't we go out for a gathering? The three of them naturally wanted to drag Lin Xian away. After all, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Xian. Qin Rufeng took the lead and fixed his gaze on a few of them. He pointed at Lin Xian and said coldly, "This guy provoked me and even dared to attack the people around me. He has completely broken the rules of the Tianfang Pavilion. More importantly, he's just a rogue cultivator. Brother Tianfang invited the top geniuses of the big clans. What right does a rogue cultivator like him have to come in?" The pavilion protector elder frowned as soon as he said that. The guards beside him also emitted cold light as countless auras locked onto Lin Xian. The people around him were already trembling. However, the pavilion guardian elder frowned. The guards he brought were all elites. In addition to his aura, even a 9-star king would be scared to death. However, Lin Xian was still calm and composed. He didn't panic at all. This was unbelievable. This guy wasn't simple. However, so what if he wasn't simple? The Tianfang Pavilion had never been afraid of anyone. More importantly, Lin Xian had offended Qin Rufeng. Therefore, the pavilion guardian elder quickly stood on Qin Rufeng's side. He asked coldly, "Young master, which clan are you from? Can you show me your identity?" "I'm a rogue cultivator." "You don't have to ask," Lin Xian said indifferently. "What? He's really a rogue cultivator." Hearing Lin Xian admit it, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The corners of Qin Rufeng's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Since the other party had taken the initiative to admit it, then things would be easier. Humph! The pavilion guardian elder's face was gloomy. How dare a rogue cultivator cause trouble in the Tianfang Pavilion? How dare a rogue cultivator barge into the Tianfang Pavilion and disturb the order of the Tianfang Pavilion in public? "Men, take him down!" The pavilion guardian elder roared angrily. 6 martial artists walked over and surrounded Lin Xian with their long sabers clanging. Seeing this, Fang Hao pulled out his long sword. Who dared to touch Brother Lin? Lin Xian was his savior. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, he naturally had to help. Qingqing's face was pale. However, she sighed and didn't leave. Perhaps her presence here could make Tianfang Pavilion fear her. Chapter 3148. Bloody Blade Monarch? Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. However, Qin Rufeng and the pavilion guardian elder looked disdainful. They didn't care about the Bloody Blade Monarch. Even if the Bloody Blade Monarch came personally, he wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of them. "Kid, is this your trump card? Bloody Blade Monarch? That's scary. Let me tell you, even the Bloody Blade Monarch has to bow down in front of me. He wouldn't dare to provoke me. Provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life." Qin Rufeng revealed a devilish smile. "Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead." Qin Rufeng laughed loudly. The pavilion guardian elder shouted coldly, "Take him away! No, you can't move!" Fan Hao and Qingqing went forward but were beaten back. They weren't a match for these experts at all. Nailin Yanran also stood in front of Lin Xian, but she was still restrained by the array. The strength of the Tianfang Pavilion wasn't something they could contend against. The surrounding people looked at this scene and sneered. This brat really didn't know what was good for him. First, he offended young Master Qin. Now, he dared to offend the Tianfang Pavilion. If he offended one of them, he would be dead. If he offended 2 of them, it wouldn't be easy even if he wanted to die. While they were discussing, The 6 experts had already surrounded Lin Xian and locked him in place. Lin Xian didn't care at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes. These people dared to attack him? In that case, he didn't mind tearing down the entire Tianfang pavilion. Then, he would forcefully take away the pill cauldron. In the sky, 6 large palms covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Who dares to attack? As soon as the voice was heard, the array changed rapidly and instantly pierced through the 6 large palms in the sky. At the same time, rays of light surrounded Lin Xian and protected him. This shocking change made everyone dumbfounded. Chen Ruffin was stunned, but the pavilion protecting elder frowned. What was going on? There was someone who could use the array. Who was it? He was a member of Tianfang Pavilion. Humph, I want to see who dares to stop me. In the next moment, he turned his head to look, and the others followed suit. But soon they were stunned. That was because they saw a beautiful blue-clothed woman walking over from afar. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness and killing intent on his face. The pavilion protector elder was originally very angry, but when he saw this young woman, his body trembled and his expression changed instantly. Second Miss, why are you here? Although he was the pavilion guardian elder of Tianfang Pavilion and had great strength, he was only in Tianfang Pavilion. Even the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion had to be extremely respectful to him. Because the person who came was the second daughter of the Qi family. Although their brother Tianfang was powerful, he was just one of the businesses under the Qi family. The second miss could be said to be his master. Although he didn't fear the second young mistress with his strength as a pavilion guardian elder, what about the Qi clan behind him? Any expert elder would be able to kill him. Therefore, the pavilion guardian elder didn't dare to be impudent in front of the second miss at all. Second miss? What second miss? The surrounding people were stunned. Many of them didn't know her. Because their status wasn't high enough. Chen Rufing's expression changed and he quickly cupped his fists with a smile. So it's the second miss of the Qi family? I'm Chen Rufing. We've met once before. What? The second miss of the Qi family. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people gasped. They didn't expect the second miss of the Qi family to be here. Behind Tianfang Pavilion was the Qi family. The second miss of the Qi family was equivalent to the master of Tianfang Pavilion. Even the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion had to bow to her. They didn't expect such a powerful figure to be here. Everyone was amazed. Although they were disciples of large families, they were much more insignificant compared to the Qi family. Chen Rufing had a smile on his face that he thought was handsome, but his mind was racing. In terms of appearance, the second miss of the Qi family was even better than Neilin Yanran. Her status was far above Neilin Yanran's. If he could get his hands on such a woman, then his status and strength would change drastically in the future. Therefore, Chen Rufing's heart was burning. He even wanted to walk up to the second miss of the Qi family. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because he found that the second miss of the Qi family didn't pay attention to him at all. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she went directly to Lin Xian's side and asked carefully and anxiously. Young Master Lin, are you all right? Are you hurt? What? This scene was like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Why was the second miss of the Qi family so nervous? Moreover, he was so careful, and even had a trace of respect. Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just an itinerant cultivator who sneaked in secretly. But now, they were suspicious. How could an itinerant cultivator make the second miss of the Qi family so respectful? Chen Rufin was stunned and his face turned ugly. The guards of Tianfang Pavilion felt their scalps go numb. The pavilion guardian elder's pupils shrank. The surrounding people were in an uproar. At this moment, the few young martial artists behind Chen Rufin couldn't stand it anymore and said anxiously, Second miss, this guy is a liar. He injured us and disregarded the rules of Tianfang Pavilion. He's about to be arrested. Second miss, you must punish him severely. That's right. Chen Rufeng also took out a folding fan and waved it gently. There were endless runes on the folding fan. At first glance, one could tell that it was a top-grade magic treasure. This guy has indeed disrupted the order of Tianfang Pavilion. I'm catching him with the Pavilion Guardian Elder. I didn't expect second miss to come. It's really... Before he finished, Chi Siyu turned her head coldly and shouted coldly. Shut up. Chen Rufeng's hand froze in midair. The smile on his face instantly turned ugly. A cold, murderous intent emerged in his heart. She dared to scold him? No one had ever dared to scold him like this. But in an instant, his murderous intent quickly disappeared. She was the second miss of the Qi family. He didn't dare to attack her. Second miss! The Pavilion Guardian Elder wanted to say something, but Chi Siyu's eyes emitted a piercing light as she stared at him. How dare you attack young Master Lin? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. What? The Pavilion Guardian Elder was stunned, and so were the surrounding guards. Everyone was stunned. Chi Siyu's voice was still echoing. Young Master Lin is an honored guest of the Qi family. Even the patriarch of the Qi family has to treat him with respect. Chapter 3149. Plop! 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 Upon hearing this, Elder Ge and the other guards all knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Nalin Yanran, Qingqing, and Fang Hao were all stunned. The rest of the people's minds went blank, unable to react. What's going on? Isn't this kid a loose cultivator? Oh my god, he's actually an honored guest of the Qi family. This is going to be interesting. That's right, the Pavilion Elder of the Tianfang Pavilion had actually angered their master's honored guest. Many people looked as if they were watching a good show, but even more people were shocked. They stared at Lin Xian, wanting to see clearly what this guy was. Nalin Yanran, Fang Hao, and Qingqing were also stunned. To be honest, this scene was like a dream to them. Suddenly, they recalled what had happened at the Thousand Herb Hall a few months ago. The Bloody Blade Monarch had been so powerful that he had even wanted to kill them. However, in the end, he had still groveled and followed Lin Xian. This scene was so familiar. Now, the Tianfang Pavilion and the Qi family were all standing respectfully beside Lin Xian. These people were much stronger than the Bloody Blade Monarch. However, they were still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too mysterious in their eyes. When Chi Siyu saw the Pavilion Protector Elders and the surrounding guards kneeling, she respectfully walked to Lin Xian's side and spoke carefully. These people don't know the rules and offended young Master Lin. I hope young Master Lin can forgive them. Young Master Lin, you can punish these people as you wish. The Qi family will definitely satisfy young Master Lin. The Pavilion Elder and the others were trembling, while the rest were shocked. Let Lin Xian punish them as he wished? If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? At this thought, they were shocked again. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian's status. Chi Siyu's face was cold, but her heart was filled with anger. Damn it, this bunch of trash. If she had come a little later, she would have been killed. Perhaps Lin Xian was about to make his move. Regardless of whether Lin Xian was injured or frightened, what happened next would be difficult. After all, the Qi family needed Lin Xian's help. This was because only Lin Xian could heal their patriarch's injuries. If they angered Lin Xian wouldn't treat their patriarch. If that was the case, their old ancestor would not be able to cure him. If that happened, their clan's patriarch might die. That kind of loss was something that the Qi family could not bear. After all, that was a half-saint. Fortunately, she had arrived in time and the worst-case scenario had not happened. Now, it could still be remedied. Lin Xian stood there, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. His expression was calm, as if he was not affected at all. To be honest, even if Chi Siyu didn't come, these people from Tianfang Square wouldn't be enough to take him down with one hand. However, since Chi Siyu was here, things would be easier to handle. He said calmly. The second miss of the Qi family is here. How can I, a guest, deal with this? I think it's better for the Chi family to handle this matter. All right, young Master Lin, I know what to do. Chi Siyu turned around and stared at the pavilion protector elder and the guards in front of her. Her cold voice rang out. Cripple everyone's arms and expel them from Tianfang Pavilion. If anyone else dares to provoke young Master Lin, kill them without mercy. The cold killing intent reverberated in the main hall. The entire void couldn't bear it. In front of them, the pavilion protector elder and the guards were trembling. However, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, they were able to keep their lives. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Chi Siyu asked softly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. What he wanted wasn't their deaths, but their attitude. He was Lin Wudi, a top genius who had trampled the Netherworld King under his feet at Tianqiong Peak. How could these ants provoke him? An expert should have the dignity of an expert. A genius should have the pride of a genius. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating and pursuing the peak of martial arts? After settling the internal affairs of Tianfang Pavilion, Chi Siyu looked at Chen Rufeng and his followers and frowned slightly. Chen Rufeng wasn't a member of Tianfang Pavilion. Although the Qi family was powerful, the Chen family wasn't a small family. Therefore, she couldn't go overboard. Chi Siyu said coldly. As for you, Tianfang Pavilion doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Chen Rufeng's expression changed and the surrounding people were in an uproar. Was she trying to chase them out? How could the eldest young master of the Chen family be chased out? Chen Rufeng's face darkened and he was trembling with anger. If this were to spread, he would definitely become a joke. This was a blatant slap to his face. I'm the young master of the Chen family. Chen Rufeng gritted his teeth. Chi Siyu snorted coldly. Young Master Chen, do you choose to walk out yourself or be chased out by us? At the end of her sentence, a wisp of cold killing intent appeared on her body again. Humph! Chen Rufeng snorted and his expression changed dozens of times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Let's go! He had no choice. The Qin family couldn't compete with the Qi family. Moreover, the second miss of the Qi family was like a little princess in the Qi family. He couldn't afford to offend her. However, he would remember today's grudge. One day, he would return the favor. And that Lin Xian? When he left, he took a deep look at Lin Xian with a wisp of cold killing intent in his eyes. After returning, he would thoroughly investigate this kid's identity. If there was a chance, he wouldn't hesitate to take action and even send the family's experts to kill him. It was because of Chen Rufeng that he was so embarrassed today. Initially, Lin Xian didn't care about this little ant. However, when Chen Rufeng looked at him with a wisp of cold killing intent, Lin Xian's face darkened. Wait a minute, he said coldly. Hearing this, Chen Rufeng and his followers stopped in their tracks. What are you trying to do? Chen Rufeng didn't say anything, but the followers around him roared angrily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did I say you could leave? Damn it, don't you go too far. The followers around him screamed crazily. Chen Rufeng's face was also terrifyingly dark. He said coldly, Kid, get this straight. I'm from the Qin family. Although the Qin family isn't as powerful as the Qi family, it's still a big family. Also, the people around me are the top disciples of the big families. If you provoke us, you won't have a good ending. Lin Xian smiled. You still dare to threaten me? You're just an ant in my eyes. I don't need to fight you. However, you've repeatedly released your killing intent towards me. I'm afraid you're going to send the family's experts to assassinate me when you return, right? How can I let a person like you live? When he said that, a wisp of cold light burst out from his eyes and enveloped the entire area. Chapter 3150. That aura was too terrifying. Previously, they thought that it was because of the appearance of the second daughter of the Qi family. In their opinion, Lin Xian might not be strong. But now, they were very wrong. Lin Xian merely released a wisp of aura, and it pressured all of them to the point of being unable to breathe. Such a person was definitely a top genius. No wonder the Qi family valued him so much. Chen Rufing's expression also changed, but then he sneered. Why? Do you dare to attack me? I'm not from the Tianfang Pavilion. Speaking of this, he stood proudly with his hands behind his back with a sneer in his eyes. He did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to attack him. If he did not see Qi Siyu, he would have to think twice before making a move on him. Qi Siyu said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, Chen Rufing's identity is not ordinary. Even I can't touch him easily. Don't worry. This time, I don't need the Qi family's power. I'll deal with him myself. Lin Xian strode over. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu was stunned and then quickly followed. She almost forgot how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Not only was he an alchemist who could cure the patriarch's poison, but he also killed the demonic thunder ape with one finger. His strength was definitely top-notch. Although Chen Rufeng was powerful, he was probably not Lin Xian's match. Thinking of this, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xian's life was not in danger, he could deal with whatever happened next. What do you want? Do you dare to attack us? The young men around Chen Rufeng covered their faces with their hands. They were also furious. They had given Qi Siyu face before, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so aggressive and even attack them. So what if they released their killing intent? They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Therefore, a few arrogant people directly jumped out. Are your hands cold? Let's see if you dare to attack me. Before they could finish, a big golden hand slapped the five of them to the ground with a bang. This time, Lin Xian used a little of his strength. The five of them were badly mutilated, and only their heads were intact. Ah! The five of them screamed miserably. His shattered body attempted to reassemble itself, but as soon as it did, it was crushed by a massive foot once more. His body was torn to pieces, and his blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the surroundings. The terrifying scene caused countless people to scream in fear. And the rest of you? As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed another 4 people. Their bodies were completely destroyed, leaving only their heads behind. 9 people were screaming miserably on the ground, their flesh and blood were a mess. Everyone was stunned. Even Chen Rufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Although these 9 people's statuses were not as high as his, they were still disciples of large clans. If one of them was alone, he might not be afraid, but if the 9 of them were together, even he would not dare to act rashly. However, the other party actually shattered it without any hesitation. How could the other party dare to do that? Was the other party not afraid of the revenge of these great families? The others were also stunned, but when they saw that Qi Siyu was still there, they shook their heads slightly. With the Qi family around, perhaps only Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. As expected, the disciples of the 9 great clans screamed, Damn brat, we will definitely not let you off! That's right, even the Qi family can't protect you if the 9 of us join forces. Just you wait to suffer the wrath of the 9 great clans. Qi family, protect me? Lin Xian laughed. Looks like you guys are really ignorant. Let me tell you, I, Lin Xian, don't need the Qi family's protection. Not to mention you guys, even if the 9 great clans dare to provoke me again, I will destroy all of you. At this point, a golden light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the 9 heads exploded, and even their souls were directly destroyed. The sea of blood between heaven and earth also fell and scattered in all directions. The disciples of the 9 great clans were no longer breathing. What? Dead? Everyone was so scared that they almost peed their pants. Being severely injured and being killed were 2 different concepts. By doing so, Lin Xian was directly making the 9 great clans his enemy. Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to do so easily. As expected, Qi Siyu's expression also changed. However, Lin Xian said coldly, I've said it before, today's matter has nothing to do with the Qi family. If there's anything, just look for me. I will definitely take it. As he spoke, Lin Xian turned and stared at Chen Rufeng. Chen Rufeng's pupils shrank. In the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to kill the 9 of them directly. Brat, you have completely offended the 9 great clans. Just wait for the wrath of the 9 great clans. Qin Rufeng laughed coldly. All right, don't use the 9 great clans to pressure me. I don't care about them. Since you dare to release your killing intent towards me, you will have to suffer my wrath. You! Qin Rufeng laughed coldly. If it wasn't for the Qi family, do you think I would be afraid of you? Indeed, although Lin Xian's strength was strong, Qin Rufeng didn't care about it. After all, he was at the perfection stage of the 9 stars' great perfection stage. If he wanted to kill the people around him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the Qi family. Just do whatever you want as long as you can kill me. Of course, you have to think carefully about the consequences of attacking me. Now kneel down and admit your mistake. I can let you live. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Qin Rufeng snorted coldly. The energy in his body instantly erupted. With a loud bang, a terrifying aura pressed down, causing the surrounding people to retreat quickly. The Tianfang Pavilion's formation was also activated. It's over. That brat is too arrogant. Yes, although he is strong, how can he be Qin Rufeng's opponent? Indeed, young Master Qin is at the perfection stage of the 9 stars' great perfection stage. Although this brat is strong, he is definitely not young Master Qin's opponent. Voices of discussion rang out. They felt that Lin Xian was simply too arrogant. Without the protection of the Qi family, how can this brat be Qin Rufeng's opponent? As expected, Neilin Yanran, Qingqing, and Fan Hao became nervous. Qi Siyu, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. She had seen Lin Xian's strength with her own eyes in the dark swamp. Since Qin Rufeng wants to die, then let's teach him a lesson. In front of him, a cold murderous intent appeared in Qin Rufeng's eyes. He decided to use thunder to kill his opponent. That way, he could vent the hatred in his heart. At that time, even if the Qi family wanted to punish him, he had the Qin family's protection. The Qi family would definitely not stand up for a dead person. At the thought of this, the fan in his hand exploded with a terrifying light. Runes intertwined in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The entire sky cracked rapidly, causing countless large cracks to appear. Boom! He waved the treasured fan in his hand and slammed it forward. Suddenly, the treasured fan expanded with the wind and directly swept across the sky, shattering the entire sky. The sky-shattering fan was a top-grade Dharma treasure. Someone screamed. Chapter 3151. It's over. This kid is definitely dead. With Qin Rufeng's strength and Broken Mountain, even a great perfection 9-star cultivator would not be able to withstand it. What? He's that powerful? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Fan Hao exclaimed, Brother Lin, dodge! Boom! Boom! The heaven-shattering fan descended from the sky with an endless murderous aura. The entire sky was trembling, and countless voids were shattering with rumbling sounds. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Ha, go to hell, kid! Qin Rufeng revealed a ferocious expression. This time, he did not hold back at all. Humph! You're just an ant! Lin Xian sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he only stretched out a palm and grabbed in front of him. The palm was extremely heavy, but there was no light flickering. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. This kid is really courting death. Yes, if he dodged, he might be able to dodge this attack. However, he chose to overestimate himself and take the attack head-on. He would probably be smashed into a bloody pulp in an instant. Amidst everyone's mockery, the two collided. In the next moment, something shocking happened. The terrifying heaven-shattering fan was directly grabbed and then broken in half with a crack. That simple and unadorned palm pierced through all energy. Nothing could stop it. That's impossible. The surrounding people went crazy. Broken Mountain was broken. What kind of palm is that? Chen Rufeng's pupils constricted. He felt as if he was not facing a palm, but a true dragon that was firmly locking him in place. Damn it, retreat! His expression became extremely ugly, and he was scared out of his wits. I was careless. My opponent is actually a physique tempering expert. Moreover, his physique was so strong that he could not imagine it. Retreat! Go! He did not dare to fight such a person in close combat. However, just as his body swayed, a palm grabbed his head. Damn it, get lost! Chen Rufeng roared angrily. Countless runes erupted from his body, and a terrifying force soared into the sky. Lin Xian's body was instantly covered in battle armor, and his terrifying king's domain transformed into a huge mountain that quickly pressed down. He wanted to shatter Lin Xian's palm. However, all of this was futile. Lin Xian's palm lightly trembled, and his opponent's king's domain shattered. The other party's armor was filled with countless cracks and shattered into pieces. In the next moment, Chen Rufeng was pressed down by a palm and knelt on the ground. With a clang, a thunderous sound rang out, and the ground cracked open. The surrounding array dimmed, as if it could not withstand this power. What? Chen Rufeng was defeated. In just one move, Chen Rufeng was pressed to the ground. The surrounding people went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was Chen Rufeng, a 9-star great perfection cultivator who had a top-notch artifact. How powerful was such a person? But in front of Lin Xian, he was as weak as an ant. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it! Chen Rufeng screamed like a madman. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Get lost! With a roar, he used his secret technique. Violent power erupted once again, trying to break free from Lin Xian's palm. However, in the next moment, with a bang, his body was torn into pieces. Ah! A black light appeared from his broken body and rushed towards Lin Xian like a dragon. It was a flying sword the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it carried a violent aura and shook the power of heaven and earth. Obviously, it was a very terrifying forbidden weapon. Boom! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only waved his palm. Instantly, the flying sword was sent flying. The black flying sword was covered in cracks. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that the surrounding people were unable to react in time. Chen Rufeng was so scared that he peed his pants. How was that possible? How terrifying was that forbidden weapon? It could kill a 9-star great perfection cultivator in an instant. However, it was shattered by Lin Xian's palm. Who was that person? Could it be that he had surpassed the 9-star great perfection? Impossible! He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. A red cauldron rushed out from between his eyebrows and enveloped his head. Humph! He revealed a ferocious expression. Damn it, go to hell! Boom! The small black sword that was full of cracks exploded with a bang. The terrifying power engulfed Lin Xian. Oh no! Seeing that scene, Qi Siyu's expression also changed. The surrounding people also retreated crazily. The Tianfang Pavilion's formation was activated. Countless rays of light shrouded in all directions, protecting them. However, even with that being the case, the entire spirit formation was still fluctuating violently. Cracks had even appeared in many places. It could not be helped. The explosion of a forbidden weapon was absolutely terrifying. An invincible challenger could not stop it at all. Countless people trembled when they saw that scene. It's over. That kid is dead meat. No matter how strong he was, he could not stop that destructive energy. No one below the half-step saint could stop it. Young Master Lin. Qi Siyu's expression also changed. She wanted to control the formation to break the energy in front of her. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. The explosion of a forbidden weapon? Is that your trump card? How pitifully weak! What? Everyone was stunned when they heard that voice. In front of them, the endless energy was torn apart by a pair of large hands. Then, Lin Xian walked out. He did not suffer any injuries. There was not even a trace of a crack on his body. Heavens, how is that possible? Everyone went crazy. Chisiyu was also stunned. Shinruffin even screamed crazily. Impossible! No one below the half-step saint can stop it. How did you do it? Could it be that you're a half-step saint? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically. However, they soon denied it. Impossible. I've never heard of such a young half-step saint. Moreover, they could feel the power of a half-step saint. However, they did not feel the danger of a half-step saint from Lin Xian. Then what's going on? Perhaps he has a defensive treasure in his hands, such as a half-step saint artifact. If he uses his full strength, he might be able to resist it. So that's what happened. Everyone was in a daze. How dare you use a forbidden weapon to self-destruct? It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson enough. Lin Xian took a step forward and grabbed forward with his palm. Block it! Chen Rufing's body regrouped and activated the red cauldron above his head. The red cauldron was also a very terrifying treasure. At that moment, it shone with tens of thousands of rays of light and firmly protected him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom! However, the speed of the golden fist was beyond his imagination. In an instant, it collided with the red cauldron. With a clang, the void in all directions shattered and countless formations cracked. Many people were bleeding from their ears and their faces turned pale. Under countless horrified gazes, cracks appeared on the red cauldron, and then it exploded with a loud bang. No! Chen Ruffum was in despair. A jade pendant on his body flickered with light and enveloped him. A necklace on his neck appeared with 18 runes and wrapped around him. Those accessories were not simple. They were all top-tier treasures. At that moment, Chen Ruffum was using them desperately. Chapter 3152. With a loud bang, Chen Rufing's body split open again. This time, even his head was smashed. Whoosh! Amidst the sea of blood, an illusory figure escaped into the distance. That was Chen Rufing's soul. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. His soul hugged a bead and escaped quickly. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand like a 5-finger mountain and sealed the entire void, completely cutting off Chen Rufing's escape route. Damn brat, how dare you kill me? I'm from the Chen family. If you kill me, the Chen family won't let you off. A mere Chen family isn't a threat to me. Lin Xian closed his palm slowly. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Damn it! Chen Rufing's soul hugged a red bead and suddenly let out a sharp cry. The red bead was covered with runes and turned into a soul attack. Go to hell! At this moment, Chen Rufing used his full strength. If this attack hit, it could instantly destroy the enemy's soul. Soul attack! Chen Rufing's soul attack was so powerful. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Damage to the soul was very difficult to heal. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Soul attack? He really didn't know what was good for him. Buzz! Golden runes flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a ball of golden flame flew out. The soul attack was instantly broken. Not only that, the red bead in Chen Rufing's hand also cracked from the middle with a bang and turned into a pile of ruins. Chen Rufing's soul screamed crazily and rolled in the air. It was extremely painful. No! Damn it, you can't kill me! His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who's there? How dare you cause trouble here? Obviously, the commotion here had alerted the higher-ups of Tianfang Pavilion. At the same time, Chisiyu also said, Young Master Lin, please reconsider. Chen Rufing's identity is indeed not simple. However, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. There was still a wisp of golden light in his eyes. His cold voice came. Are you convinced? Yes. I'm convinced. Chen Rufing kept begging for mercy. I was wrong. Young Master Lin, please Please be magnanimous. I shouldn't have offended you. I apologize to you, please forgive me. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. These people were all disciples of aristocratic families, so they naturally knew how proud and arrogant Chin Ruffin was. No one could make him lower his head. Even Chisiyu had only managed to force Chin Ruffin away. But now, there was actually someone who had destroyed Chin Ruffing's physical body. He even tortured Chin Ruffing's soul. Chin Ruffing had no choice but to apologize. Beg for mercy, lower your head. This was even harder to accomplish than killing the other party. Who was it? You still dare to make a move? Do you not put my Tianfang pavilion in your eyes? The loud and clear voice echoed in the air. Then, a middle-aged man stepped into the air and arrived beside Lin Xian. He looked at his surroundings with a solemn expression. Damn it, someone actually dared to make a move in his territory? However, in the next moment, when he saw Chisiyu, his expression changed as he greeted her respectfully. Second Mississippi. The person who came was the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion. He had been in the depths of Tianfang Pavilion, preparing for the upcoming grand event. Unexpectedly, there was a violent fluctuation outside. He even sensed that the protective formation of Tianfang Pavilion had shattered. This made him furious. Who dared to be impudent in their Tianfang Pavilion? Therefore, he walked out with an imposing manner. At the same time, he was extremely angry. What were the guards and elders of Tianfang Pavilion doing? Why did no one stop the battle outside? When he arrived, he saw a young man emitting a terrifying aura, turning his opponent into a bloody mist. He even burned his opponent's soul. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion instantly arrived in front of the young man, wanting to take him down personally. However, in the next moment, he saw a woman standing beside the young man. That woman was the second miss of the Qi family, Chisiyu. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion hurriedly bowed. At the same time, he saw their second miss respectfully persuading the red-clothed young man in front of her. What was going on? Could it be that the person who made a move had a powerful background? Thinking of this, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was shocked. He immediately withdrew his aura and stood aside. What was going on? He hurriedly called one of his subordinates and asked in a low voice. When he learned that the pavilion master and the surrounding guards had all kowtowed and apologized to the young man and were even expelled from Tianfang Pavilion, he was extremely shocked. The young man had such a powerful background. When he learned that the young man had instantly killed a genius disciple of the 9 great clans, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion felt like his scalp was about to explode. Who was this young man? How dare he kill a genius of the 9 great clans? Wasn't he afraid that the 9 great clans would join hands with him? When he found out that the person his opponent wanted to kill was actually Chin Ruffin, he was shocked. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion almost fainted from shock. At this moment, he even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Chin Ruffin. The young man wanted to kill Chin Ruffin. Moreover, it was already the final step. Heavens! Chin Ruffin wasn't someone that the 9 great clans cultivators could compare to. He was the eldest son of the Chin family. He was someone who had the potential to become one of the top young geniuses in the world. He could be said to be the hope of the Chin family. Even the Qi family wouldn't touch such a person easily, because once he was killed, the Chin family would retaliate crazily. However, the red-clothed young man in front of him looked indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. It was as if he was squashing an ant to death. Immediately, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, with the young man's means, he would be a dead man by now. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion trembled at the thought of this. As for Lin Xian, he looked at Chin Ruffin, who was struggling in pain in front of him, and revealed a cold smile. Was he convinced? He naturally knew that the young man wasn't sincere. However, he didn't care. With a wave of his hand, a 9-story pagoda flew out and suppressed Chin Ruffing's soul. In the next moment, his cold voice sounded. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. If you want freedom, tell the Chen family to come to me with the peerless spiritual herbs. With that, Lin Xian kept the 9-story pagoda. The others were stunned. What's going on? Did the young man suppress Chen Rufeng? He even threatened the Chen family to exchange the peerless spiritual herbs for it. Was this young man really going to start an all-out war with the Chen family? Everyone trembled at the thought of this. At the same time, they knew that there was an earthquake. This was definitely a big deal. Many people were extremely excited because they knew that a storm was coming. Chapter 3153. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was stunned. This was really a fierce person. He even dared to suppress Chen Rufeng. He even dared to threaten the Chen family. Thinking of this, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Qi Siyu beside him heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't kill Chen Rufeng, everything was negotiable. At most, the Qi family would step in. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Xian get hurt. Lin Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. What Chen family, the 9 great families, he didn't take them seriously at all. To be honest, attacking Chen Rufeng this time was also an accident. If not for the other party releasing killing intent towards him time and time again, he wouldn't have made a move. He knew that letting such a person go would cause a greater disaster. However, he could use Chen Rufeng's life to make an exchange with the Chen family. He wanted to collect 1,300 types of spiritual herbs. Most of them could be collected by 1,000 Herb Hall. However, some of the spiritual herbs were very precious. With 1,000 Herb Hall's ability, it would probably be very difficult to complete them in a short time. But now, he could make the Chen family bleed a lot. In a while, he would distribute the spiritual herbs he needed. These people would definitely pass them to the Chen family. Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man beside him. He asked indifferently, "Just now, were you stopping me?" The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was also a 9-star perfection stage expert. He was extremely powerful. But at this moment, in Lin Xian's eyes, he was like an ant, trembling. Because he knew that this person in front of him was a ruthless person. He killed the genius of the 9 great families and suppressed Chen Rufeng. The other party was actually safe and sound now. One could imagine that the other party was very strong. It wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Moreover, looking at Qi Siyu's attitude, even if he killed him, the Qi family wouldn't have any reaction. Therefore, the pavilion master hurriedly bowed and said, "Misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding. I didn't know that it was young master who attacked." As he spoke, he looked at Qi Siyu as if begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu sighed and said, "Young master, this is the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion." The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. "I remember that your Tianfang Pavilion is going to launch an extremely special cauldron later, right?" "Yes." The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion didn't know why the other party asked this question. Qi Siyu's brows twitched. She knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and an extremely powerful one at that. To alchemists, what was the most attractive thing? Other than medicinal pills, there was also the pill cauldron. This was a necessary treasure for refining pills. From the looks of it, young Master Lin should be lacking a pill cauldron to refine pills. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Masterly, young master wants to see the pill cauldron. Why aren't you preparing it?" "Yes, I will go and prepare now. Please wait for a moment, second Miss and young Master Lin." The head of Tianfang Pavilion turned around and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, he hurriedly led people to make preparations. Soon, many pill cauldrons appeared in the spell formation. There were 10 of them floating in the air. Every one of them exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, and the light that hung down dazzled people. The young warriors in the surrounding hall were still in shock. But soon, they were attracted by the pill cauldrons in front. These were all top-grade pill cauldrons. They didn't expect Tianfang Pavilion to be so generous this time. It couldn't be. Although Tianfang Pavilion was powerful, They couldn't take out so many pill cauldrons at once. I think it should be an auction. Sure enough, this was a small-scale auction. Among the 10 pill cauldrons, only 3 were from Tianfang Pavilion. The other 7 were from other families or experts who entrusted Tianfang Pavilion to auction. There were indeed pill cauldrons. Lin Xian also revealed a trace of surprise. He raised his head and looked at the cauldrons in front. Golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he instantly fixed his eyes on one of them. It was a purple pill cauldron with a very simple design. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Lin Xian's attention. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the purple pill cauldron. He seemed to see the runes on it flowing rapidly like a purple river. It also seemed like a purple abyss that could make one's soul sink into it. What a magical pill cauldron! Lin Xian was surprised. With a wave of his hand, the purple pill cauldron came in front of him. Lin Xian reached out a finger and lightly knocked on it. Dang! The sound was like thunder, echoing for a long time without dissipating. Not bad, it's this one. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great, ever since she came, she hadn't seen Lin Xian smile. She didn't expect that now. Lin Xian finally revealed a smile. As long as the other party was satisfied, then everything was easy, Qi Siyu said with a smile. Since young Master Lin liked it, it was good. Second miss. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his brows. Why unwilling? By the side, Qi Siyu also snorted coldly. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold. Damn it, what was this guy doing? It wasn't easy to make this young Master Lin happy, but I didn't expect that his subordinate was so reckless. Trying to stop them from the middle? Seeing Lin Xian and Qi Siyu's darkened faces, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was sweating profusely. He was so scared that he was about to cry. He trembled as he said, No, young Master Lin, second miss, this pill cauldron has been reserved by a few people. Who reserved it? Right, this cauldron doesn't belong to Tianfang Pavilion, right? Why don't we just buy it and give it to young Master Lin? Yes. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion wanted to say something, but seeing Qi Siyu's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't doubt that Qi Siyu would kill him on the spot if he dared to stop them. Young master, this is the information of this pill cauldron. Qi Siyu received a jade slip from the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion and handed it to Lin Xian respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul spirit. Then, he nodded silently. Purple Abyss Cauldron? This Purple Abyss Cauldron was incredible. It was said that it was passed down from ancient times and was very precious. It seemed to be used by a half-sage back then. Therefore, the price was also very expensive. However, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. Qi Siyu didn't say anything and bought this Purple Abyss Cauldron directly. In response, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. What was a mere pill cauldron? If he cured the Qi family's patriarch, how many benefits would he bring to the Qi family? Therefore, this cauldron was just a side benefit. The real benefits were those precious spiritual herbs. Young Master Lin, since you're here, why don't you stay a little longer? Siyu needs to treat you well. Qi Siyu revealed a beautiful smile. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, I have a few companions. Why don't you let them come together? All right, young master, I'll arrange it. Qi Siyu hurriedly asked the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion to treat Lin Xian with the highest standards. As for Qingqing, Nailin Yanran, and Fan Hao, the 3 of them were also respectfully invited in. Chapter 3154. Heavens, this is truly a peerless monster. To be able to make the Qi family's second miss so respectful, even trampling on Chen Rufing's physical body and suppressing his soul on the spot. This guy, everything he does is earth-shattering. Originally, I thought that with my peak 9-star strength, I can laugh proudly at those of the same level. I didn't expect that there's actually someone so much more powerful than me. These large family clans prodigies were sweating profusely. To be honest, they were completely convinced by Lin Xian today. What was called a peerless prodigy, what was called a heaven-defying powerhouse, Lin Xian gave them the best explanation. And those female martial artists' eyes were all shining. If only they could marry such a person. What kind of person is Sir Lin? How can he be delusional to a little girl like you? I've decided, even if I can't find a husband like Sir Lin, I'll definitely find someone like him. These beauties were really excited. This kind of indomitable, unparalleled hero who could trample all over the world, how could they not be moved? Lin Xian was invited into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion by Cu and the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion, inside a majestic great hall. Accompanying them were Nailin Yanran, Qing Qing, and Fang Hao. All kinds of exquisite dishes were served one after another. These were all abnormally precious ingredients. There was even flood dragon meat. One could say that it could not be eaten outside at all. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while splitting a portion of his soul into the black earth to study the purple abyss cauldron again. After all, this would be his pill refinement partner for a long time in the future. He naturally had to familiarize himself with it well. As he observed closer, he discovered that this purple abyss cauldron might really be a treasure. According to the records, this was left behind by a half-sage. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He discovered that although the remnant aura on it was already very faint, his soul force was still very powerful. Very soon, he was able to capture the remnant aura of true laws on the purple abyss cauldron. This was something that a sage had used before. Sensing this point, Lin Xian was wild with joy. A pill cauldron left behind by a sage? What an unexpected surprise! Generally speaking, alchemy cauldrons were also divided into grades. For example, a king-grade alchemy cauldron could at most refine some pills required by a king-grade alchemy cauldron. It would be very difficult to refine the medicinal pills required by the semi-sage realm. As for saints, there was no need to even think about it. It was impossible to cultivate it. However, it would be different if it was a half-step sage's cauldron. The success rate would be greatly increased. If it was the cauldron of a saint, then there would be no problem. He could even directly refine saint-level pills. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the purple abyss cauldron, which could be said to have solved a big problem. While they were drinking and chatting inside, the main hall outside changed again. Because Tianfang Pavilion had another thing to do besides inviting the experts and disciples of these big clans, which was to hold an auction. Especially this time, they were auctioning off 10 pill cauldrons. This news had been released long ago. Therefore, the grand meeting of Tianfang Pavilion this time attracted many alchemists. At this moment, these alchemists came one after another. I heard that there are quite a few good pill cauldrons this time. I must get one. Many Elixir Kings' eyes lit up. Is that so? I'm going to have one too. Anyway, there are many pill cauldrons, so we don't have to fight for them. These Elixir Kings were very happy. Suddenly, their eyes widened, revealing a trace of shock. Heavens, am I seeing things? That's Elixir King He too. Why is he here too? What? Elixir King He too? No way. He's a 9-star Elixir King. After the other Elixir Kings heard this, they were also extremely shocked. Although they were all Elixir Kings, they were also ranked. After all, the medicinal pills for kings to consume were divided into 9 grades. Elixir Kings were also correspondingly divided into 9 grades. The pills refined by a 9th grade Elixir King were the best, and the success rate was also the highest. Therefore, the status of a 9th grade Elixir King was very high. A 9th grade Elixir King would attract countless big clans to treat him as a distinguished guest. The Elixir King He too that these people were talking about was a 9th grade Elixir King. Therefore, the moment he appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Greetings to Elixir King He too. The surrounding Elixir Kings went forward one after another and bowed respectfully. Elixir King He too was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His eyes were swollen but full of spirit. Although he looked young, his true age was already more than 1800 years old. The arrival of Elixir King He too made the surrounding Elixir Kings very shocked and excited. Because in their alchemy world, Elixir Kings were legendary existences. At the same time, they were even more curious. What heaven-defying treasure was there this time? Even Elixir King He too was attracted. They didn't know. They only seemed to be auctioning pill cauldrons. Could it be that there was something special about this pill cauldron? Thinking of this, everyone was greatly surprised. Wait a minute! That was Elixir King Blackfeather. Suddenly, another person screamed. The other Elixir Kings turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, screams sounded one after another. The young prodigies in the entire hall were also stunned. To be honest, when these Elixir Kings came, they had to accompany them carefully. No one would easily provoke an Elixir King, especially these Elixir Kings. Therefore, those Elixir Kings were also proud and arrogant. Even if the people around them were geniuses, they were also disdainful. These Elixir Kings gathered together alone. The others didn't dare to go forward at all. The genius disciples of the other clans could only watch from afar. Originally, they were prepared to go over later and curry favor with 1 or 2 Elixir Kings. This way, it would be a great benefit to their clans. And they would definitely be rewarded by their clans. However, before they could act on their thoughts, they saw those Pill King level alchemists making a fuss over nothing. What's going on? Are these Elixir Kings crazy? Lower your voice, don't you want to live anymore? But I really think there's something wrong with their heads. The surrounding sky prides were dumbfounded by what they saw. Why would the Elixir Kings care about the thoughts of the people around them? They were too shocked. They saw an old man in a black robe walking over. The old man in the black robe looked very old, but his hair was incomparably black, which made him look very strange. If one were to take a closer look at the black Taoist robe he was wearing, they would discover that it was pieced together with black feathers. This old man was also called Elixir King Blackfeather. He was also a 9th grade Elixir King. When Elixir King Blackfeather appeared, even Elixir King He too revealed a look of surprise. He said in a deep voice, "Looks like you're also here for that thing." "That's right, I'm determined to get that thing," Elixir King Blackfeather said with a smile. "Humph!" Elixir King He too snorted. It was obvious that he wouldn't give that thing away so easily. The surrounding alchemists were at a loss. At the same time, they were extremely excited. 2 Elixir Kings were competing. Chapter 3155. The 2 of you are early. At this moment, another laughter was heard. Everyone turned to look, and in the next moment, they all held their breaths. This time, it was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a fiery red long dress, which accentuated her graceful figure. Compared to those young and beautiful women, she was more mature and charming. Pill King Red Lotus! The surrounding alchemists screamed again. This woman was not an ordinary one. She was also a 9th grade Pill King. Oh my God! 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings had arrived. What exactly were they fighting over? Excuse me, but I have reserved that item in advance. So, please don't fight for it when the time comes, Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. Humph, do you think you are the only one who has reserved it? I have reserved it too, Pill King He too snorted. Pill King Blackfeather said with a smile. I have prepared for it as well. Let's compete with our wealth. The surrounding alchemists were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The 3 9th grade Pill Kings were determined to get it. And it seemed like they were willing to spend a lot of money. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Soon, the auction began. Everyone walked forward. Other than the Pill Kings, the genius disciples of the big families also followed. Many people looked at the 3 figures in front of them, who were like moons surrounded by stars. They were very surprised. What is going on? Who are those 3 people? Why are the other alchemists so respectful? I just received news that those 3 are 9th grade Pill Kings. What? Ninth grade pill kings! The surrounding prodigies screamed crazily when they heard that. Their eyes were filled with shock. A ninth grade pill king could not only refine the highest ninth grade pills, but his success rate was also incomparable to other pill kings. If a family could have a ninth grade pill king, the cultivation speed of the family's martial artists would be greatly improved. It would be much faster than other families. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 ninth grade pill kings. They had to think of a way to win over the 3 of them. At the front, the 3 ninth grade pill kings took their seats. The other alchemists also took their seats. At the back, the genius disciples of the big families could only sit at the back. However, they were already very satisfied to be able to watch it. On the auction stage, an old man walked up and started the auction. These people were already very familiar with the process of the auction. Moreover, these people had already investigated the situation of those pill cauldrons. Therefore, everyone started attacking their respective targets. For a time, the competition was very intense. The price was so high that the geniuses of the surrounding large clans were flabbergasted. Even if they were faced with such a price, the corners of their mouths twitched. They even discovered that the price of several pill furnaces was comparable to half of their family's assets. That was definitely a sky-high price. However, these pill kings were all distinguished guests of the various large clans. Their wealth could be said to be comparable to that of a nation. Therefore, even with such a high price, these people would not be intimidated. 7 out of the 10 pill cauldrons had already been opened. He was hit by 6 people. There was one person who won 2 in a row. His wealth was so great that it made everyone sigh in shock. Those alchemists who didn't get it shook their heads in pity. They were prepared to fight again. However, there were also people who were extremely surprised. Why hadn't the 3 ninth grade pill kings made a move yet? What did they know? What they were auctioning was definitely their trump card, so it must be the last one. Therefore, let's go all out and fight for the top 9. These pill kings made up their minds and made a move decisively. Sure enough, when the 9th cauldron was auctioned at the highest price, everyone was excited. They knew that the final treasure was coming. The 3 tier 9 pill kings sitting at the front opened their eyes as well. They didn't care about the previous pill cauldrons at all because they didn't care about them. However, the last one was different. They were here for the last one. Because they had received news that the last pill cauldron was passed down from the ancient times. It was rumored that it was a pill cauldron used by a half-saint. To them, this was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. After all, they were already 9th grade pill kings. One more step and they would be half-step pill saints. At that time, they would naturally need an even more precious pill cauldron. Therefore, this time, when a half-saint pill cauldron appeared, they had to get their hands on it. Even if they couldn't become half-step pill saints in a short period of time, obtaining a half-saint pill cauldron would greatly increase their success rate of pill refinement. The eyes of the 3 grade 9 elixir kings lit up. Just as they were about to display their skills, the old man from the Tianfang pavilion on the auction stage announced loudly, "Everyone, the 9 pill cauldrons have been auctioned off. This auction will end here." What? Hearing this, all the pill kings were stunned. The auction was over? How was this possible? The 3 ninth grade pill kings hadn't even made a move yet. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned. The 3 ninth grade pill kings stood up with a bang. Strange flames rose from their bodies. They asked coldly, "How was this possible? Where was the last pill cauldron? Where was the pill cauldron that was passed down from the ancient times and was rumored to be used by a half-saint?" The voices of the 3 pill kings were like thunder, exploding in the void. After hearing this, the surrounding alchemists' pupils shrank. It was passed down from the ancient times. And it was used by a half-saint. They gasped. No wonder the 3 ninth grade pill kings were all here as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They even looked like they were determined to get the cauldron. It turned out to be a half-saint pill cauldron. It was definitely something good. Indeed, only something like this could attract the attention of the 3 ninth grade pill kings. These people were amazed, but at the same time, they were even more confused. It seemed like there was a problem. Because the last pill cauldron wasn't auctioned off. What was going on? Didn't they say there would be 10 cauldrons? Why were there only 9? Pill King Red Lotus frowned. Could it be that the 10th pill cauldron was stolen by them? Pill King Black Feather's face also darkened. The feathers on his black robe were emitting waves of black flames, which were jumping and releasing a terrifying aura. Pill King he too shouted coldly. Could it be that the Tianfang Pavilion was making fun of me? The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings were furious. On the auction stage, the auctioneer from the Tianfang Pavilion's face was extremely ugly. He hurriedly said, "Please calm down. We have our own difficulties in this matter. Please listen to my explanation." He didn't dare to offend the 9th-grade Pill Kings. After all, a 9th-grade Pill King had connections with countless families. There was once someone who offended a 9th-grade Pill King, and that person was an invincible peak-stage Pill King. He was very powerful. However, he ended up in a very miserable state. That 9th-grade Pill King had attracted the attention of dozens of experts from the major families and a few experts from the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine the ending of that 9th-grade Pill King's enemy. Every 9th-grade Pill King had that kind of power. Therefore, even though the Qi family was behind the Tianfang Pavilion, they didn't dare to go against the 9th-grade Pill King. Chapter 3156. Explanation? Fine, I'd like to hear what explanation you have for me today. Pill King he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly, his eyes burning with rage. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally gloomy. They were usually high and mighty, and even the experts from the big families had to curry favor with them. Now, someone dared to make a fool out of them. The last cauldron, the Purple Abyss Cauldron, had been bought by someone in advance. What? Who was it? The 3 Pill Kings were enraged when they heard this. The old man had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. The 3 9th-grade Dan Kings frowned. The Qi clan had bought the cauldron and given it to someone else? The Qi family was one of the top families. Even though they were Pill Kings, they didn't dare to offend them. Therefore, Pill King Red Lotus frowned slightly and decided not to pursue the matter. However, Pill King he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly. Who did he give it away? The treasure was right in front of him. How could he not be angry when he lost it? I also want to know who the Pill King is. How could the Qi family treat him like this? Is it Pill King Red Flame? Or Pill King Green Flame? No, it's young Master Lin, the old man said with a bitter smile. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? I've never heard of young Master Lin. He's just a kid. How dare he steal our treasure? Where is he? The 3 Pill Kings didn't back down. Let him out. The other elders of Tianfang Pavilion saw this and went to persuade them. At the same time, a few of them hurried to the depths of Tianfang Pavilion to report this matter to the Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord. Second Miss, Pavilion Lord. This is bad. Outside the main hall, there was an urgent voice. Qi Siyu frowned. What's going on? While she was busy entertaining Lin Xian, the people outside were causing trouble for her. Seeing Qi Siyu's expression, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion quickly stood up and said, I'll go out and have a look. Soon, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion came out with a serious expression. What's going on? What happened? Qi Siyu frowned. The Pavilion Lord glanced at Lin Xian and said cautiously, Second Miss, it's a few Pill Kings causing trouble. Pill King? What's going on? Qi Siyu's frown deepened. A Tier 9 Pill King status was not ordinary. Now that the 3 of them were causing trouble together, something must have happened. Did the Tianfang Pavilion offend them? Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in her eyes. The Pavilion Master hurriedly said, That was not the case. He let out a sigh and told her the whole story. Actually, it's like this. When we held the Pill Cauldron auction, We simply released the news of the 10 pill cauldrons. We also released the news about the Purple Abyss Cauldron, which attracted many Tier 9 pill kings. This time, the 3 ninth grade pill kings were here for the Purple Abyss Cauldron. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron had already been given to young Master Lin. That was why the 3 Tier 9 pill kings were so angry that they started a ruckus. Chi Siu frowned. She recalled that the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion had said that the cauldron had already been reserved. So it was reserved by 3 Tier 9 pill kings. This matter was indeed a little tricky. She couldn't afford to offend Lin Xian. After all, her clan's patriarch's injury depended on him. However, she couldn't afford to offend 3 Tier 9 pill kings. These people were of noble status, so her Qi clan had to deal with them properly. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. I'll go out to deal with some matters. Chi Siu stood up and said softly. Lin Xian also put down his wine glass. I'll go with you. After all, this whole thing started because of me. Lin Xian didn't expect that the Purple Abyss Cauldron would cause such a ruckus. However, it made sense. This was rumored to be left behind by a half-sage. Those Tier 9 pill kings would definitely try their best to get their hands on it. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron already belonged to Lin Xian. He couldn't give it away. Moreover, it wasn't used by a half-sage. It was something left behind by a saint. It could be said to be a saint-grade pill cauldron. Lin Xian wouldn't give it away, but he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If he could help, he would. All right. Seeing that Lin Xian also wanted to go, Chi Siu nodded. Let's go too. Nailin Yanran and the rest also put down their wine cups. The group left the main hall and headed outside. Outside, the elders of Tianfang Pavilion looked helpless. Facing the questioning and anger of 3 Tier 9 pill kings, they couldn't resist at all. They could only apologize carefully. Fortunately, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they received a message that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were on their way. Not long after, a group of people came from afar. Countless people moved aside. It was Second Miss and Pavilion Master. Those elders heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were wet with sweat. After all, the pressure of facing 3 Tier 9 pill kings was too great. Now that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were here, there was nothing for them to do. Therefore, these elders stood at the side respectfully. The 3 Grade 9 Elixir Kings squinted their eyes and looked ahead. They naturally knew the Pavilion Master of Tianfang Pavilion. Beside the Pavilion Master of Tianfang Pavilion, there was a beautiful lady. She looked unfamiliar. However, when they saw the pattern embroidered on the lady's clothes, they knew that she was from the Qi clan. And she was a core member of the Qi clan. They all knew that the Qi clan was behind the Tianfang Pavilion. Moreover, they already knew that the Qi clan had bought the Purple Abyss Cauldron in advance to give it away. She should be the second miss of the Qi clan. Pill King Red Lotus said lightly. Pill King Black Feather frowned. He didn't understand. Who was that young man? He was very confused. The second miss of the Qi clan was already very noble, but she was accompanying a young man. Who was that young man? Was there someone more powerful than the Qi clan? However, he didn't see the Qi clan's emblem on the young man. Moreover, the young man's aura was very obscure. He couldn't even see it clearly. It seemed that the young man was either an extremely powerful expert or someone with an extremely high status. However, the 3 of them weren't afraid. The 3 of them were Tier 9 pill kings. If they joined forces, their status and strength would be unimaginable. Even if it was the Qi clan, they wouldn't dare to question why they were fooling them. So it's the 3 alchemy kings who have arrived. This little girl pays her respects. After coming to the front, Chi Siu laughed softly and then bowed slightly. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Room Pavilion also came forward to greet them. Only Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at them curiously. Were these 3 pill kings of the 9th grade? He felt a terrifying and powerful flame aura from them. Pavilion Masterly, what is the meaning of this? If the Purple Abyss Cauldron isn't here, why did you spread the news? Are you fooling us? Chapter 3157. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus looked cold. The pavilion master smiled bitterly. Chisiyu explained. It's like this. Due to some reasons, I bought this cauldron not long ago and gave it to someone else. It's not that the Heavenly Square Pavilion faked the news. There's a reason for it. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, the Chi family will compensate you. Chisiyu knew how important a 9th grade Pill King was. Even the Chi family couldn't afford to offend them. Instead, they tried their best to please them. Pill King he too snorted. I heard that the second miss gave it to someone called Young Master Lin. Who is this Young Master Lin? Is he an alchemist? If the second miss gave it to another 9th grade Pill King, we won't say anything. But if the second miss didn't give it to an alchemist, then I'll fight for it. Pill King Black Feather said in a low voice. Pill King Red Lotus didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she meant it. Young Master Lin? They had never heard of him. How could they be willing to give such a high-grade cauldron to a kid they had never heard of before? What? Chisiyu was stunned. She didn't want to drag Lin Xian into the mess again. The crowd was in an uproar. Oh my God, Young Master Lin? Wasn't he the fierce man from before? They knew that half a day ago, Lin Xian had gone on a killing spree in the hall. He had killed the geniuses of the 9 major clans, destroyed Chen Rufeng's body, and suppressed his soul. How terrifying was this kind of person? Of course, they also saw Lin Xian take one of the 10 pill cauldrons. They didn't expect that the cauldron was left behind by a half-step saint. And these 3 9th grade Pill Kings were also determined to obtain that pill cauldron. That was why the scene was like this. Young Master Lin was a fierce man. He didn't even care about Chen Rufeng and the 9 major clans. Would he give face to the 3 Pill Kings? Not necessarily. The Qin family and the 9 major clans were strong, but the combined influence of the 3 9th grade Pill Kings might be greater than them. How could the 3 Pill Kings be so terrifying? Don't forget that they were 9th grade Pill Kings. Every alchemy king had connections with many families. 3 9th grade Dan Kings could even gather more than 10 clans. It was too exciting. Who would have thought that the matter that had just calmed down would cause such a storm? How would this brat deal with it? I don't think he'll back down. He'll definitely make a scene. No matter how arrogant this brat was, he wouldn't dare to fight against 3 9th grade Pill Kings at the same time. Everyone was talking about it. Chisiyu frowned slightly. Beside her, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was sweating profusely. Lin Xian was very calm. Hearing the words of the 3 Dan Kings in front of him, he revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, you want to see me? Who are you? An alchemist asked coldly. Although the auction was over, these alchemists didn't leave. They knew that the real big event was yet to come. As expected, they saw the Qi clan's second young miss and the rest. However, they didn't expect that after the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings finished their questions, a young man would suddenly speak up. I am naturally the young Master Lin that you all speak of. What? It's actually you. The surrounding people were all stunned. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from their eyes as they stared at Lin Xian. You're that young Master Lin? The Purple Abyss Cauldron is in your hands? They were too excited. They thought that young Master Lin was so far away that they wouldn't be able to find him. They didn't expect him to be right in front of them. Since that was the case, they couldn't miss this opportunity. They must get the Purple Abyss Cauldron. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings frowned deeply. To be honest, until now, they had used all kinds of secret techniques, but they still couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. They couldn't even tell if he was an alchemist. At this moment, the most hot-tempered Pill King he too snorted. Kid, take out the Purple Abyss Cauldron. Name a price and I'll buy it. That's right, you're a young man and not an alchemist. The Purple Abyss Cauldron is useless to you. I can give you an equivalent sacred art or weapon in exchange. Pill King Black Feather said with a smile. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. Give me the purple abyss cauldron, and I'll make you a cauldron of top-grade spiritual herbs for free. Everyone was excited to hear that. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings said. That was a big deal. One had to know that a Tier 9 Pill King had a lot of wealth. Any treasure they took out was enough to make people jealous. They didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. The other alchemists were envious. Lin Xian was stunned at first, but then he laughed. Who said that I'm not an alchemist? Although your conditions are good, I don't need them. Since the purple abyss cauldron is already mine, please go back. What? You're an alchemist? Pill King Black Feather was shocked. Pill King Red Lotus and Pill King He too were also stunned. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned and went into an uproar. This kid is an alchemist? Heavens, how old is he? Look at his bone age, don't tell me he's an old monster. All kinds of strange flames appeared in the eyes of these people, trying to see through Lin Xian. In the next moment, they exclaimed. His bone age is too young. He's definitely a very young person. Even if this kid is an alchemist, he's probably just an ordinary alchemist. The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. They were all Pill Kings. Although they weren't Tier 9 Pill Kings, they were still top Pill Kings who stood at the top of the alchemy world. How dare a young kid be so arrogant in front of them? This made them very unhappy. Especially the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, they all laughed. Kid, which sect are you from? So what if you're an alchemist? The purple abyss cauldron isn't something you can use. Hand it over obediently. I see that you're quite talented, so I don't mind taking you as my disciple. Where did you learn from? Which Tier 9 Pill King? In their opinion, the kid might be the disciple of a Tier 9 Pill King, which was why he was so arrogant. However, that identity was useless in front of them. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Take me as your disciple? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. When those words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. The eyelids of the martial artists in the distance twitched wildly. As expected, this kid was ruthless. He didn't even give face to the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. They were extremely excited, but the surrounding alchemists were furious. How dare he? How dare he talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? They were really angry. Tier 9 Pill Kings were the top existences in their eyes. They had to be respectful when they saw them. Chapter 3158. As expected, the faces of the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings darkened with anger. The flames in their bodies were like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. The Tianfang Pavilion's pavilion master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chi Siyu smiled bitterly. To be honest, she couldn't intervene at all. At this moment, a young man walked out. Tiny red flames danced on his body. Although they were weak, their power was enough to shock everyone. Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? Do you know what a Tier 9 Pill King represents? Looks like you don't even have the right to enter our circle. At this point, his face carried a hint of arrogance. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. That's Pill King He2's disciple. That's right, I'm his master's strength. How can a kid like you understand? Another person walked out. It was Pill King He-Yu's disciple. The appearance of these two shocked the others. The disciples of the 2 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also very powerful. Among them, Pill King He2's disciple was a Tier 5 Pill King. Pill King He-Yu's disciple was even more powerful. He was a Tier 6 Pill King. Of course, he was older than the previous one. But that was already very scary. Because he was only around 500 years old. He was young and promising. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Oh? Is your master very powerful? Can he cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury? What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury? Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Even the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were stunned. Because this was no secret. 300 years ago, the Qi family's patriarch came back from the abyss with serious injuries. They had invited many pill kings to treat him, but none of them could cure him. Therefore, the entire circle of alchemists knew that even a ninth-tier pill king was helpless against it. It was even rumored that the Chi family paid a huge price to invite a half-step Saint Pill master to treat him. In the end, he still couldn't cure him. Therefore, the Chi family's patriarch's injury had become the final conclusion of the entire pill refining circle. Unless a pill saint appeared, no one would be able to cure him. Therefore, Pill King He-Tu's disciple snorted coldly when he heard Lin Xian's words. Of course they knew. It was better if no one knew. Even a half-step alchemy saint could not cure him. Only a true pill saint would be able to do so. However, pill saints were extremely rare existences. It would be very difficult for it to appear. The others nodded as well, because this matter was not a secret in the alchemy world. However, they were puzzled. Why would the other party bring this up? Could it be that the other party's master had a solution? What a joke! However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian said proudly, "You can't, but I can!" These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking everyone. They were all stunned. Heavens, what did this brat say? He could! Pill King He-Tu's disciple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After the others recovered from their shock, they burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke. The 3 ninth-grade elixir kings snorted coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Initially, he thought that the other party was an expert, but who would have thought that it was just an arrogant and ignorant brat? How could such a person contend against them? He was overestimating himself. Seeing the surrounding jeers, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. Nailin Yanran, Qingqing, and the other two were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually had such capabilities. However, hearing those elixir kings' words, they were suspicious. Forget about them, even the Tianfang Pavilion's pavilion master was suspicious. Because his news was too shocking. It could not be true at all. However, at this time, Qi Siyu stepped forward and said softly, "What Sir Lin said is right. He indeed has a way to treat my family's ancestors' injuries." Ugh! Those elixir kings who were still mocking around instantly stopped laughing. The smiles on their faces became incomparably ugly. It was as if someone was grabbing their necks, making them unable to breathe. How was this possible? Finally, that disciple of Pill King He-Tu screamed. This was impossible. Second miss, you wouldn't have been cheated by him, right? One had to know, something that even a half-step elixir king could not do. How could a brat like him do it? Elixir King Blackfeather's disciple also stepped forward. That's right, second miss, don't be deceived by people's flowery words. To be honest, Qi Siyu also had her suspicions. However, after she asked her family's ancestor, he was overjoyed and felt that he had found hope. Qi Siyu was very confident in her family's ancestor. Since her ancestor believed in something, she would naturally believe it to be true. Therefore, she was incomparably respectful towards Lin Xian. At this moment, facing the ridicule of these elixir kings, Qi Siyu said coldly, "This matter was absolutely true. Sir Lin did have the ability to do so." The two outstanding disciples of Elixir King He-Tu and Elixir King Blackfeather were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding Elixir Kings were also stunned when they heard this. At this moment, the 3 Tier 9 Elixir Kings opened their mouths. "Little kid, what ability do you have to be able to bewitch the second miss of the Chi family? I'm afraid that's the reason why the second miss of the Chi family gave you the Purple Abyss Cauldron." "Humph! Deceiving people with lies. Just you? You don't deserve the Purple Abyss Cauldron." The 3 Elixir Kings were also furious. They originally thought that the other party had some ability, but they did not expect that the other party was just a braggart. "Master, don't worry, I'll teach this kid a lesson." Elixir King He-Tu's disciple quickly bowed and said. In the next moment, he walked out. "Kid, do you dare to have a match with me?" He wanted to expose Lin Xian in front of everyone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were interested. "Yes, we'll know after a match. This kid probably can't even refine a king-grade elixir, right?" Hee hee, Let's see how he'll embarrass himself then. Kid, I won't bully you. I'll use half of my strength to fight with you. How about it? Elixir King He2's disciple was very arrogant. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Let your master come out. What? The surrounding people were in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. Elixir King He2's disciple roared. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Who do you think my master is? How can you challenge him? If you want to challenge my master, you'll have to defeat me first. He was really angry. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring him. He did not care about a mere elixir king. One should know that whether it was the Saint Breakthrough elixir that he refined or the Qi family's Patriarch's elixir, they were all at the half-step saint level. In other words, Lin Xian was definitely at the half-step pill saint level now. He did not care about a mere elixir king. Chapter 3159. I've lived for almost 2,000 years, but I've never seen such an arrogant junior. Alright, since that's the case, I'll make my move. Pill King He2 walked out. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. What's going on? A 9th grade Pill King is going to make his move? Master! Pill King He2's disciple exclaimed in shock. In his opinion, the other party couldn't even beat him, let alone his master. However, Pill King He2 waved his hand. He seemed to have planned this beforehand. However, there's a price for fighting me. If you lose, you have to give me the Purple Abyss Cauldron. How about that? Purple Abyss Cauldron? No problem. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion also exclaimed in a low voice. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't win. In fact, Qisiyu felt a little uneasy. Although she knew that Lin Xian was especially valued by her ancestor. Moreover, she also knew that Lin Xian's combat strength was very strong. As for alchemy, Qisiyu had never seen it before. You really agree? Pill King He2 was stunned, then his face was filled with joy. On the other hand, Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus's expression changed. Oh no, I didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. Damn it, I was too late. It's over. Is the Purple Abyss Cauldron going to be taken by this guy? Both of them were very unwilling to accept this. However, the other party had already made his move. There was nothing they could do now. As for defeating Pill King He2? What a joke! They didn't believe that a young boy could win against Pill Kings of their level. Of course they were serious. Lin Xian said. But what if you lose? I lose? Ha ha! Pill King He2 laughed. If I lose, you can ask for anything. He2, will definitely do it. Alright, it's a deal. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a cold and fiery light. If you lose, you have to give me a 7,000-year-old Heaven's End cliff. Heaven's End cliff? The surrounding Pill Kings were stunned. Pill King He2's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Heaven's End cliff? That kind of spirit medicine that was almost extinct. You want a 7,000-year-old one? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other two Pill Kings were also stunned. This little fellow had such a big tone. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly. The Purple Abyss Cauldron was at least at the half-step saint level. Could it be that it could not compare to a single Heaven's End cliff? A dignified 9th-tier Pill King didn't even have this bit of courage? Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. This scene infuriated the surrounding alchemists so much that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, you're just a little brat. Where did your confidence come from? Do you really think that you've won against Pill King He2? That was a 9th grade Pill King. Get your facts straight. Sure enough, Elixir King He2 also calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face. The Heaven's End cliff was indeed very difficult to find, not to mention a 7,000-year-old one. However, He had full confidence in himself. How could he lose to a brat? Thus, he did not need to prepare any Heaven's End cliff at all. He only needed to agree to this competition. All right, this old man agrees. Elixir King he too smiled. Words were no guarantee. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blank jade slip bloomed in the air. Buzz! Lin Xian placed his conditions on the jade slip. On the other side, Elixir King he too frowned, but soon, she sneered and wrote her conditions on the jade slip as well. The jade slip shone brightly, and Lin Xian took it in his hand and handed it to Qi Siyu. Siyu, you can take this. Lin Xian was not worried at all that Elixir King he too would go back on his word. If Qi Siyu went back on her word, the jade slip would immediately be announced to the world, and Elixir King he too's reputation would come to an end. When that time came, no one would dare to invite such a person. When the others saw this scene, they were stunned. Was this guy courting death? Yes, if he reneged on his word and escaped, or if the Qi family protected him, even Elixir King he too would not be able to do anything. However, if he wanted to sign a contract, the Qi family would not protect him. Not only that, he even dared to say that he could cure the Qi family's ancestral patriarch. If he lost, the Qi family would chop him into pieces. Elixir King he too's disciple sneered, "Kid, let's see how you're going to die." Lin Xian said indifferently, "Tell me, what do you want to compete in?" He did not care about the competition at all. He did not expect to finally complete another stalk. Among the 1,306 spirit herbs he collected, there were about 900 stalks. Although it was difficult to collect them, it only took a little time. The remaining 300 stalks were more precious, but they could be found easily if given to a big family like the Qi family. However, there were 5 stalks that were even more precious. Some of them were even extinct. The Heaven's End cliff was one of them. Even the Qi family would not be able to find them in a short time. He did not expect to be able to solve it through a competition. What an unexpected surprise! What an arrogant kid! Elixir King he too snorted when he heard Lin Xian's nonchalant words. However, he was very patient. Soon, the purple abyss cauldron would be his. How about this? Refining pills takes too much time. Why don't we compete in fire? Compete in fire? The eyes of the surrounding Elixir Kings lit up when they heard that. Every Elixir King had to master fire, but everyone's mastery of fire was different. As for the competition of fire, it was also a relatively common way for these alchemists to fight. The stronger the fire, the deeper the understanding of fire, and the higher the success rate of refining pills. In a way, it also reflected the skills of an elixir master. Therefore, in their opinion, competing in fire could prove the strength of both parties and their skills in elixir masters. Elixir King he too's disciple raised his head, his eyes full of confidence. He knew very well how terrifying his master's flames were. It seemed that the kid could not even take one hit. As expected, Elixir King Black Feather and Elixir King Red Lotus frowned. This Elixir King he too was a bully. There was nothing they could do. This guy was too cunning. He was one step ahead of them. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also stunned. His expression was very strange. Competing in fire? One had to know that he had comprehended the power of fire that was close to the Tao. Moreover, this power was very terrifying. After going through the saint's residence and the cliff of enlightenment, this power that was close to the Tao was close to the fragments of the law of fire. At this moment, the other party dared to compete in fire with him. Was he not courting death? All right, as you wish. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest fire ability. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Kid, how dare you? This is what I want to say to you. Elixir King he too roared. He had a bad temper to begin with. When he heard this, his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3160. The others were almost numb. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and had a death wish. Humph, what do you know? My master's 7 flames connecting sky is a terrifying divine ability. Using this divine ability to refine pills will greatly increase the success rate. It's famous in the alchemy world. How dare you provoke me like this? Just you wait. Elixir King he too said coldly. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and use your strongest skill. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance if I make a move. I've given you a chance. Don't blame me if you don't take it. Elixir King he too had lived for almost 2,000 years and was a 9th grade Elixir King. Why would he take the initiative to attack a kid? You want me to make the first move? Fine, I won't hold back then. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that his opponent was the one who had a death wish. He stretched out his finger, and a ball of golden flame danced on his fingertip. Then, he flicked it gently. What was this kid doing? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Instead of using his strongest divine ability, he only flicked out a small flame the size of a soybean. Was he competing with a 9th grade Elixir King? Was this a joke? Elixir King he too's disciple's mouth twitched. Oh no, his master was definitely angry. Humph. Elixir King he too's face darkened. His aura suddenly erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. He was indeed angry. Even if his opponent was an ant, he would not show mercy. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Wait! That flame? His face became extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. The monstrous sea of fire that rushed out of his body dimmed in an instant, and was about to be extinguished. It was as if he was a subject worshipping the Emperor. What was going on? Damn it! Attack for me! Elixir King he too was stunned. He could not use the 7 flames connecting sky that he was so proud of. Damn it! He roared angrily, and activated the armor on his body to form a strong defense. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Boom! Whoosh! The soybean-sized golden flame hit the armor and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden sea that covered the sky and enveloped Elixir King he too's day. In the next moment, Pill King he too let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His entire body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked extremely wretched. The surrounding Pill Kings opened their mouths wide and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Pill King he too was defeated? This was impossible. How could Master be defeated? Pill Monarch he too's disciple was stunned. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally stunned. What the hell? How could he too be defeated? The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was stupefied. The group of elders was stupefied. Chi Siu was similarly stunned. The geniuses of the major clans in the distance were also stunned. For a time, the entire hall was silent. Who are you? Pill King he too's voice trembled. No one knew that his armor had been shattered. This was a top-grade armor. Furthermore, it was most adept at defending against fire-type attacks. But now, a small flame had shattered it. What was even more frightening was that he couldn't even unleash the slightest bit of fire attribute power in front of that ball of flame. What kind of flame was that? Damn brat, how dare you use such a despicable method to attack my master? I'll kill you! Pill King he too's disciple roared and charged forward. However, he was slapped into the ground in midair. Pill King he too slapped his disciple to the ground and said coldly, "Get out of my sight, you idiot!" Master? The young man was stupefied. Pill King he too snorted and knelt down to apologize. Plop! The young man knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew how hot-tempered his master was. The others were also stunned. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were also stunned. What was going on, Pill King he too? How did you lose? Pill King he too's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't answer, but he stared at Lin Xian as if he was trying to verify something. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Remember, a 7,000-year-old Heaven's End cliff. Didn't you doubt whether I could heal the Qi family's patriarch? When you go to the Qi family, bring this spiritual herb with you. Otherwise, I'll take your head. At this point, Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, making everyone breathless. What a terrifying person! Everyone's expression changed. How could this young man's aura be so terrifying? Pil King He-Tu's disciple almost fainted. He was too strong. He couldn't even withstand a wisp of his opponent's aura. Now, he was grateful to his master. If his master didn't save him, he would be a dead man by now. A top expert! Pil King Black Feather and Pil King Red Lotus's pupils shrank. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. At the same time, they frowned. Being strong in combat didn't mean that he was good at alchemy. Otherwise, why would they need alchemists? What? You two are not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But if you lose, you'll have to give me a western scouring sand and a dreamy fruit. Those were also two extremely precious spiritual herbs. Some of the Pil Kings had never heard of them. What do you think, Red Lotus? Pil King Black Feather asked coldly. Isn't it just a dreamy fruit? Although it's hard to get, I can still get it. Moreover, I'd like to see why Hichu was defeated, Red Lotus said coquettishly. All right, leave the western scouring sand to me. The two of them made their moves one after another. But soon, they experienced Pil King He-Tu's despair. They also knew why Hichu was so shocked. In the other party's flames, they couldn't use their fire elemental divine abilities at all. They were completely suppressed. Who the hell are you? The two Pil Kings screamed as if they had seen a ghost. This caused the other Pil Kings to be stunned. What was going on? Even Pil King Black Feather and Pil King Red Lotus were defeated. And they were defeated so thoroughly. A small golden flame was enough to make 3 ninth-grade Pil Kings so terrified. Who the hell was this person? Now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. Because Lin Xian was really too mysterious. You don't deserve to know who I am, Lin Xian said proudly. Remember, 3 spiritual herbs. When you go to the Qi family, bring them with you. If Lin Xian had said something like this before, the alchemists around them would have bent over in laughter. But now, they didn't dare to. They were even trembling in fear. The 3 Pil Kings were defeated so easily. This meant that the opponent was absolutely terrifying, completely beyond their understanding. Such a person was like a legend, not someone they could provoke. The 3 ninth-grade Pil Kings smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that after spending nearly 2,000 years, they thought that they were at the peak of alchemy and had no opponents. Chapter 3161. Although they had to pay a heavy price, they were convinced of their loss. Don't worry, he too, am a man of my word. When the time comes, the Heaven's End cliff will be yours. Pil King Black Feather and Pil King Red Lotus were the same. They had been famous 9th-grade Pil Kings for a long time. Naturally, they would not go back on their word. Good. Lin Xian nodded. After dealing with the 3 extremely precious spirit herbs, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, countless swords she intertwined in the air, forming the names of the spirit herbs one after another. In the next moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. I know that many of you have a good relationship with the 9 super clans and even the Qin family. I have suppressed Qin Rufeng's soul and told Qin Jia to bring the spirit herbs to me. See clearly, these are the spirit herbs. Tell the Qin family to be prepared. Otherwise, I will take Qin Rufeng's life. The entire hall was shocked again. The geniuses and disciples of the super clans were stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only joking. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really do it. They looked at the names of the spirit herbs in the sky and quickly memorized them. The alchemists around them were also stunned. What was going on? What Qin Rufeng? After a brief understanding, they swallowed their saliva. Many alchemists began to tremble. This was a god of death. He too and the other 2 9th-grade Pil Kings were also shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by Lin Xian's methods and strength. He was too strong. He even dared to provoke the Chen family and the 9 super clans. At the same time, they were even more shocked because there were too many spirit herbs in the sky. There were only 100 of them. Moreover, these spirit herbs were very precious. This kid must be collecting spirit herbs to refine some kind of elixir. But what kind of elixir would require so many materials? They found it hard to believe. They felt that this elixir was beyond their knowledge. What a mysterious young man! The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings shook their heads. They did not want to think about it anymore. I will give the Chen family 10 days to prepare. 10 days later, come to the Chen family to see me. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. His voice reverberated in the hall. Was there going to be an earthquake? The Chen family would definitely not let this matter rest. The same went for the 9 super clans. The genius disciples in the hall quickly left the place. Some of them went to inform the Chen family, while others frantically collected information on Lin Xian. Who was it that dared to be so arrogant? Pill King He too and the other 2 also took a deep breath. Let's go. Pill King Blackfish smiled wryly. Of course, I promised you a cleansing creek muslin. That's not easy to find. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly as well. Her enchanting face was filled with bitterness. She also agreed to a dreamy fruit. It seemed that he would have to put in a lot of effort to get it. These alchemists also left one after another. There was no need to think, from today onwards, Return Cloud Planet's alchemy world would definitely stir up a storm. Because of Lin Xian's powerful arrival, these alchemists went crazy. After everyone left, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion asked in a trembling voice. Second miss, who is this young Master Lin? Him? Qi shook her head slightly. I don't know either. But in her heart, she was amazed. This must be a legend. Lin Xian gave her too much of a shock. Today, he fought with 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings and defeated them easily. This scene shocked Qi. This was not something a 9th-grade Pill King could do. Only a half-step Pill Saint who surpassed a 9th-grade Pill King, or a true Pill Saint, could do it. Lin Xian had reached a height she could only look up to. At the same time, she was wild with joy. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more likely it was that their patriarch's injury could be cured. Therefore, Qi decided to stand firmly on Lin Xian's side in the future. She would not let Lin Xian suffer the slightest bit of harm. Nailin Yanran and the others were also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian was already very powerful in their hearts. However, today's scene made them realize that Lin Xian was like a mystery. The closer they got, the more they could not see clearly. A bitter smile appeared on Nailin Yanran's beautiful face. Originally, she wanted something to happen between her and Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Such a person was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could only look up to him. She glanced at Qi and sighed in her heart. Perhaps even the second daughter of the Qi family did not have such a chance. She wondered what kind of woman could be worthy of such a peerless genius. Lin Xian had left, but the storm was still raging on. What happened in Heavenly Square Pavilion spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the entire northern continent knew about it. They were all shocked. Not only that, but there was also a storm in the alchemy world. A mysterious top alchemist had easily defeated 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings. This news stunned them. After the Chen family received the news, they went completely crazy. Chen Ruffin was the hope of the Chen family. He was a top genius who could enter the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Who dared to touch him? No one in the entire northern continent dared to touch him. But now, Chen Rufing's physical body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. He could even be killed at any time. This was unacceptable to the Chen family. Damn it, we must catch the culprit. Tear him into pieces. The Chen family's experts roared crazily. However, some elders shook their heads. No, we can't be rash. Fenrir's soul is still in the hands of the culprit. If we act rashly, the culprit will directly kill Fenrir's soul. In that case, Fenrir will be completely killed. He will never be able to be resurrected. This is not the outcome we want to see. Yes, that's right. We have to save Feng first before tearing that kid into pieces. The Chen family's experts discussed quickly. The Chen family's patriarch, a very dignified middle-aged man, said coldly, "Let's work together with the 9 great families." Didn't he want the spiritual medicine? Then let's get him the medicine. Let's see if he has the life to enjoy it. Hearing the Chen family's patriarch's words, the experts' lips curled into a sinister smile. They knew that the kid who provoked them was dead meat. Even if he had the Qi family's help, it would not be enough. In order to avoid trouble and the Qi family's interference, they had to quickly work together with the 9 great families. After collecting all the spiritual medicine he needs, we'll send a large group of experts to secretly kill him. As long as that kid hands over Feng's soul, we'll kill him mercilessly. Soon, the Qin family's patriarch and the 9 great families' elders and experts met secretly. The 9 great families frantically collected those spiritual medicine. Under such a frenzied collection, all the spiritual medicine that Lin Xian needed were collected. Chapter 3162. Family Head Chen, what should we do? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Chen sneered. Of course, they would send a large group of experts to attack him. Judging from his appearance, he should be a top expert at the king level, and he had a good relationship with the Qi family. There should be other experts guarding him. But so what? This time, the people we sent out were absolutely rude. Even if there were experts from the Qi family, they could kill him in one blow. By then, would the Qi family start a war with them for a dead person? How many experts would Family Head Chen send? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Chen said coldly, I will send 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and I will lead the team personally. The elders of the 9 superclans were stunned for a moment before they sucked in a cold breath of air. That was a big deal. 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and Family Head Chen himself was a top expert. This battle prowess could be said to be extremely strong. No one in the younger generation could resist them. Great, the 9 families will send 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, the elders said with a smile. Family Head Chen nodded slightly. Good, then we will go back and gather the experts. A day later, 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the 9 families appeared in the Chen family. Family Head Chen led 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm. In front of them, there was a purple spiritual boat that was emitting a mysterious light. This spiritual boat was called the Hidden Spiritual Boat. It could be hidden in the void, and the invincible realm experts could not detect it. By then, you will hide in the Hidden Spiritual Boat and follow me. After I exchange Feng's soul, we will kill him. Great. The experts of the 9 families all laughed. With the hidden spiritual boat, that kid would not be able to detect it. When they attacked, even if that kid had 100 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. Hee, this kid provoked us again. This time, let's see how he will die. Humph, it's not that easy for him to die. We must skin him alive and torture him for 100 years. I want him to know the consequences of going against us. Family Head Chen's expression was extremely cold. In the next moment, all the experts boarded the hidden spiritual boat, while Family Head Chen rose into the air and flew away. Tianfang Pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating in a secret room when his brows suddenly twitched. Because his soul perceived that a flying sword was descending from the sky and heading straight for Tianfang Pavilion. 1. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A huge golden hand formed above the Tianfang Pavilion and grabbed the flying sword. In the next moment, he disappeared. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a black flying sword with a jade slip on it. Zhang Xian sent his primordial spirit into the jade slip and received a set of information. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley, they were exchanging spirit medicines and Feng's soul. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the news. He knew that it was probably someone from the Chen family. Who would have thought that the Chen family would have such means? In such a short time, he was able to collect all the spirit herbs that he wanted. What an unexpected surprise! Lin Xian did not know at this moment that not only the Chen family, but the 9 great families also went all out and spared no expense to complete the collection in a short time. However, this did not matter to him. Because whether it was the Chen family or the 9 great families, he did not take them seriously at all. Divine Wolf Valley a million miles away? Lin Xian soared into the sky and left Tianfang Pavilion. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. A million miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley. This was a very famous valley. Rumor had it that back then, a monstrous great demon once cultivated here. In the end, that great demon king went to the outer realm. And this valley was left behind and was called the Divine Wolf Valley by later generations. At this moment, in the Divine Wolf Valley, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood. He had his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and his eyes flickering with a piercing cold light. He was the Qin family's family head. Apart from him, in the void near the Divine Wolf Valley, there was a purple spirit boat hidden. It was the hidden spiritual boat. There were 60 9-star perfection powerhouses in the hidden spiritual boat. A 9-star great perfection expert was already very terrifying and heaven-defying. If 60 of them appeared together, they could really crush everything. Therefore, this was also the reason why the Qin family's family head rushed over to exchange with Lin Xian. In his opinion, even with the Qi family's protection, it would not be able to withstand their thunder attack. Oh, here it comes! In the valley, the Qin family's family head raised his head and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He sensed that there was an aura rushing over quickly. Not long after, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. You are that Lin Xian? Murderous intent appeared in the Qin family's family head's eyes as he stared at the young man in a red robe in front of him. That's right, I am. Have you brought the item? After Lin Xian landed, he asked indifferently. The elixir is here. I want to take a look at Feng'er first. The Qin family's family head waved his hand and a black ring appeared in front of him and kept floating. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also waved his hand and a 9-story pagoda appeared in it. There was an illusory figure inside. The figure floated in the 9-story pagoda. When he saw the middle-aged man outside, he immediately revealed a look of joy. Father! Save me! Feng'er! The Qin family's family head's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Qin Rufeng's soul would also be severely injured. At this moment, he had become so weak. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the entire valley trembled. A terrifying power enveloped everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He said coldly, Why? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try? If you dare to move, I'll destroy Qin Rufeng's body and soul. Damn brat, how dare you? The Qin family's family head roared angrily, but he still did not make a move. Because he was not 100% confident that he could save Qin Rufeng. Moreover, he had already made arrangements. Now was not the time to make a move. Humph! He withdrew his murderous intent and said coldly, Let Feng'er go. Sure, but I want to test the elixir first. Humph! The Qin family's family head waved his hand and the black ring beside him flew over. He was not worried that the other party would escape because there was an inescapable ambush around. After Lin Xian received the black ring, he immediately probed it with his soul power. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. The head was right. 280 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they were all very old and met his requirements very well. Lin Xian transferred all the spiritual herbs into the black earth, and then shattered the storage ring. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the 9-story pagoda shook, releasing Qin Rufeng's soul. Father! Qin Rufeng's soul quickly left and came to the Qin family's family head's side. The Qin family's family head heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a blue gourd and carefully kept Qin Rufeng's soul. It was a spirit-nourishing gourd. It was a very precious magic treasure that could nourish a person's soul. At this moment, it was the most suitable for Chen Ruffam. Chapter 3163. Kid, how dare you hurt my phoneware and demand such an exorbitant price? Do you really think my Chin family is a pushover? Today, I'll make you pay the price in blood. Oh? What do you want? Lin Xian originally wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he turned around and snorted coldly. Your son was the one provoking me throughout the entire process, and I was forced to make a move. Why, you want to stand up for your son? You! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He could see that the other party was a 9-star perfected stage powerhouse, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. But in front of him, he was like an ant. Seeing the disdain in Lin Xian's eyes, the Qin family's patriarch was completely enraged. Damn it, I'm actually being looked down on by a kid? How can I tolerate this? As the Qin family's patriarch, his status was extremely noble. And he's a 9-star perfected stage cultivator. How terrifying is his strength? Who dares to look down on him? Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to look down on him. Even Qi Siyu would have to respectfully call him senior in front of him. But now, how dare he look down on me? The Qin family's patriarch felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was so angry that he laughed. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No wonder you dare to go against my Qin family. However, you're too reckless. Do you really think I came here on my own? Oh, do you still have helpers? Then hurry up and call them out. Lin Xian wasn't surprised at all. He had long seen that there was a spirit boat hidden in the void outside. Although it was hidden very well, and no one in the King realm knew about it. However, Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. In addition, the heavenly secret divine eyes were unparalleled, so he had long seen through it. However, with his strength, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as it wasn't a true half-sage or sage, no one could defeat him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Qin family's patriarch waved his hand and said coldly, Come in. In the distance, the void broke open, and a purple spirit boat rushed in and suspended above the valley. In the next moment, the door of the spirit boat opened, and figures floated in the void like gods and demons. They descended quickly. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled and the void shattered. One figure after another descended from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying force. 1, 2, 3, and so on. There were a total of 60 figures, and each of them had an aura that coiled around them like a dragon. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void. 69-star perfection experts. Including the Qin family's patriarch, there were 61 of them. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying force. Most likely, anyone here would be scared **less. Brat, I know that you have a good relationship with the Qi clan. Let the hidden experts of the Qi clan come out. The patriarch of the Qin clan said loudly. With 60 perfect earthly sovereigns standing beside him, he was very confident that he could control the entire situation. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not expected that there would be 60 great fulfillment experts hidden in the spirit boat. In the next moment, his gaze turned gloomy, and a biting cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. It seemed that the other party did not intend to let him live. If he wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then don't blame him. An expert from the Qi clan? There are no Qi clan experts. I came here myself. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What? As soon as he said that, the 60 perfect earthly sovereigns opposite him were stunned. The patriarch of the Qin clan was also stunned, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, I don't know if you're really an idiot or just too confident. How dare you come here alone? If that's the case, then kneel on the ground obediently. Not only him, but the experts behind him also laughed. How could a young brat come here alone and face so many of them? How could he possibly survive? Any one of them would probably be able to crush him. The best thing for him to do now was to kneel down obediently, kowtow, admit his mistake, and beg for mercy. However, even so, they would not let him go. They would use the cruelest method to torture him to death. Brat, don't worry, we won't kill you. We have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Humph, how dare you kill the geniuses of the 9 super clans? Today, you won't be able to leave. Those experts snorted coldly. The patriarch of the Qin clan also sneered. Now you know how powerful the Qin clan and the 9 super clans are, right? How dare you hurt my Fonger? I'll make you pay a painful price. With just you? You still want me to pay a painful price? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. They were just a bunch of 9 perfect earthly sovereigns. What was there to be afraid of? One must know that he had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. Among them, the power of fire was close to the power of laws. This power had completely surpassed that of a king. No matter how many perfect earthly sovereigns came, they would not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, in front of him, the 61 perfect earthly sovereigns were no different from ants. You're about to die and you're still so stubborn? Brat, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The experts of the 9 super clans snorted coldly. Immediately, 2 perfect earthly sovereigns walked out. Since you won't admit your mistake obediently, then we'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. Then we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns revealed sinister smiles. They were not careless and attacked together. This was because they knew that the other party was definitely a genius since he could injure Chen Rufeng. However, so what if he was a genius? Could he beat the 2 of them together? Buzz! One of them opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored wave of air. It turned into a sea of blood that rolled forward. The sea of blood was extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star sovereign would melt instantly if he touched it. The other expert stretched out a large palm. The clouds that filled the sky followed the palm and fell from the sky. It was like a world. The 2 superpowers rushed toward Lin Xian in an instant. Just the 2 of you. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. His body shone brightly like a golden god of war. With a wave of his arm, boundless golden flames spread and turned into 2 large golden hands in the sky that descended from the sky. Boom! The sea of blood in the sky was shattered. The 2 large golden hands grabbed the bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns, and then slammed them to the ground. With a boom, the ground shattered and terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. The bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns were shattered and they knelt in front of Lin Xian. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Kneel in front of me and accept your death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding perfect earthly sovereigns were all stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it at all. How was this possible? The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns who were pressed to the ground screamed crazily. Damn it! Get lost! However, no matter how they roared and resisted, they could not break free. They could only kneel on the ground. A bunch of ants, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? All of you, kneel and accept your death. I can leave your corpses intact. Chapter 3164. On the other side, the Qin family head's face darkened. Damn it, don't be careless. This kid is an expert. Let's attack together. Yes. This time, 10 people walked out. Each of them was like a mountain, with the momentum of Mount Tai. The moment they appeared, the entire space of heaven and earth froze. Heaven and earth quickly shattered. The 10 people took a step forward, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The pressure was too great. 9-star kings could not withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian stood there with a sneer. His body was not affected in the slightest. A mere 10 people dared to be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that his 9-yang divine body had reached the half-step sage realm. Even the power that was close to the Tao could not hurt him, let alone these people? Buzz! The 10 perfected stage powerhouses attacked. They used their peerless divine abilities. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth as they attacked Lin Xian together. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only said 2 words: annihilate. In the next moment, the divine abilities that filled the sky dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The 10 perfected stage powerhouses trembled and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that scattered in all directions. What? They're dead. When the other powerhouses saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. The Qin family head and the elders of the 9 great families also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! What's going on? Where are the 10 powerhouses? If they were shocked when Lin Xian made 2 perfected stage powerhouses kneel down. Now, this scene directly scared them silly. They did not see Lin Xian make a move. Those were 10 perfected stage powerhouses. Even if he wanted to kill them, he should have fought until the heavens shook and the earth shattered. However, nothing happened. The other party only said 2 words and the 10 top powerhouses on their side were killed. There was not even a trace of resistance. Damn it, what divine ability did this kid use? Many people were terrified. The Qin family head shook his head frantically. Impossible! He can't be so strong. There's an expert from the Qi family in the dark. Once these words were spoken, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all propped up their king's spirit domain, and some even took out more than 10 killing arrays, enveloping the entire Divine Wolf Valley. Qin Ruffin said ferociously from the blue gourd. Father, don't hesitate anymore. Let's attack together and kill him quickly. When the Qin family's patriarch heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a disc array. Then, he set up an array formation. He said, Everyone, let's attack together. I've used this formation to isolate the entire valley. That brat definitely won't be able to escape. These people nodded. The remaining dozens of invincible kings walked forward together. This time, they did not hold back. Even the patriarch of the Qin clan had drawn his sword. In front of him, Lin Xian also moved. With a wave of his hand, 2 large golden palms slammed down, turning the 2 kneeling kings into a bloody mist. 1. Golden flames danced on his body. Sword come! With a cold shout, the endless flames condensed into a light sword, which he held in his hand. Chop! As he spoke, the flaming sword in his hand continued to grow in size. Like a flaming dragon, it slashed down. Boom! Flames surged into the sky, and a terrifying storm danced. The sky was instantly split into 2 halves. There were monstrous flames and terrifying sword chi everywhere. The divine abilities unleashed by the dozens of kings in the Great Circle were all incinerated and shattered. Damn it, how is this possible? Their scalps went numb. The elders shrieked as if they had gone mad. This aura. Their bodies couldn't bear it at all, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. A power that was close to Tao. This was a power that was close to Tao. Finally, an elder screamed. What, a power that was close to Tao? These kings were all crazy. How could he have this kind of power? Who on earth was he? How could they not be shocked? One had to know that although they were 9 stars great perfection powerhouses, in front of a power that was close to Tao, they were like ants. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Only by comprehending the power of the same realm could they compete with the other party. Damn it, this was a figure of Gao Peng's level. These powerhouses panicked and kept retreating. Because not long ago, Gao Peng and the Nether King's performance in the Battle of Tianqiong Wind shocked the world. To them, a power that was close to Tao was the power of God. Who on earth was he? Which sect was this expert from? Qin family head, this is all your fault. What should we do? The people of the 9 super families roared crazily, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The Qin family head's face turned black, and he was so angry that his whole body trembled. How could he know that the other party was a peerless genius who comprehended Tao? If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to go against the other party. Fonger. Who on earth was he? Why did you start a conflict with him? The Chen family head asked quickly. Although Chen Ruffeng was only a soul in the gourd, he was also trembling at this moment. Impossible! He was going crazy. The other party had comprehended a power that was close to Tao. He actually dared to go against such a person. How could he be so reckless? One had to know that the reason why he was so arrogant before was because he was a genius of the Chen family. With the full support of the Chen family, given another 500 years, he was confident that he could comprehend this kind of power. But now, the other party had already comprehended this kind of power and surpassed him by 500 years. Chen Rufeng's confidence was instantly shattered. At this moment, when he heard the Chen family head's words, he shook his head. I don't know. I only know that others call him Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin? Hearing this, the Chen family head was stunned, and the surrounding experts were also stunned. They didn't know who Young Master Lin was? However, at this moment, an elder's pupils shrank. His surname was Lin? His surname was Lin. The person who defeated the Nether King on Tianqiong Peak was called Lin Wudi. Could the two of them be? Before he could finish his words, the other elders were already trembling in fear. No way, could the young man in front of them be Lin Wudi? Thinking of this, their brains were about to explode. If it was really Lin Wudi, even if there were another 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Are you Lin Wudi? Many people screamed crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like you guys aren't stupid after all. You actually guessed my identity. What, you're really Lin Wudi? These elders were so scared that they peed their pants. Previously, they were only guessing, but now that they received confirmation from the other party, they were scared out of their wits. Run! In an instant, everyone fled in all directions. The legend of Lin Wudi had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet during this period of time. He was an extremely powerful supreme genius who defeated the Nether King. How could they be a match for him? Hence, in an instant, these people fled one after another. The Chen family head's pupils shrank as he grabbed the blue gourd and flew into the distance. Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. These families had gathered so many experts to give him a fatal blow. Now, how could he let these people leave? Chapter 3165. In the next moment, the escaping experts all stopped in midair and looked at their own bodies in horror. All of a sudden, a small flame appeared in their hearts. Then, it turned into a dazzling firework that enveloped them. Ah! Wretched cries rang out one after another. At this moment, it was as though all of these mighty full cultivation kings were being harvested like chives, falling one after another. The elders of the 9 super clans also died instantly. The head of the Qin family roared like a madman. 3 top-grade treasures rushed out from his body in an attempt to protect his body. However, they couldn't do it. The moment they touched the flame, they collapsed. No! Amidst his desperate screams, the Qin family head also turned into a firework that bloomed in the sky. In an instant, all the escaping Great Perfection Kings died. 61 kings at the consummate level didn't even leave behind a single drop of blood. Just like that, they disappeared into the sky. Impossible! Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it! Inside the blue gourd, Chen Rufeng's soul saw this scene and fell into endless fear. 61 Great Perfection Kings! They were all killed in an instant! Damn it, who is this kid in front of me? What kind of demon did he provoke? No! Chen Rufeng screamed crazily. He was extremely regretful now. Why did I provoke him? He's too strong. This is Lin Wudi. Even the Nether King and Gao Peng couldn't fight against him. Isn't the Chen family courting death? In the next moment, his soul knelt in midair and kowtowed continuously. Spare me! I beg you, spare me! Don't kill me! Spare you? Now you know how to beg for mercy? Didn't you want to cut me into pieces? Don't worry, As the instigator, I won't kill you easily. I'll make you suffer for 10,000 years. Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's left eye as he activated his pupil technique. Ah! Chen Rufing's soul screamed as he fell into a spiritual space. Here, one day outside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the spiritual space. In this spiritual space, Chen Rufing would suffer all kinds of torture. This was the price he had to pay for sending experts to kill Lin Xian. Looking at the trembling and screaming soul in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned around and soared into the sky and left. Another 300 precious herbs were in his hands. He was one step closer to the Saint Breakthrough Pill. It's about time to collect those herbs. Lin Xian's eyes. He didn't forget that he had given Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the others. Not long ago, he had killed young Master Shin through the air, intimidating those people. Thinking about it now, it was time to collect those spiritual herbs. Lin Xian used a formation to pass a message to Qi Siyu, who was still in Tianfang Pavilion. Then he left. Fan. The Fan clan was also a big clan in the northern region. However, the Fan clan had been having a hard time recently. Because of a genius disciple of their clan, they had no choice but to collect spirit herbs. Wasn't it just a little brat's threat? What was the big deal? That's right, no matter how powerful he is, can he really contend against my Fan clan? Bloody Blade King. Fan. 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 They were very dissatisfied. However, Fan Li didn't dare to stop. He could only use his own resources to collect the herbs. After all, the inexplicable murder of young Master Shin had caused him too much fear. But fortunately, he didn't care about the price and collected a lot of herbs. He thought that it should be enough to satisfy the other party. On this day, a silhouette appeared in front of the Fan clan, in front of Fan Li. Fan Li trembled. It's him! He's finally here! He didn't expect the other party to find him so accurately. Their family didn't receive any news. Even their family's guards and array couldn't stop the other party. It seemed that the other party was an expert. They couldn't find him. Young Master Lin, the things are in the storage room. Fan Li carefully handed over the storage ring. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. From now on, our grudges are written off. With that, Lin Xian disappeared from his sight. Did he leave? Fan Li and the martial artist beside him opened their eyes wide. They checked carefully and found that the other party had really disappeared. Who was this person? They couldn't even find a trace of the other party. Grandfather, sorry for implicating you. Fan Li smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been so arrogant and offended Lin Xian, perhaps his bloodline wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and wasted so many resources. However, Grandpa Fan was relieved. Li, you did the right thing this time. This young man is not someone we can provoke. Grandpa Fan had been secretly observing Lin Xian when he came in. But the more he observed, the more shocked he was. He found that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. They couldn't see through him. This kind of person was not someone they could provoke. Hearing Old Man Fan's words, Fan Li heaved a sigh of relief. Had they escaped this calamity? He wouldn't dare to provoke others anymore. Next, Lin Xian set off one after another, arriving at the other three great clans. The three families also collected the herbs. After Lin Xian took the herbs, his grudges with these people were written off. Lin Xian went to the 5 families. Now, there were only 3 families left. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and young Master Shin. He went to the Shin family first. Lin Xian's body swayed as he flew into the distance. The Shin family. The security was tight. Since young Master Shin was mysteriously killed, the Shin family had been on high alert. Furthermore, the Shin family had sent out countless experts to track down and investigate the enemy's tracks. As for young Master Shin's words about collecting herbs, the Shin family didn't care at all. Who was it? Stop! Today, they saw a figure descending from the sky and walking towards the Shin family. Immediately, the Shin family's guards rushed forward. The Shin family owes me 100 herbs. I'm here to collect them. This figure was Lin Xian. After he arrived, he said indifferently, "What? Owe me 100 herbs. What a joke! Kid, do you know where you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Shin family?" "That's right. How could the Shin family owe you anything? So what if we owe you? Do you still dare to ask for it? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. I'll make you kneel in front of the Shin family for 100 years. These guards were ferocious. They couldn't see Lin Xian's cultivation level, but they could see that Lin Xian was alone and his aura was not scary at all. In their eyes, what was there to fear from such a person? Moreover, the Shin family was so powerful. Chapter 3166. Hee, third brother, you're right. The guards around him smiled sinisterly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being so reckless. How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble at this time? Don't blame us for being merciless. The 6 guards pulled out their long sabers, and their auras exploded. Acting recklessly. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Buzz! His gaze turned into a fierce sword aura and pierced through the 6 guards. Puff, puff, puff! The 6 guards' glabella were pierced, and their souls were destroyed in an instant. Thud! The 6 corpses fell to the ground. Before they died, they heard the guards say, "It seems that young Master Shin's incident was not enough to warn you. Since that's the case, I'll pay you a visit personally." The 6 guards were dead, but they now knew that the person in front of them was so terrifying. And he was the one who killed young Master Shin. Could the Shin family fight against such a person? They didn't know because they were all killed. Lin Xian arrived at the Shin family in a flash. Huh! There's an array? When Lin Xian arrived, he felt a strong obstruction from the array in the air. There was even a terrifying aura around him that wanted to kill him. Humph! He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Violent energy instantly spread out in all directions. With a crack, the array was crushed. Then, he landed in the Shin family. Boom! The destruction of the array set off a huge storm. Countless strong men of the Shin family roared madly. Not good! The array is broken, and someone is coming. Damn it, what's going on? What's wrong with the array? Go and check it out. Angry roars and screams were heard. Soon they saw Lin Xian. Damn kid, who are you? Were you the one who broke the array formation? How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble? Men, kill him! In an instant, more than 10 martial artists rushed over. Their weapons flashed, and their terrifying domains soared into the sky. In the face of these attacks, Lin Xian merely stomped his foot. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack flew into the distance, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying. In the air, all the attacks were shattered in an instant. The dozen or so warriors who attacked kept vomiting blood, their faces filled with horror. Too powerful! With a single stomp of his foot, the entire defensive formation was shattered. Furthermore, the aftermath of that energy had caused them to suffer serious injuries. This was a peerless expert. Hurry up and inform the elders. Countless people screamed. In fact, they didn't need to say anything. Countless old figures had already arrived in the distance. When they saw the huge crack in the broken array formation around it, their pupils shrank. Where were the enemies? Which clan is he from? They asked frantically. In their opinion, the only thing that could cause all of this was the invasion of an army. At the very least, it had to be an existence that was similar to their family, or even more terrifying. However, the surrounding people pointed at a young man in front of them and said, "It's him! Elder, that's him!" What? Only one person? A young man at that? The elders who had rushed over were instantly stunned. Nonsense! How could a young man destroy our defensive formation? These elders did not believe it at all. However, the people around them were trembling. They saw it with their own eyes. A bunch of trash. Those elders snorted coldly. The warriors around them were basically guards. Although there were many of them, their strength was far inferior to theirs. Therefore, these elders did not believe it at all. They stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. There was no need to talk nonsense with him. They could just capture him and take his soul. An elder snorted coldly, and reached out his big hand to grab Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his head slightly. 2 rays of golden light burst out from his eyes, turning into 2 golden sharp swords that slashed directly at the void. With a puff, the elder's palm was split open. Ah! Elder Zhang's arm was cut off, and he let out a miserable cry. The others' expressions changed. Oh no! An expert! This time, they believed it. The elder who attacked this time was a peak 9-star. He was very powerful, but he was seriously injured in an instant. This meant that the other party was definitely an expert. Hurry up and take him down together. How dare he cause trouble in the Shen family alone? Did he really think that there was no one in the Shen family? These elders all surrounded him. There were a total of 9 elders. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The weakest one was a peak 9-star. There were even quite a few who had reached the peak. When these people attacked together, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. With their elders attacking, let's see how the other party dies. Facing the 9 elders of the Shen family, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. It was just that the golden sword that he had shot into the sky earlier was tumbling non-stop. Then, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain, pressing down on the void. The aura that it emitted made everyone tremble again. The surrounding warriors of the Shen family trembled and knelt on the ground. The expressions of the 9 elders also changed drastically. This aura? They were too shocked. This aura was too violent. It was so violent that they could not bear it. 2 elders suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies cracked. Who was this person? Just the energy shockwave from the other party's attack was too much for them to bear. If the other party attacked, wouldn't they be killed in an instant? Thinking of that, they were terrified. Stop! At that moment, another crazy roar came from afar. Following that, more figures walked over. This time, the auras of the people who walked over were even more powerful. There were white-haired elders and middle-aged men who walked like tigers and dragons. The patriarch of the Shen family and the grand elders had appeared. That's great! Seeing this scene, the 9 elders heaved a sigh of relief. With the patriarch and the grand elders here, the other party was extremely strong. They should be able to take him down. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out. That was because the people who came did not attack. Instead, they quickly said, "Young hero, please stop. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding." "Yes, young hero, why are you attacking the Shen family? The Shen family has done something wrong in the past. We will definitely change." What? The patriarch of the Shen family and the grand elders did not attack directly. Instead, they were apologizing. The 9 elders could not believe their ears. Their Shen family was so proud. Apart from some of the top patriarchs, they did not take anyone seriously. But now, they were lowering their heads to a young man. Hearing the patriarch of the Shen family's words, Lin Xian did not let the golden mountain in the sky fall. He said indifferently, "Previously, your young master Shen owed me 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. I wanted him to collect them, but he did not care. So, I killed him to intimidate you. I didn't expect your Shen family to be so reckless and not take my words to heart. What, does your Shen family want to be exterminated?" Chapter 3167. What? It was related to young Master Shen. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. An elder screamed. Could it be that Shen was killed by you? Shen, who was also young Master Shen, had suddenly turned into ashes. This strange scene had made the Shen family extremely crazy. They had been investigating all along, but they had not found out who the murderer was. They did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to them today. Damn it, how dare you kill Kea? I must kill you! Many people roared crazily. The Shin family's patriarch and the supreme elders frowned, and a cold light appeared in their eyes. It turned out that the other party was here for this. However, the other party had killed Shinkei first, and then attacked the Shin family. Did he really think that the Shin family had no one left? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden mountain in the sky descended again. Suddenly, the void was crushed, and countless people below trembled. Those who were weaker had their bodies split open. Those who were stronger also kept vomiting blood. Not good! Stop it! These people's faces changed, and they no longer dared to have any killing intent. The other party was not an ant, but a peerless powerhouse. Even if all of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Stop it! Don't go too far. Although my Shin family can't beat you, my Shin family has a lot of allies. Do you want to become enemies with the other 4 families? The Shin family had no choice but to form their own allies. Oh, you have allies? Lin Xian was stunned. The Shin family's patriarch said quickly. That's right, the Shin family and the other 3 families are allies. If you touch the Shin family, you will become enemies with the other 4 families. The other 3 families will definitely not forgive you. Young man, if you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame the Shin family for joining forces with the other 3 families to kill you. Kill me? Lin Xian laughed. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. He stomped his foot, and immediately, the ground under his feet shattered again. The entire Shin family, including all the buildings and arrays, shattered and turned into smoke at this moment. As for the others, their bodies were trembling, and they were no longer breathing. At this moment, they felt like they were on the verge of death. The Shin family was split open. The Shin clan's patriarch and the supreme elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too terrifying. The other party had created such a terrifying scene with just a stomp of his foot. Even the Shin family was almost annihilated. They no longer dared to be arrogant in front of such a person. Lin Xian retracted his foot and said coldly, What? Are you convinced? The head of the Shin clan gritted his teeth and said, I want to know why you are targeting my Shin clan. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. He looked at a grand elder of the Shin family, and said indifferently, If an ant was arrogant in front of you, provoking you and insulting you, what would you do? Since they were mere ants, he naturally had to kill them mercilessly. The supreme elder said subconsciously. In the next moment, his expression turned cold. Could it be Shinkei? That's right, you know the reason, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The others broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that Shinkei had offended this young man, and this young man was a supreme expert. The strong all had their own dignity. The might of the strong was inviolable. If there were other weak people who provoked them, they would definitely kill them mercilessly. They would be killed with a slap. Similarly, if Shinkei challenged a supreme expert, he would definitely be killed by the supreme expert. Damn it, this Shinkei is actually acting so recklessly. He even implicated my Shin family. After hearing the news, the Shin family's experts roared in anger. Previously, they wanted to take revenge for Shinkei, but now, they hated Shinkei to death. It was because Shinkei had provoked a godlike existence. Shinkei was reckless and provoked the young master, he deserved to be killed. What kind of elixirs does the young master need? My Shin family will definitely help the young master to collect them, the head of the Shin family said in a low voice. They had no choice. In front of such a powerful expert, they did not dare to resist at all. Moreover, it was indeed their Shinkei who provoked them first. The fact that the other party did not directly destroy their Shin family was already giving them face. No need, I will do it myself. Lin Xian raised his head and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, above his head, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. It was like the eyes of a god looking down. That gaze completely enveloped the entire Shin family. This is? Everyone felt that their souls were pierced. Their life and death seemed to be controlled by that pair of eyes above. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Even the head of the Shin family, and those supreme elders felt their scalps go numb. Too powerful! Fortunately, they did not resist. Otherwise, the other party would probably be able to kill them instantly. After Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly looked for Shin Quebec. A large family like the Shin family definitely had an elixir academy and an elixir warehouse. Therefore, Lin Xian directly collected 300 stalks of elixir herbs. After that, Lin Xian left the Shin family. After Lin Xian left for a long time, the head of the Shin family, and these elders dared to stand up. They looked at the disappearing figures around them and heaved a sigh of relief. The others also felt like they had survived a disaster. Next, go to the Hai family. Lin Xian turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Xian arrived near the Hai family, Hai Yu appeared. At this moment, Hai Yu became even more enchanting. She looked at Lin Xian, and the corner of her mouth raised into a cold smile. I have already collected the elixir herbs. Let's see if you have the qualifications to take it. Speaking until here, her figure flashed and rushed into the distance. That direction was just opposite of the Hai family. Lin Xian's soul swept over and felt the aura of a large amount of elixir herbs on Hai Yu's body. He immediately followed. He was not afraid of the other party playing tricks. As long as the other party really had elixir herbs, it was fine. After flying for about a few million miles, Hai Yu stopped in front of him. I didn't expect you to really dare to come. I don't know if you really don't know life from death, or are you extremely daring? If there's an ambush, hurry up and let them out. I don't have time to waste here with you, Lin Xian said coldly. You know? Hai Yu was stunned. Looks like you're not an idiot. But you know and still dare to come, you really don't know life from death. You think you can fight against me? Can you do anything to me? You're too naive. There's no need for my Hai family to make a move. Someone will be able to deal with you today. Oh? It's not the Hai family? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that the Hai family had set up an inescapable net here and was waiting for him. But from the looks of it, it shouldn't be the Hai family. Then who is it? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Husband, come out. Hai Yu looked at the distant mountains and said with a smile. Husband? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be Wan Gong? Wan family? But soon, he realized that it wasn't Wan Gong. A green figure quickly rushed over from the distance. Soon, a person wearing a green robe appeared. This person's face was gloomy and cold. He looked middle-aged, but his real age was unknown. The aura emitted from his body was very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he took Hai Yu into his arms. Chapter 3168. This kid? The green-robed man glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the next moment, he raised his hand, and a ball of green mist directly enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! The space around Lin Xian quickly shattered as though it was being corroded by the poisonous gas. Ha! I was wondering what kind of expert I was, but it turns out that you're just an idiot. You can't even dodge my attack. Don't worry, beauty. He has been poisoned by me and won't be able to survive. The green-robed man laughed. Can't dodge? You think too highly of yourself. Your poisonous gas won't be able to cause me any harm. A voice came from the poisonous gas in front. Then, a palm stretched out and tore the poisonous gas apart. He's not poisoned? How is this possible? The green-robed man was stunned. Hai Yu, who was in his arms, also froze. She quickly reminded her husband. Husband, you have to be careful. This kid is very strange. The green-robed man frowned. He can actually defend against my poisonous gas? Kid, interesting. Which clan are you from? Tell me your name. I, the green-robed ancestor, won't kill nameless people. Green-robed ancestor? Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself an ancestor? Hurry up and scram, or I'll kill you. Kid, you're courting death. The green-robed ancestor was enraged. He transformed into a beam of green light and instantly rushed out. A palm surrounded by green poisonous gas grabbed at Lin Xian's heart like a devil's claw. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a bang, it collided with the green devil's claw. At the next moment, the green-robed ancestor screamed miserably and retreated. His entire arm was directly shattered. Not only that, the aftershock of the energy hit his body, causing half of his body to explode into a mist of blood. The green-robed ancestor was seriously injured with a single strike. Hai Yu, who was behind him, screamed when she saw this scene. Her eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? She was very clear about the green-robed ancestor's strength. Furthermore, this green-robed ancestor was very fond of beautiful women. In order to protect her life, Hai Yu had no choice but to become the green-gowned ancestor's cultivation vessel. She hoped that the green-gowned ancestor would be able to protect her. But now, in just one move, half of the green-robed ancestor's body was shattered. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely unaffected. Hai Yu was alarmed by this huge contrast. This is the expert you found? You want to use such a person to kill me? Lin Xian looked at Hai Yu and shook his head. This woman was too stupid. Hai Yu's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She was filled with despair. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor's body reassembled. His face was filled with malice. Damn brat, you actually dared to hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. Don't worry, little beauty, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. He glanced at Hai Yu, then turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're very strong. His physical body was very strong, and so was his strength. But so what? In front of my strength, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Next, I will let you experience a strength that is close to the Tao. The green-robed ancestor let out a sinister laugh. Hai Yu's body shook, and hope returned to her eyes. Yes, the reason why she joined the green-robed ancestor was because she heard that he had grasped such strength. Once this strength was used, it would be much stronger than Wan Gong and the Bloody Blade Monarch. It far surpassed the king level. After Lin Xian heard this, he revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, strength that is close to the Tao. You actually grasp such strength? Yes. That's right, this kid has strength that is close to the Tao. You're afraid, right? Kneel down and beg for mercy now? I will consider torturing you for a few hundred years. Otherwise, I will make you suffer for the rest of your life. Hope also returned to Hai Yu's eyes. Kid, let's see how you will die this time. The opponent definitely wouldn't be able to block such a strength that is close to the Tao. Lin Xian was somewhat expectant. Then show me your strength. Let me see how much you have comprehended. Hearing this question that sounded like an elder asking, the green-robed ancestor was angered again. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I will show you. A biting cold green light appeared in the green-robed ancestor's eyes. Countless poisonous gas surged on his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dark green poisonous gas, which transformed into a dark green giant sword and flew forward. This dark green sword's aura was indeed different. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable strength. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void as if it could corrode everything. How terrifying! Hai Yu's body trembled, and she instantly knelt down. She fled into the distance as if she had gone crazy. Was this the strength that is close to the Tao? The moment it appeared, it suppressed her, and she couldn't resist at all. Thinking of this, her face was full of excitement. Then I'm dead for sure. That kid definitely won't be able to block it. She raised her head and looked into the distance. As expected, she saw Lin Xian standing there without dodging. He definitely won't be able to escape. Once I use this strength, he won't even be able to escape. The green-robed ancestor also laughed. In his opinion, this sword was enough to kill the other party. Golden light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the flying green sword. The power of poison? He could feel that it carried a monstrous poison that could instantly kill a peak powerhouse. It was indeed a power that was close to the Tao, but it was too weak. The other party's power was only equivalent to Jun Wuya's. Compared to him, there was still a huge gap. In the next moment, he raised his palm and grabbed the sword with the power of annihilation. You dare to resist with your bare hands? What an idiot! Kid, I guess you haven't seen a power that's close to the Tao in your life, right? Let me tell you, this is a power that surpasses that of a king. It's very close to a half-step sage, yet you dare to resist it with your physical body? Who do you think you are? A sacred body? Let me tell you! Even a sacred body will collapse under this power. The green-robed ancestor laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt stop as if someone had grabbed his neck. Impossible! His eyeballs almost popped out because the other party had grabbed the green sword that he had thrown out. The green sword flickered with the power of poison. It was covered in runes that flickered incomparably. At this moment, it was like a small snake that kept twisting and turning, as if it wanted to break free from Lin Xian's palm, but it couldn't do it at all. Lin Xian's palm was covered with the power of annihilation as he grabbed the sword. Then, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In his left eye, the plenilune seed kept jumping. How could Lin Xian give up after seeing a new power? He had to quickly comprehend and analyze it. He wanted to strengthen his understanding of the world. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you possibly catch my sword? On the other side, the green-robed ancestor went crazy. Hai Yu was also dumbfounded. She couldn't understand a battle at this level at all. However, the green-robed ancestor knew. When a power that was close to the Tao was used, apart from a true sage or a half-step sage, only those who had grasped the same power could resist it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.